Archenemies, Book 2 of the Renegades Trilogy by Marissa Meyer. Read for you by Dan Bittner and Rebecca Soler.
Cast of characters. The Renegades, Sketch's team. Sketch, Adrian Everhart, can bring his drawings and artwork to life. Monarch, Dana Bell, transforms into a swarm of monarch butterflies. Red Assassin, Ruby Tucker, when wounded, her blood crystallizes into weaponry. Signature weapon is a grappling hook formed from a bloodstone. Smokescreen, Oscar Silva, summons smoke and vapor at will. The Renegades, Frostbite's team. Frostbite, Janissa Clark, creates weapons of ice from water molecules in the air. Aftershock, Mac Baxter, causes the ground to move with earthquake-like force. Gargoyle, Trevor Dunn, mutates all or parts of his body into solid stone. Stingray, Raymond Stern, delivers venom via a barbed tail. The Anarchists. Nightmare, Nova Artino, never sleeps and can put others to sleep with her touch. The Detonator, Ingrid Thompson, creates explosives from the air that can be detonated at will. Phobia, true name unknown, transforms his body and scythe into the embodiment of various fears. The Puppeteer, Winston Pratt, turns people into mindless puppets who do his bidding. Queen Bee, Honey Harper, exerts control over all bees, hornets, and wasps. Cyanide, Leroy Flynn, generates acidic poisons through his skin. Hawthorne, name unknown, wields deadly thorn-covered tentacles. The Renegade Council. Captain Chromium, Hugh Everhart, has super strength and is nearly invincible to physical attacks. Can generate chromium weaponry. The Dread Warden, Simon Westwood, can turn invisible. Tsunami, Kasumi Hasagawa, generates and manipulates water. Thunderbird, Tamaya Ray, generates thunder and lightning, can fly. Blacklight, Evander Wade, creates and manipulates light and darkness. Chapter 1. Adrian crouched on the rooftop, peering at the delivery entrance behind Gatlin City Hospital. It was early morning. The sun hadn't risen yet, though hints of light were turning the sky from charcoal gray to pale violet. The dimness made it difficult to see anything 10 stories below, beyond a couple of vans and a supply truck. "I have eyes on the getaway vehicle," said Nova, who was watching the quiet streets through a pair of binoculars. "Where?" he asked, leaning toward her. "How can you tell?" "That van on the corner." She swiveled her view from the vehicle to the hospital door and back. "Nondescript, blacked-out windows, engine still running even though it's been parked since we got here." Adrian sought out the van. Steam was rising from its exhaust pipe in great white clouds. "Is there anyone inside?" "One, in the driver's seat. Could be more, but I can't see into the back." Adrian lifted his wrist toward his mouth, speaking into his communication band. "Sketch to Smokescreen and Red Assassin. Suspected getaway vehicle is parked at 79th and Fletcher Way. Set your stations to the south and east escape routes. Still waiting on internal recon from Monarch." "Roger that," Oscar's voice crackled back at him. "We're on the move." Adrian tapped his fingers against the rooftop ledge, wishing the back entrance to the hospital had better lighting. There were 6 street lamps, but 3 of them were burned out. Shouldn't someone have taken care of those? "Can I see?" he asked. Nova held the binoculars out of his reach. "Get your own pair." Though he wanted to be irritated with the response, he couldn't help a twitch of a smile. It was fair enough, he supposed, as Nova had spent 20 minutes that morning explaining to Oscar all of the modifications she'd made to this particular pair of generic binoculars. They now sported autofocus and stabilization functionality, motion targeting, night vision, a video recorder, and computerized lenses that could display GPS coordinates and weather forecasts. And because that evidently wasn't impressive enough, she'd also added software that combined targeted facial recognition with the Renegade's Prodigy database. Evidently, she'd been working on them for months. "Fine, I will get my own," he said, pulling his fine-tip marker from the sleeve of his Renegade uniform. He started to sketch a pair of binoculars onto the side of a metal utility box. "Maybe I'll give mine X-ray vision." Nova's jaw tensed. "Were you always such a one-upper?" He beamed. "I'm only kidding. I would need at least some basic knowledge of how X-ray vision works, but I'm definitely giving them that motion targeting feature you talked about, and ergonomic handholds, and maybe a flashlight." He finished his sketch and kept his marker. Pressing his fingers against the metal surface, he pulled the drawing from the utility box, transforming it into a functional three-dimensional reality. Kneeling beside Nova again, he adjusted the width of his new binoculars and peered toward the street. The van hadn't moved. "There's Dana," said Nova. Adrian swiveled his view toward the delivery bay, but the doors were still closed. "Where?" "Third story." He readjusted and saw the swarm of monarch butterflies pouring out of an open window. In the darkness, they looked more like a colony of bats silhouetted against the building. The butterflies converged over the hospital's parking garage and morphed into the figure of Dana. The communication band buzzed. "They're heading out now," came Dana's voice. 6 altogether. 7 with the driver," Nova corrected as the van pulled forward. It turned the corner and came to a stop in front of the delivery doors. Seconds later, those doors were thrown open and 6 figures came pouring out of the hospital, loaded down with enormous black bags. "Citizen status?" asked Adrian. "All clear," replied Dana. "Roger. Okay, team, we are clear to engage. Dana, stay on—" "Sketch," said Nova, startling him. "There's a prodigy." He blinked over at her. "What?" "That woman, the one with the nose ring, she's showing up on the database. Alias Hawthorne?" He racked his brain, but the name wasn't familiar. Never heard of her. Adrian watched through his binoculars again as the figures threw their haul into the van. The woman with the nose ring was the last to climb in. "What's her power?" "Evidently she has thorn-covered extremities?" Nova shot him a baffled look. Shrugging, Adrian spoke into his wristband again. "High alert, team. The targets have a prodigy with them. Stay with your assignments, but proceed with caution. Insomnia and I will—" A bang startled Adrian, and he turned to see that Nova was already gone. He lurched to his feet and peered over the side of the building. The sound had been Nova landing on the first level of the apartment's fire escape. "Take the north post," he muttered. Tires squealed. The van lurched away from the hospital. Adrian raised his wrist, adrenaline coursing through his body as he waited to see which direction. The van took the first left. "Smokescreen, you're up!" he yelled. Tossing aside the binoculars, Adrian raced after Nova. Overhead, Dana swarmed again and chased after the van. Nova was halfway down the street by the time Adrian dropped down from the fire escape, his boots pounding on the pavement. He raced after her, his long legs giving him some advantage, though he was still trailing behind when Nova jutted her finger to the right. "You head that way!" she yelled, taking off in the opposite direction. A block away, he heard the screech of tires again, this time accompanied by the slamming of brakes. A cloud of thick white fog could be seen rising over the roof of an office building. Oscar's voice came through the wristband. "They're reversing, heading north on Bridgewater." Adrian turned the corner and saw red taillights blazing toward him. He reached for a piece of white chalk in his sleeve, pocketed beside the marker. Crouching down, he drew a hasty nail strip on the asphalt. He finished the illustration as the smell of burning rubber invaded his nostrils. If the driver could see him in the rearview mirror, he showed no sign of slowing down. Adrian tugged on the drawing. The 4-inch spikes emerged from the ground, and he lunged out of the way seconds before the van blurred past him. The tires blew with a series of deafening pops. From behind the blackened windows, Adrian could hear the occupants of the van cursing and arguing with one another as the deflated wheels dragged to a stop. The cloud of butterflies swirled overhead, and Dana dropped down onto the roof of the van. "Quick thinking, Sketch." Adrian stood, still gripping the chalk. His other hand reached for the renegade-issued handcuffs clipped to his belt. "You are under arrest," he called. "Come out slowly with your hands up." The door clunked open, parting just wide enough for a hand to emerge, fingers spread in supplication. "Slowly," Adrian repeated. There was a hesitation, and then the door was thrown open the rest of the way. Adrian spotted the barrel of a gun moments before a volley of bullets started to pepper the building behind him. He yelped and dived behind a bus stop, throwing his arms over his head. Glass shattered and bullets pinged against stone. Someone shouted. The gunfire stopped. The rest of the van doors were flung open in unison, driver, passenger, and the two at the back. All 7 criminals emerged, scattering in different directions. The driver bolted for a side street, but Dana was on him instantly. A cyclone of golden wings one minute, and the next, a zealous superhero clamping one arm around the man's throat and throwing him to the ground. A woman from the passenger seat sprinted south on Bridgewater and vaulted over the strip of nails, but she hadn't gone half a block before she was struck in the face by an arrow of black smoke. She dropped to her knees, choking. Still struggling to breathe, she offered little resistance as Oscar emerged from behind a parked car and clamped cuffs around her wrists. 3 more thieves rushed through the van's back doors, each weighed down with their bulging plastic bags. None of them saw the thin wire strung across the length of the road. Their ankles caught, one after the other, sending them crashing into a heap on the asphalt. One bag flopped open, spilling dozens of small white pill bottles into the gutter. Skipping out from behind a mailbox, Ruby made quick work of binding the 3, then went to retrieve the red hook at the end of her wire. The last 2 criminals emerged from the side door. The woman with the nose ring, Hawthorne according to Nova's binoculars, was gripping the automatic rifle in one hand and a black garbage bag in the other. She was followed by a man with 2 more bags flung over his shoulder. Adrian was still crouched behind the bus stop when the 2 shot past him into a narrow alley. He sprang to his feet, but hadn't gone 2 steps before something whistled past him, and he saw a glint of red from the corner of his eye. Ruby's spiked bloodstone sliced through the bag over the woman's shoulder, cutting a narrow slit into its side. But her wire was too short. The woman was just out of reach. The gem rebounded, clattering to the concrete. A single plastic bottle tumbled from the tear in the bag. Growling, Ruby reeled the wire back in and began to swing it overhead like a lasso as she charged forward, preparing for another throw. The woman stopped suddenly and turned to face them, aiming the gun. She released another round of bullets. Adrian threw himself at Ruby. She cried out in pain as they both tumbled behind a dumpster. The gunfire stopped as soon as they were under cover. The criminal's footsteps clomped away from them. "Are you all right?" said Adrian, though the answer was obvious. Ruby's face was contorted, both hands gripping her thigh. "Fine," she said through gritted teeth. "Stop them!" Something crashed down the alley, the ear-splitting noise of breaking glass and crunching metal. Adrian poked his head around the dumpster to see a destroyed air conditioning unit on the pavement. He scanned the roof of the surrounding apartments just as a second unit was hurled down at the thieves. It smashed onto the ground steps in front of the woman, who let out a strangled cry and opened fire again. Nova ducked back. The bullets burst across the top of the building, marring it with a series of tiny craters. Adrian didn't stop to think as he stepped out from behind the dumpster, out from Ruby's view, and raised his arm. Even beneath the dark gray sleeve of his uniform, he could see his skin start to glow as the narrow cylinder he'd once tattooed onto his flesh sprouted along the length of his forearm. He fired. The concussion beam struck Hawthorne between her shoulder blades, launching her over one of the smashed air conditioning units. The rifle clattered against the nearest wall. Adrian studied the roofline, heart pounding. "Insomnia?" he yelled, hoping his panic didn't show in his voice. "Are you?" Hawthorne let out a guttural scream and pushed herself up onto all fours. Her accomplice stumbled a few steps away, still gripping his 2 bags of stolen hospital drugs. He shook his head. "Rein it in, Hawthorne," he said. "Let's just get out of here." Ignoring him, the woman turned toward Adrian and snarled. As he watched, a series of limbs sprouted upward from her back, not far from where his beam had struck her. 6 appendages, each one a dozen feet long and scattered with sharp barbs. They reminded Adrian of octopus legs, if octopus legs had been covered in vicious-looking thorns. Adrian took a step back. When Nova had mentioned thorn-covered extremities, he'd pictured unusually sharp fingernails. Whoever put the database together really needed to work on being more specific. Hawthorne's accomplice cursed. "I'm out of here!" he yelled, and took off running again. Ignoring him, Hawthorne reached her tentacles toward the nearest fire escape and hauled her body upward, as quick and graceful as a spider. When she was still a platform down from the top, she reached one tentacle up and over the side. Nova cried out. Adrian's lungs expelled a horrified breath as he watched the woman haul Nova off the roof. She held her aloft for a second, then threw Nova down. On instinct, Adrian launched himself upward. He didn't think about using the springs on his feet. The others weren't supposed to know about his tattoos, but there was no time to question it. He intercepted Nova's body before she struck the building on the other side of the alley, and they both crashed down on top of the dumpster. Panting, Adrian pulled back to inspect Nova, still in his arms. There was something warm and sticky on her back, and his hand was red when he pulled it away. "I'm fine," Nova grunted, and she looked more angry than hurt. "Just scratched up by those thorns. I hope they aren't poisonous." She sat up and spoke into her communicator band, informing the rest of the team what they were up against. Adrian scanned the building, afraid that another attack was imminent, but Hawthorne wasn't coming after them. As he stared, she used her tentacles to swing from the fire escape to a drain pipe, then slid back down to the alley. 2 of her tentacles stretched out, snatching up the dropped bag and the single pill bottle that had fallen from it before chasing after her accomplice. "I'm going after her," said Nova. She slipped over the side of the dumpster, her boots thudding on the ground. "You're hurt," said Adrian, landing beside her. Ruby stumbled out from the shadows. She was limping, but where there had been blood before, now a series of jagged red crystals had burst like stalagmites across her open wound. "I'm going after her, too," she said, snarling. Nova spun away from them both, but Adrian grabbed her arm and held her back. "Sketch, let me go." 2 seconds, he yelled back, pulling out his marker. He used it to draw a quick cut into the blood-soaked fabric of her uniform, revealing the wound on her lower back, not far from her spine. More a puncture than a scratch. "Adrian, they're getting away." Ignoring her, he drew a series of criss-crossing bandages over the wound. "There," he said, capping the marker as the bandages knitted together over her flesh. "Now at least you won't bleed to death." She grumbled something, exasperated. They took off running together, though it soon became clear that Ruby wasn't going to be able to keep up. While Nova sprinted forward, Adrian grabbed Ruby's shoulders, stopping her. "We'll handle the prodigy. You head back, make sure the others are secured." Ruby was about to argue when Dana's voice crackled over their communicator bands. "I have eyes on Hawthorne and the male suspect. They're doubling back toward the hospital, heading east on 82nd, probably going for the river." Ruby fixed a stern look on Adrian. "Don't let them get away." He didn't bother to respond. Turning, he sprinted down a narrow side street. Maybe he could cut them off. Had Nova gone back to the main road, or would she make her way to a rooftop and track them from above? When he was sure Ruby was out of sight, he used the tattooed springs on the soles of his feet to launch himself forward, covering the distance 10 times as fast as he could by running. Reaching the end of the alley, he spotted both criminals as they barreled around the next corner. He ran after them and turned the corner at the same time Nova did, coming from the other direction. She stumbled in surprise when she saw him. "That was fast," she panted. They kept pace with each other, sprinting side by side. The criminals were a block ahead. Every once in a while, Adrian spotted another pill bottle from the slit in Hawthorne's bag, rolling off toward a gutter. It made an easy path to follow. Ahead, the road ended in a T, and Adrian saw the two criminals start to split up. They intended to separate, and to drive Adrian and Nova apart. "I'll take Hawthorne," said Adrian. "No," said Nova, pulling a wide-barreled gun from her tool belt. Without slowing, she aimed and fired. The bolt of energy struck the man just as he was heading for the next street. It sent him flying through the window of a small cafe. Shards of glass rained around him as he tumbled over a table and disappeared from view. One of the garbage bags caught on the broken window, sending a flood of plastic bottles across the sidewalk. "You get him," said Nova. "I'll take Hawthorne." Adrian huffed. "Now who's a one-upper?" Though Hawthorne hesitated when her cohort was blown through the window, she didn't stop. If anything, she ran faster, using both her legs and the 6 tentacles to skitter down the street. Adrian hadn't fully made up his mind whether to apprehend the man or stay with Nova when a scream brought them both skidding to a stop. Adrian's attention swiveled toward the shattered window of the cafe. It wasn't the window, though, but the front door that burst open, crashing so hard against the side of the building that the closed sign fell to the sidewalk. The man emerged. He had abandoned the garbage bags and instead had one arm wrapped around the throat of a teenage girl wearing a checkered apron. His other hand was pressing a gun to the side of her head. Chapter 2. The air left Adrian as he stared at the gun in the girl's petrified face. A collage of small cuts shredded her right arm. She must have been standing by the window when the man had fallen through. "Listen close," the man yelled, though his outward appearance was tough, with a tattoo snaking from his jaw down into the collar of his shirt and arms that had clearly seen plenty of barbells. There was undeniable fear behind his eyes. "You're going to let me go. You're not going to follow either of us. You're not going to attack. You follow those real simple instructions and I'll release this girl as soon as we're free and clear. But I get one hint of being chased, and she's dead." He shoved the barrel of the gun against the back of the hostage's head, forcing her neck forward. His hand was shaking as he began to sidestep along the building's wall, keeping the girl between himself and the renegades. "We have an understanding?" The hostage started to cry. Adrian's heart drummed. The code revolved through his thoughts. Civilian safety first. Always. But every second they stood there, capitulating to this criminal's demands, Hawthorne was getting farther and farther away. Beside him, Nova deftly wrapped a hand around the small gun tucked into the back of her utility belt. "Don't," he murmured. Nova paused. The man continued to slink down the street, dragging the hostage with him. 20 more steps, and they'd be around the corner. If Adrian and Nova did nothing, if they let him go, would he really release the hostage? The code said to take the chance. Don't give him cause to attack. Placate and negotiate. Don't engage when civilian lives are at stake. 15 steps. "I can hit him," Nova said under her breath. The girl watched them both, more horrified with each passing second. Her body was acting as a shield, but there was enough of the man's head showing that Adrian believed Nova. He had seen her shoot plenty of times. He didn't doubt that she could hit him. But still, the code. 10 steps. "Too risky," he said. "Don't engage." Nova made a disgusted sound in her throat, but her hand lifted an inch away from the gun. The hostage was sobbing now. The criminal was practically carrying her as he backed away. There was a chance he would kill her as soon as he was out of range. Adrian knew it. They all knew it. Or he might hold on to her until he reached wherever it was they were heading to. 2 criminals would still be on the street, including a dangerous prodigy, while pounds of stolen medications that were desperately needed at the hospital entered the city's drug trade. 5 steps. Nova looked at Adrian, and he could feel the frustration rolling off her in waves. "Seriously?" she hissed. He tightened his fists. The criminal reached the corner and smirked at Adrian. "You best stay put now," he said. "Like I said,
I'll let her go when I'm free and clear, but if I get one hint that you renegades are after us, I'll—" A stick appeared from behind the corner and struck the side of the man's head. He cried out and started to turn as another blow snapped his head back. His grip loosened on the hostage. With a wail, she wrenched herself free of his grip. Ruby dropped down from a door canopy, releasing a banshee scream as she pounced on the man's back and knocked him to the ground. Oscar appeared, gripping his cane like a club. He stood over Ruby and the criminal, prepared to strike a third time, but Ruby had already secured a pair of handcuffs over the man's wrists. "And that's what we in the biz call teamwork," said Oscar, holding a hand toward Ruby. She locked forearms and let him help her to her feet. Dazed, the hostage collapsed against the building wall and slid down to the sidewalk. "Sweet rot," Nova murmured, echoing Adrian's thoughts exactly. Ruby's wounds had continued to bleed, and her uniform was encrusted in sharp red crystal formations sprouting from the bullet wound on her thigh and encompassing her leg down to her knee and up over her hip. Adrian shook off his surprise. "Where's Dana?" "Tracking the prodigy," said Ruby, "if she hasn't caught up to her already." "I'm going after them," said Nova. She shot a sour look at Adrian. "If that's in line with the code—" He returned the glare, but without much force behind it. "Be safe. We'll meet back at the hospital." Nova took off in the direction the prodigy had gone. Adrian watched her go with a twist of uneasiness in his gut. They still didn't know much about Hawthorne, or what she was capable of. But Dana would be there, and Nova knew what she was doing. He forced himself to turn away. "The others?" "All secured," said Ruby. "And I've already called for convict removal and a cleanup crew." Oscar stepped toward the hostage. She was gaping at the three renegades, trembling. "You're safe now," said Oscar, using his cane for support as he crouched in front of her. "A medic will be here soon to tend to your injuries, and there are counselors on staff if you need someone to talk to. In the meantime, is there someone you'd like us to call?" Her shaking body stilled as she met his gaze. Her eyes widened, not with fear this time, but rather a delirious sort of awe. She opened her mouth, though it took her a few tries before words started to form. "I've been dreaming of this my whole life," she whispered. "To be rescued by a real renegade." She simpered, regarding Oscar as if he were the eighth wonder of the modern world. "Thank you. Thank you so much for saving my life." His cheeks reddened. Yeah, you're welcome." Oscar glanced at Ruby, uncertain, but when he stood up, his chest was puffed out more than it had been before. "All in a day's work." Ruby snickered. The wail of a siren echoed through the streets. The ambulance and renegade squad cars would be arriving soon. Adrian glanced in the direction that Nova had gone, his anxiety returning in force. How far had the prodigy gotten? Where was she headed? Had Dana caught up to her yet? Had Nova? Did they need help? "Hey, guys," he started, feeling the pulse of adrenaline all over again. "You're going after her," said Ruby. "Yeah, we know." "Better be fast about it," said Oscar. "You know Nova's not going to save any of the glory for you." Adrian's lips flickered in a grateful smile, and he ran.
The sun had risen over the buildings now, throwing long shadows across the streets. The city was coming to life. More cars on the roads, pedestrians casting curious, even excited looks at Nova as she sprinted past in her oh-so-recognizable renegade uniform. She ignored them all, dodging around the shop owners who were rolling garbage bins toward the street, vaulting over sandwich boards that advertised seasonal sales and grand openings, weaving around bicycles and taxis, street lamps and rusted mailboxes. Their job was difficult during the day. Things were easier when there were no civilians around, as the hostage situation outside the cafe proved. That's when the infamous Gatlin Code Authority came into play. The whole protect and defend at all costs thing. It's not that Nova disagreed with the intention. Of course they should be working to protect innocent bystanders. But sometimes you had to take risks. Sometimes you had to make sacrifices. For a greater good. Ace never would have spared one life when doing so could have put dozens, even hundreds more at risk. But that was the code the renegades lived by. And now a prodigy with thorn-covered extremities was on the loose, and who knew when she would strike again? If Nova didn't stop her first. Given that she was a superhero and all. She smiled wryly at the thought. Oh, if Ingrid could see her now. How mortified she would be to see Nova, her anarchist cohort, working with the renegades, siding with them over another rebellious prodigy even. Ingrid would have encouraged Nova to let Hawthorne go, maybe even to try to turn her into an ally. But Ingrid was short-sighted. She couldn't fathom the importance of Nova earning the renegades' trust. Ace understood. He had always understood. Earn their trust, learn their weaknesses, then destroy them. Hawthorne was headed for the river, just as Nova would have done to cover her tracks if she'd been fleeing from the renegades, which was, admittedly, a scenario Nova had spent plenty of time preparing for over the years. 3 blocks from where she'd left Adrian and the others, she spotted a white pill bottle in a gutter. Hawthorne had changed directions, and 2 blocks later, Nova saw another bottle caught in a storm drain. She spied a dark, fluctuating cloud over a community garden, and it took her a moment to recognize Dana's swarm. The butterflies drifted back and forth, fluttering over a side street, then up and over the roofs of a narrow strip of boarded-up shops. Nova had the distinct impression that they were searching for something. She hopped over the fence and jogged through the muddy garden. When she reached the street on the other side, the butterflies had begun to alight on the power lines and gutters. Thousands of them, wings twitching as they searched and waited. Nova's palm thumped against her handgun, but she changed her mind and grabbed the shockwave gun instead. The alley was almost empty, but for 6 metal trash cans and piles of heaped-up garbage bags overflowing against the walls. The smell was putrid. Rotting food and dead fish. Nova kept her breaths shallow, fighting the urge to gag as she ducked through a throng of houseflies. A noise made Nova jump and she spun around, shockwave gun leveled at one of the trash bags. A scrawny cat yowled and darted through a broken window. Nova exhaled. A battle cry rang out, echoing through the alley. The lid of a trash can blew upward as Hawthorne launched herself out. A thorny limb snatched the gun from Nova's hand, leaving a burning welt on her palm. Hissing, Nova reached for her handgun as Hawthorne took the shockwave gun into her hand. Nova drew her gun, but Hawthorne fired first. Nova was thrown back into a pile of garbage bags, her body vibrating with the concussive blow. Hawthorne ran the other way. Dana formed in the woman's path, her body poised for a fight. Hawthorne aimed for her, too, but Dana dispersed into butterflies before the crackling energy could hit her. The insects cycloned. A heartbeat later, Dana dropped out of the sky onto Hawthorne's back. 3 of Hawthorne's 6 limbs wrapped around Dana's body, slicing across her back. Dana screamed as the thorns dug long gashes into her skin. Hawthorne hurled her at the wall and Dana crumpled to the ground. Struggling to her feet, Nova grabbed the nearest trash can and threw it as hard as she could. Hawthorne cocked her head and whipped out one of the tentacles, easily batting away the garbage can. Another limb reached into a nearby pile of trash bags and pulled one off the top. Nova recognized the slit in its side. Hawthorne began her spidery climb up the wall, her extra limbs reaching for the bars on windows and bracketed lights. She reached the roof and disappeared. Nova raced down the alley. Hawthorne's goal became clear the moment she burst onto the street and saw the short bridge spanning Snakeweed River. Hawthorne was already at the bridge's railing. She shot one hateful glower at Nova, then hurled herself from the bridge. Though Nova's legs were burning and her lungs felt ready to collapse, she pumped her arms faster, urging her body forward. She only had to see where Hawthorne surfaced, and she would be in pursuit again. But when she reached the bridge, her heart sank. Hawthorne hadn't fallen into the river. She'd landed on a barge. It was plowing steadily through the waves, putting more distance between Nova and the criminal with every heartbeat. Surrounded by shipping containers, Hawthorne waved tauntingly back. Nova curled her fists around the rail of the bridge, envisioning the river's path. There were 4 more bridges before it emptied into the bay. Hawthorne could depart at any one of them, but there was no way for Nova to catch up and find out which one. Nova cursed. Her knuckles whitened as she squeezed her hands into fists. There had to be another way to follow. There had to be another way to stop the prodigy. There had to be... Pounding footsteps caught her attention. Nova spun around. Her pulse skipped as she saw the man in a shiny armored suit charging straight for her. The Sentinel. Skin prickling, she reached for her gun, preparing for a fight. But the Sentinel ran past her and launched himself into the air with the force of a jet engine. Nova's jaw fell as she followed his trajectory. His body arched up and out over the river, and for a moment, he seemed to be flying. Then he descended, graceful and sure, his body braced for impact. He smashed down onto the deck of the barge, inches from its ledge. The Sentinel stood, briefly striking a pose straight out of a comic book. Nova couldn't refrain from rolling her eyes. Yeah, show off. If Hawthorne was shocked, she didn't show it. Without a shout, she sent all 6 brambled limbs driving toward the vigilante. Nova sort of hoped she was about to witness the Sentinel being impaled, but then he extended his left arm. A bonfire exploded from his palm, engulfing the tentacles. Even from so far away, Nova could hear the woman's screams as she reeled her limbs back. Extinguishing the flames around his hand, the Sentinel tackled Hawthorne with such force that both of them rolled behind the stack of shipping containers. Nova pressed her body against the rail, squinting into the morning light. For a long time, she could see nothing, as the barge clipped through the water. Before it reached the next bend in the river, Nova spotted movement on its deck. She grabbed the binoculars from the back of her belt and found the barge. The lens's programming zoomed in on the deck. Nova's eyes narrowed. Hawthorne's clothes were singed from the Sentinel's flames. Blood spattered her bare arms. The left side of her face was swelling around a cut on her lip. But she was still standing. The Sentinel, on the other hand, was sprawled at her feet, his body wrapped from shoulders to ankles in the barbed limbs. As Nova watched, Hawthorne dragged the Sentinel's body to the back of the barge and dumped him over the edge. The heavy armor sank immediately into the murky water. Nova drew back. It happened so fast. She was almost disappointed by how anticlimactic it was. She was no great fan of the Sentinel, and yet there had been a small part of her that had hoped he would at least catch the thief, as he'd caught any number of criminals over the past few weeks. Hawthorne glanced up once more in Nova's direction. Her smirk caught dead center in the binocular's view. Then the barge rounded a bend in the river, and she was gone. Sighing, Nova lowered the binoculars. Well, she muttered, at least I won't have to worry about him anymore.
Chapter 3. Adrian surfaced beneath Halfpenny Bridge. He struggled to the shore and collapsed, startling a hermit crab who darted beneath a lichen-covered rock. He attempted a deep breath of blissful air, but it caught in his throat and led to a bout of coughing. His lungs were burning from holding his breath for so long. He was lightheaded and every muscle ached. Grit and sand clung to his drenched uniform. But he was alive, and for the moment that was enough to bring a grateful laugh mingling with the erratic coughs. It seemed that every time he transformed into the Sentinel, he learned something new about himself and his abilities, or lack of abilities. Today he had learned that the Sentinel's armor was not watertight, and also that it sank like a rock. His memories of the flight were already starting to blur. One moment he'd been on the barge, preparing a ball of fire around his gauntlet, sure that he would soon have Hawthorne begging for mercy. Those brambles of hers looked flammable anyway. But the next thing he knew, he was entangled in her tentacles, which turned out to be as strong as iron. One of the thorns had punctured the plate of armor on his back, though it luckily hadn't made it through to his skin. Then he was sinking, surrounded by blackness, his ears clogging with the pressure and water leaking in through the joints in his suit. He'd been halfway to the bottom of the river when he retracted the suit into the tattooed pocket on his chest and started kicking toward the shore. The coughing fit finally stopped, and Adrian rolled onto his back, gazing up at the bottom of the bridge. He heard a heavy vehicle crossing overhead. The steel structure trembled from its weight. The world had just fallen quiet again when he heard a chime on his communicator band. He grimaced. For the first time, he began to think that his decision to transform into the Sentinel might not have been the best idea. If he'd caught Hawthorne and retrieved the stolen medication, he'd probably feel differently. But as it was, he had nothing to show for his risk. His team would be wondering where he was. He would have to explain why he was soaking wet. Sitting up, he reached for the pocket sewn into the lining of his renegade uniform, but there was nothing inside. No marker, no chalk. Adrian cursed. They must have fallen out in the water. So much for drawing himself some dry clothing. The wristband pinged again. He rubbed the water droplets off the screen with his damp sleeve, then pulled up the messages. There were 7 of them. 3 from Ruby, 1 from Oscar, 1 from Dana, 2 from his dad's. Great. They'd gotten the council involved. No sooner had he thought it than he heard a roar of water. His eyes widened and Adrian scrambled to his feet. Too late. A wall of foaming river water crashed down, drenching him all over again. He barely maintained his balance as the surging wave rolled back out into the riverbed. Spluttering and pulling scraps of snakeweed from his uniform, he watched as a second wall of water built up on the other side of the river, rising impossibly up over the far shore. A wave 30 feet tall, with all the scattered boats perched deftly on its crest. The floor of the river could be seen, all slimy plant life and built-up trash. The wave hung motionless for a moment before sinking back down and surging toward the bay. Tsunami, Adrian guessed, or one of the other water elementals on the force, combing the bottom of the river. Searching for him, he realized. Nova must have seen the Sentinel being dropped into the water, and now they were searching for the body. Turning, he stumbled for the small cliffside. He grasped at weeds and rocks and exposed tree roots as he scrambled up the bank. By the time he reached the top, he was not only soaking wet, but muddy, too. There were signs of recent life in the shelter of the bridge, a tarp, a couple of blankets, an abandoned shopping cart. But no one was there now to witness Adrian as he dashed around the abutment and up to street level. Below him the river roared again as another unnatural wave began to rise up from the depths. He was preparing to climb over the guardrail when he heard a familiar, booming voice coming from the bridge. Heart leaping, Adrian ducked down.
"Keep looking,"
said the Dread Warden, one of Adrian's dads and a member of the Renegade Council.
"Magpie will be here soon. She might be able to detect the suit even if it's buried beneath the silt."
Adrian exhaled. He hadn't been noticed. "I'll see if I can find anything from the next bridge, too," said Tsunami. "It seems unlikely he would have gone much farther than this, but it won't hurt to look." Adrian lifted his head and peered over the guardrail. He could see Tsunami and his dad standing on the deck of Halfpenny Bridge, the wind fluttering through Tsunami's royal blue skirt and snapping at the Dread Warden's black cape. They were both watching the river. Tsunami flicked a finger, and he heard the crash of water below. They started to make their way in his direction. Crouching, Adrian scurried back beneath the bridge. "Sketch?" Gasping, he spun around. Nova stood on the other side of the street, peering at him like he was an unknown amphibious species she was preparing to dissect. "Nova," he stammered, hurrying back up the hill and stepping over the guardrail. Insomnia. Hi." Her frown deepened. She had changed out of her uniform into drawstring pants and a healer-issued tank top. Adrian could see the edges of bandages wrapping around her right shoulder. "Where have you been? Ruby's worried sick," she said, strolling across the street. Her eyes scoured his uniform. "Why are you all wet?"
"Adrian?"
He cringed and faced the two council members as they reached the end of the bridge. They appeared as surprised to see him as Nova had, though more curious than suspicious. So far. "Hey, everyone," he said. He forced a smile, but then wiped it away, urging himself to stop aiming for nonchalant. Nothing about this was nonchalant. He licked his lips, which still tasted like sludgy river water, and gestured toward the bridge. "Find anything?"
"Great skies, Adrian," said the Dread Warden. "Oscar alerted us about your disappearance more than half an hour ago. 1 minute you're telling your team that you're going after a prodigy criminal, and then nothing. We didn't know if Hawthorne had attacked you or... He paused, his expression wavering between worried and angry. "What were you doing all this time? Why aren't you responding to your messages?"
I was... Adrian glanced at the river, sunlight glinting off its surface. "Searching for the Sentinel." He ran a hand over his hair. "I was on one of the side streets when I saw Hawthorne throw him in the water, so I went down to the shore and have been waiting to see if he would surface." He didn't have to fake his chagrin. "I wasn't expecting you to start combing the water so soon, hence—" He gestured at his uniform, which was still clinging uncomfortable and cold to his skin. "And, messages?" He tapped at his wristband. "Oh, wow, 7 missed messages? That's weird. I didn't hear them come through, but, my band has been acting up lately. I'll have to get the folks in tech to check into that." He dared to peek at Nova. Her eyes were still narrowed in suspicion. "Yeah," she said slowly. "You should look into that." Her expression cleared as she turned to the council members. "The cleanup crew is here, along with Magpie." Her tone carried a definite sourness when she mentioned Maggie's alias. Though Adrian had a lot of sympathy for the kid, he knew Nova had never quite forgiven her for trying to steal her bracelet. He glanced at her wrist, searching for the clasp he'd once redrawn on her skin, but it was hidden beneath the sleeve of her uniform. "She wasn't sure where you wanted her to get started." "I'll talk to her," said Tsunami. "Should I have Smokescreen brief the cleanup crew, or—" She inspected Adrian. "Is the team leader prepared to do that?" Grateful for the opportunity to move on from this conversation, Adrian was about to say that he would love nothing more than to point out all the locations in this neighborhood where windows had been broken, walls had been destroyed, and bullets had been fired, but the Dread Warden responded first.
"Have them talk to Smokescreen. Adrian needs to head to the medical tent and be checked for injuries."
"And let the others know you're okay," said Nova, "before Ruby assembles her own search party." They followed Nova into a connecting side street, and Adrian spotted 2 ambulances emblazoned with the Renegade R and a handful of transport vehicles. The media was arriving too, but they were being held back behind a banner of yellow security tape. Down the street, he saw the cleanup crew awaiting instructions. Adrian was glad to see Magpie among the crew. It would be good for her to apply her powers to something more productive than pickpocketing. The kid had potential, he knew, even if her personality was as prickly as Hawthorne's extra limbs. As if she could hear his thoughts, Magpie spotted Adrian across the street, and her bored expression turned sour. He waved jovially, and she turned his back on him. A white tent had been erected in front of a small electronics repair store. Oscar, Ruby, and Dana were each on a stretcher, being attended by the healers who had arrived on the scene. One of the healers was pulling encrusted jewels from Ruby's thigh with a pair of heavy-duty pliers. Ruby flinched each time a new one was pulled, the wound immediately covered with thick gauze to staunch the bleeding and keep new bloodstones from sprouting. Dana was lying flat on her stomach. The back of her uniform, from her neck to her hips, had been cut open, allowing a healer to access the wounds crisscrossing her flesh. Her back looked like it had been mauled by a grizzly bear. Adrian suspected that Hawthorne's barbs were to blame. At least the healer working on her appeared to be practiced in flesh wounds, and even from a distance Adrian could see the cuts slowly knitting together in the top layers of her skin. "Adrian!" Ruby shouted, startling the healer who was trying to extract the final bloodstone from her leg. Ruby yelped in pain as the gem dislodged. She scowled at the healer, who scowled back. Ruby grabbed a roll of bandaging and began wrapping the wound herself. "What happened?" she asked, returning her attention to Adrian and Nova. "Where were you?" Adrian opened his mouth, prepared to give his explanation again, and hoping it would become more believable with repetition, when the healer held up his hand, still gripping the pliers.
"There will be time for reunions later. We need to get all of you back to headquarters for follow-up treatment."
"Has Smokescreen been cleared?" asked Tsunami. "We'd like him to debrief the cleanup crew."
The healer nodded. "Yes, fine. His injuries were negligible."
"Negligible?" said Oscar, holding up his forearm, which was wrapped in white bandages. "Their getaway driver scratched me when I was getting out the handcuffs. What if the guy had rabies or something? This could be a mortal wound here."
The healer eyed him warily. "You can't get rabies from fingernail scratches."
Oscar huffed. "I said or something."
"Have you checked him for an overinflated ego yet?" teased Ruby.
"I'd hate for him to float away on us."
Oscar cut a glare toward her.
"You're just jealous."
"Yes, I am jealous," said Ruby. "I helped rescue that girl too, but she didn't even notice me. She was just all, 'Oh, Smokescreen, I've been dreaming of your smoldering smokiness all my life.'"
Adrian's cheek twitched. Ruby's impersonation wasn't exactly how he remembered the barista from the cafe, but close enough. Oscar nodded. "I've found that my smoldering smokiness does have that effect on people." Ruby snorted, and Adrian sensed that she was trying to annoy Oscar, and was frustrated that it didn't seem to be working.
"What girl?"
said Nova.
"The hostage?"
"Yep," said Oscar, idly swinging his cane. "She's pretty much in love with me."
"Who isn't, right?"
said Dana, flashing a cheeky grin.
"Exactly.
Thank you, Dana."
She gave him a thumbs up from the table.
"Oscar is always telling us that these uniforms are a love beacon," said Adrian. "I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often. Although no girl has ever swooned over me like that. And now I'm jealous too. Thanks, Ruby."
"It's not just the uniform," said Oscar. "I mean, I did save her life." "We saved her," Ruby started, but it fizzled into an angry growl.
"Maybe I should have asked her for her number," Oscar mused. Ruby gaped at him, cheeks flushing, and Adrian felt a little bad for her. But then she had been the one to try to tease Oscar in the first place, so maybe she deserved it. Slamming her mouth shut, Ruby turned her head away.
"Maybe you should have. I'm sure she would love to date a real renegade."
"Who said anything about dating?" said Oscar. "I just thought she might want to be the president of my fan club. Good help is hard to find." Ruby guffawed, but as she looked back at Oscar, her expression softened with suspicion.
"Are you saying you wouldn't go on a date with her?"
"I hadn't thought of it."
A short silence hung between them, and there was a hint of uncertainty as Oscar ventured,
"Do you really think I should have asked?" Ruby gaped at him again, speechless, trapped by her own taunting. After a long silence, she cleared her throat and shrugged.
"You can do whatever you want."
Adrian bit his tongue, trying to hide his smile at the non-answer. Ruby turned her focus back to her wounds, studying them with renewed interest as her cheeks turned scarlet. Oscar, though, was still watching her, flummoxed, and maybe a little hopeful. "Well, maybe I will ask a girl on a date," he said. "Someday." "Maybe you should," said Ruby without looking up. "Maybe I will." "You already said that." "Right. Well..." Oscar climbed down from the table, and Adrian could see that Ruby was no longer the only one blushing. "If you'll excuse me, I have important debriefing responsibility things to take care of, so I'll, see you guys back at headquarters. Good job today, team." Straightening his uniform, he headed toward the cleanup crew. Tsunami followed with an almost unnoticeable sigh. Dana whistled under her breath. "You two are impossible," she muttered. "In fact, all four of you are driving me nuts." Chapter 4. The Dread Warden sighed, making Adrian jump. He'd forgotten his dad was there.
"I don't miss this age," he said, and one of the healers gave him a knowing look. "Dr. Grant, could you also examine Sketch when you have a minute?"
"I'm fine," Adrian said. "Don't waste your time on me. Focus on Ruby and Dana."
"Adrian?"
the Dread Warden started. "Honestly, Pops, I just got splashed with some river water. It's not like I almost drowned or anything. Don't worry about it." He added a grin for effect. He'd gotten lucky lately, not having experienced any dire wounds since he'd started giving himself the tattoos that imbued him with the Sentinel's powers. The last thing he wanted was for a healer to notice the curious designs inked into his skin and start to make inquiries, especially to his dad's.
"Fine," said the Dread Warden. "Let's get everyone back to headquarters, and—"
he turned toward the gathered journalists and their flashing cameras—
"start figuring out what to tell them."
"Wait, wait, wait!" yelled Dana as two assistants wheeled her gurney toward one of the ambulances. She propped herself up on her elbows. "I'm not going anywhere until someone tells us what happened. Adrian disappears and no one can get a hold of him. The Sentinel shows up, Hawthorne gets away, and now they're saying the Sentinel might be dead. And what is this about Adrian getting splashed with river water?" She spread her fingers toward Adrian like she would grab him and shake him if he were within reach. "What were you doing?" "I was chasing the Sentinel, and after Hawthorne threw him in the water, I was waiting to see if he would surface." He shrugged, relieved that, in fact, it did sound more believable this time.
"You'll all be filled in after the healers have released you from the med wing," said the Dread Warden. He snapped his fingers, and Dana and Ruby were loaded up into the ambulance, grumbling to themselves. "Nova," said the Dread Warden, "I'd like to have a private word with Adrian. You're welcome to assist Oscar and Tsunami with the briefing."
Nova glanced at the group and noticed Magpie among them. Her own lips wrinkled in distaste. "Actually, I think I'd better head home before the news stories get too convoluted. I like to give my uncle the story from my point of view before he hears it all third hand." Her gaze swooped over Adrian's wet clothes one more time, and he found himself standing straighter. "I'm glad you're okay," she said, sounding almost uncomfortable to be admitting it. "You did scare us for a minute." "We're superheroes," he said. "We wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't scare people from time to time." Nova didn't respond, but her expression softened before she turned away and started heading back toward the river. It was a long walk to her home, Adrian knew, and he was about to call after her and suggest she wait. Maybe they could take one of the transport vans together. But the words didn't come, and he knew that the invitation would be declined. Most of his invitations were declined where Nova was concerned, so what was the point? His shoulders sank ever so slightly.
"About that,"
said his dad. Adrian turned to him. The Dread Warden peeled the black domino mask from his face, and it was as if his dad had transformed. It wasn't just the costume. The shift was in the relaxing of his posture, the ironic tilt of his mouth. Where the Dread Warden, famous superhero and founding member of the Renegades, had stood, now it was just Simon Westwood, concerned parent. "About what?" said Adrian.
It is not our job as superheroes to scare people from time to time."
Adrian chuckled. "It may not be written into our job description, but come on, what we do is dangerous."
Simon's tone hardened. "You're right, and because it is so dangerous, it is of utmost importance that our behavior never veers into recklessness."
"Reckless?"
"Yes, reckless. You can't just leave your team behind like that, Adrian. Why do you think we organize recruits into teams in the first place? It's your responsibility to look after one another, and your teammates can't do that if they have no idea where you are."
"We were all following the same objective." Adrian gestured in the direction Nova had gone. "Nova ran off after Hawthorne, too."
"Yes, Nova McLean's penchant for making rash decisions has been well documented, and to be perfectly honest, I hoped that spending time with you and your team would help her grow out of it."
Simon pushed his cape back from his shoulders.
"Besides, in this particular case, it's not a fair comparison. Nova still had Dana to watch her back, whereas no one had any idea where you'd gone off to. It's not like you, Adrian, and it's got to stop."
"I was trying to catch up to Nova and Hawthorne. I wasn't sure what direction they'd gone, so it took me a while to find them. And then there was the whole Sentinel thing that threw a wrench in my plans, but—" He rubbed the back of his head. "It's not like I ran off to Casino Jack for an afternoon without telling anyone. I was doing my job."
"I'm not trying to start a fight about this," said Simon. "You're a great team leader, and we're really proud of you. I just want to remind you that there are no lone wolves in the Renegades. There is no I in hero."
Adrian rocked back on his heels. "You've been holding on to that one for a while, haven't you?"
"So long," said Simon, a smile brightening his face. "Actually, I'm pretty sure it was one of those sayings your mom used to say."
Adrian chuckled. She did like her 2-cent parables. Though Adrian's mother, the brave and wondrous Lady Indomitable, had been killed when he was a kid, her cheesy sayings still came back to him sometimes. Unbidden, but when he needed to hear them most. Superheroes are only as good as their conviction. Sometimes a smile is the most powerful weapon we have. When in doubt, fly. Easy for her to say, of course, given that she could actually fly. Adrian turned toward the cleanup crew. There were a dozen or so renegades gathered around Oscar as he gave an animated reenactment of the fight with Hawthorne and the rest of the criminals. He was currently using his cane to swipe at an invisible enemy, which Adrian thought might have been his explanation of how he'd knocked out the guy who had taken the cafe server hostage. They had worked as a team then, hadn't they? And they had successfully rescued the girl. He appreciated his team, respected them, even loved them. But he wasn't convinced that a superhero didn't sometimes have to go off on their own. Maybe there weren't any lone wolves in the Renegades, but the Sentinel wasn't a renegade, was he? "So," said Adrian, turning back to Simon, "if you and Tsunami were looking for the Sentinel, who went after Hawthorne?"
"Hugh and Tamaya," said Simon.
Hugh Everhart, Adrian's other dad, the invincible Captain Chromium, and Tamaya Ray, Thunderbird, the only founding member other than Adrian's mom who had the power of flight. "Have we heard anything?" he said. Simon checked his wristband and shook his head.
"I'm worried the trail had gone cold by the time we got here, but her accomplices are in custody and will begin interrogations immediately. One of them will talk."
"What do you think they wanted all that medication for?" Simon heaved a sigh.
"The drugs they took are used to develop a powerful opioid. It's a pretty lucrative business for those who are willing to produce and deal it. And of course, for every street dealer doling out these drugs, there are plenty of sick patients at the hospitals not receiving the help they need. The bag Hawthorne had was mostly painkillers, and it's going to be difficult for the pharmaceutical industry to replenish the supply on short notice. It's been hard enough to bring back legitimate drug production as it is." He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Luckily, your team managed to keep a lot of those drugs off the street. It could have been much worse."
Adrian wanted to accept the compliment, but he couldn't help but focus on their failure more than their successes. They should have been able to stop Hawthorne. Will you let me know once they have Hawthorne's location? If you're going to send a team after her, I'd like to—
No, said Simon. If you and Tamaya don't bring her in today, we'll be assigning another unit to the case. Your team has sustained too many injuries. You're taking a few days off.
But—
Don't. Simon held up a hand. This is non-negotiable.
Are you saying that as my dad or my boss?
Both, and also as someone who cares for Ruby and Dana. They need time to recover, Adrian.
Fine, then let me, Nova, and Oscar be a part of it. Simon scratched the dark whiskers on his chin.
Is this going to be Nightmare all over again?
We found Nightmare, didn't we?
You almost got killed.
Yeah, I'm a superhero, Pops. How many times have you almost gotten killed? And you don't hear me complaining about it?
Simon groaned good-naturedly. What now? Why do you care about Hawthorne? It was just another mission, Adrian. You guys stopped 6 of the 7 perpetrators. We got back most of the medicine they took. You did well.
I like to finish what I start.
Is that all?
Adrian drew back. What do you mean?
I just wonder if maybe you're trying a bit too hard to prove yourself these days, after what happened at the carnival.
Adrian scowled. He hated being reminded of how he had failed at the carnival. True, he had found the anarchist known as Nightmare, but he had also allowed the detonator to play him like a pixelated character in an old video game. He had replayed those moments with the detonator 1,000 times in his mind, trying to figure out what he could have done differently to stop her. His hesitation had allowed the detonator to set off 2 bombs, resulting in dozens of innocent people being hurt, and Adrian couldn't help feeling responsible for each and every one of them. It was Nova who had shot and killed the detonator, putting an end to her terrorism. If Nova hadn't been there, Adrian didn't know what might have happened. He should have done more to stop her. He should have figured out sooner that killing the villain would deactivate the explosives. Maybe it was because he had the Gatlin Code Authority echoing in his thoughts. Killing an adversary should always come as a last resort. Nova had recognized that they were at the last resort. She did what needed to be done. Why hadn't he?
I'm sorry,
said Simon, squeezing Adrian's shoulder.
That was thoughtless of me. You and Nova both handled yourselves well, given the circumstances. I'm sorry you couldn't save Nightmare, but no one regrets that we no longer have to worry about the detonator.
Save Nightmare? Simon lifted an eyebrow.
Isn't that what you wanted?
Adrian's shoulder jerked and Simon dropped his hand. I wanted information on my mother and her murder. I thought Nightmare might have that information. It had nothing to do with saving her. So she's dead. It's not exactly a tragedy.
Right. That's what I meant. And I know, regardless of who she was and the things she'd done, her death was a disappointment to you. To all of us, if she truly did have information that would have solved George's murder.
Disappointment didn't begin to describe how Adrian felt at losing that tenuous connection to his mother's killer. He knew Nightmare wasn't the murderer. She was far too young for that, but he was convinced that she had known who it was. Even now, months after he had fought Nightmare on the rooftop overlooking the parade, her words often echoed through his head. One cannot be brave who has no fear. The same words that had been found on a small white card on his mother's body after she fell 7 stories to her death. Yeah, well, I'm not giving up on finding my mother's killer. Nightmare was an anarchist. If she knew something, then maybe another anarchist will, too. Or another villain who was around at the same time.
Someone like Hawthorne?
Adrian didn't try to disguise his bemused grin. Was she around back then? I haven't had time to confirm that yet. Simon lifted a finger, nearly jutting it against Adrian's nose.
I'm only going to say this once, Adrian. Do not try to go after Hawthorne by yourself, or any of the anarchists for that matter. You understand? It's dangerous.
Adrian pushed up his glasses and opened his mouth to speak.
And don't try to tell me that dangerous is how superheroes are supposed to operate.
Adrian snapped his mouth shut.
We have methods in place for a reason, Simon continued, to help mitigate threats and damage. If you hear something about Hawthorne or any other villain, you call it in and wait for instructions. I want to find out who killed your mother as much as you do, but I'm not about to lose you in the process.
Adrian forced himself to nod. I know, Pops. I'll try to be less reckless.
Thank you.
Adrian pressed his lips into a thin smile, biting back the words he really wanted to say. The suspicions that had been filling his head for weeks. Despite the bomb that had supposedly killed her, despite the amount of destruction that had been wreaked at the carnival funhouse that day, despite the fact that Adrian himself had witnessed the fight between Nightmare and the detonator, despite everything, he had doubts. His dads would call it denial. His team would call it his typical uncanny optimism. But Adrian couldn't help it. The truth was, he did not believe that Nightmare was dead. Chapter 5. Adrian and the team had been left off the patrol schedule for the rest of the week, owing for time to recover from injuries and trauma, so there was no reason to head into Renegade headquarters in full gear today. Normally, he wouldn't have had to come into headquarters at all, except that morning the Council had sent out a global communication to all renegades in the Gatlin City Division requesting their presence at a mandatory meeting. It was a mysterious message. Adrian couldn't recall there ever being a meeting for the entire organization. Sometimes they implemented new rules in the code and summoned the patrol units to discuss them, or had department meetings with the administration, or the research and development teams, and so on. But everyone? Unfortunately, his dads had already gone when he woke up, so there was no hope of needling information out of them. Adrian turned a corner, walking beneath a strip of construction scaffolding as he approached the north side of headquarters. It was an overcast morning, and the top of the building was lost in clouds, making the skyscraper appear endless. His attention caught on a vehicle parked at one of the side entrances. It was an armored van, its back doors heavily fortified, and its sides lined with short tinted windows. The side of the van read, Cragmore Penitentiary, Prisoner Transport. Adrian slowed to a stop. Cragmore was a prison located off the coast of Gatlin City that had been built to hold prodigy criminals, as most civilian prisons weren't sufficiently equipped to handle a wide array of extraordinary abilities. Maybe they were picking up a prisoner from one of the temporary holding cells inside headquarters. Although transfers like that were generally made at night, when the streets were empty of curious onlookers. He continued walking, gazing into the windows of the van as he passed. He couldn't see into the back at all, and the driver's and front passengers' seats were empty. Shrugging to himself, Adrian made his way to the front of the building, where tourists were gathered around the main entrance, snapping photos of everything from the revolving glass doors to the nearby street sign and the place where the building disappeared into thick cloud cover high above. Adrian wove his way through the crowd, ignoring a couple of gasps and one low muttering, "Was that Adrian Everhart?" The fame wasn't really his anyway. People didn't care so much about Adrian Everhart as they did about the son of Lady Indomitable, or the adopted son of Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden. Which was fine. He was used to the attention, just like he was used to acknowledging that he'd done little to earn it. He shoved through the revolving doors, smiling at the fellow renegades he passed, and jovial Samson Cartwright at the information desk. He surveyed the lobby for any sign of Oscar or Nova, but when he didn't see them, he headed up the curved flight of stairs to the sky bridge that connected to Max's quarantine. Max was almost always inside the glass gallery during the day, working on the extensive glass model of Gatlin City he'd been constructing for years, or watching the TV screens that dotted the lobby's many pillars. But today, Max was nowhere in sight. He must have been back in the private quarters, tucked behind the enclosed rotunda. Raising his hand, Adrian thumped hard on the wall. "Hey, Bandit, it's me. Are you—" Max appeared all at once, standing mere inches in front of Adrian on the other side of the glass. Adrian yelped and stumbled backward, colliding with the sky bridge's handrail. "Great skies, Max, don't do that!" Max started to laugh. "Your face!" Glowering, Adrian pushed himself off the rail. "Very clever. I'm sure you're the first prodigy with invisibility to ever do that to someone." "Originality is overrated," said Max, pressing down his sandy blonde hair, though it puffed right back up again. His goofy grin didn't fade. "That was so worth it!" As his heart rate returned to normal, Adrian found himself starting to smile, even as he shook his head. Max was only 10 years old, but he could be uncannily serious for his age. It was refreshing to see him pulling a childish prank and getting such an enormous kick out of it. "I'm glad to see you've been practicing," said Adrian. "I'm getting really good at the invisibility thing, and also I was able to fuse a penny to a nickel, which is cool because it's harder with 2 different metals. Your power, though?" Max made a sour face. "I drew a worm yesterday, and all it did was wriggle around for like 5 seconds, then died. I mean, come on, a 2-year-old could draw a worm." "You didn't get that much of my power," said Adrian. "Maybe you'll never be able to get your drawings to do much." Max grumbled something that Adrian couldn't make out. Max had been born with the rare gift of power absorption, meaning he stole the powers from any prodigy he came in close proximity to, hence why Adrian had long ago dubbed him the Bandit. Most of his abilities had been taken when he was just a baby. Metal manipulation and matter fusing from his birth parents, who had been part of a villain gang, invisibility from the Dread Warden, and even telekinesis taken from Ace Anarchy himself during the battle for Gatlin. Max had been too young to remember any of that, though. More recently, he got a touch of Adrian's ability when Adrian had pulled Nova out of the quarantine that kept Max separate from the rest of the renegades. Max said that he was sleeping less lately, which probably meant he'd gotten a bit of Nova's power too, though he had no interest in staying awake 24 hours a day, even if he could. He got bored enough as it was in his solitude. For years, Max would experiment with his abilities only in secret, keeping the extent of them private, even from Adrian. He had been surprised to learn that the kid was actually a lot more talented than anyone had guessed, largely thanks to his own self-training. Adrian knew Max felt guilty for having a lot of the powers he had, like he didn't have a right to any of them. But lately he seemed more eager to practice, and even to show off a little bit. Adrian was happy to see it. Max was the closest thing to a little brother he'd ever known, and he hated to think that Max might feel guilty for something he couldn't control. No prodigy should be made to feel guilty for what they could do. "Where's Turbo?" Adrian said, scanning the city at Max's feet. "In the top of Merchant Tower." Max gestured to one of the taller glass skyscrapers. "I made him a little bed in there, and now he sleeps, like, all the time. I think you might have made him part sloth." Weeks ago, Adrian had drawn a tiny dinosaur, a velociraptor, to prove to Nova that Max hadn't taken his powers from him. The creature had disappeared for a while, then one day showed up unexpectedly inside the pastries case of the small espresso stand in the lobby. There had been a great commotion over it, and a lot of screaming, and someone from the janitorial crew ended up chasing the creature around with a broom for almost 20 minutes before Adrian heard about it and claimed the dinosaur as one of his creations. Max had asked if he could keep it, and just like that, he inherited a thumb-size pet. "Eat, sleep, hunt," said Adrian. "That pretty much covers all the dinosaur instincts I know of, so I doubt he'll ever do much more than that." "If by hunting you mean gnawing on the leftover meat from my dinners. By the way," Max gestured to something over Adrian's shoulder, "did you know you're dead?" Adrian turned to see one of the screens playing a video of the Sentinel being thrown off the barge and disappearing beneath the water. It had been recorded from Nova's fancy binoculars and was the clearest footage that anyone had managed to catch of the Sentinel so far. "Were you worried?" said Adrian. "No."
"What? Not at all?"
Max started to respond, and Adrian knew it would be to deny it again, but he hesitated and admitted,
"Maybe for about 5 seconds or so, but I knew you'd be fine."
"Thanks for the vote of confidence." Adrian glanced around, and, though the sky bridge was empty, lowered his voice. "Of course, we really shouldn't talk about this here."
Yeah,
said Max, unconcerned. He was the only one who had figured out Adrian's identity, a conclusion he reached after watching Adrian leap more than halfway across the quarantine in an effort to save Nova. It really was a shame that he was stuck in here all the time, because the kid would have been a great investigator.
"Do you ever think about telling them?"
Adrian gulped. He tried to meet Max's eyes, but Max was still watching the news footage. "Every single time I see them," he admitted. "But every time I see them, it gets a little bit harder." Adrian had never intended to keep this secret for so long. In the beginning, he'd been excited to tell his dads about his tattoos and how he could use them to give himself new powers. But since then, things had gotten out of control. As the Sentinel, he'd broken a lot of rules. He'd endangered civilian lives. He'd damaged public buildings and infrastructure. He'd searched private property without the evidence of wrongdoing that the renegades would have required. He'd used violent force to apprehend criminals when maybe he could have found a way to stop them without causing harm. The list went on. But he couldn't bring himself to regret any of it. Breaking those rules had allowed him to do a lot of good. In the past month alone, he'd single-handedly captured 17 criminals, including 2 prodigies. He'd stopped car thieves, house burglars, drug dealers, and more. Yes, he'd gone against the code at times, but he was still a superhero. Somehow, though, he didn't think his dads would see it that way. What would they do if they found out his secret identity? If they showed him leniency when anyone else would be arrested, it would be a blatant disregard for the Council's laws. Their laws. And Adrian didn't want to put them in that position. He didn't want to make them have to choose between him and the renegades. To be honest, he also wasn't sure he wanted to know what their choice would be.
"Maybe,"
Max started, though his voice was quiet.
"Maybe you won't have to tell them."
He gestured up at the television.
"Given that the Sentinel is dead."
Adrian blinked. It hadn't occurred to him that this could be the end of his alter ego, but Max was right. This would be an easy way out. If he never transformed again, everyone would assume that the Sentinel had drowned. No one would have to know. But the thought of never becoming the Sentinel again made his stomach lurch. The renegades weren't enough. Gatlin's city needed him. "Do you think that would be best?" he asked.
"It would be easiest,"
Max said.
"Also, highly disappointing."
The corner of Adrian's mouth twitched. "That would be the worst thing of all." Max sighed.
"No Sentinel? No patrol? You're going to be so bored."
Adrian cast him a weak smile. "That's not entirely true. I have some idea of how to fill my time." At Max's curious expression, he leaned closer to the glass. "There are still 3 anarchists out there, right? Queen Bee, Cyanide, and Phobia. I may not be on the official investigation team, but with all this free time, I figured maybe I could do a bit of side research."
"Have the patrols found anything since they abandoned the subway tunnels?"
He shook his head. "No, but they're out there somewhere. And with the Nightmare investigation gone cold, what with her probable death and all, he needed a new direction if he was ever going to find his mother's killer. The anarchists were his best hope for bringing the murderer to justice." Adrian's wristband chimed with an incoming message. He tapped the screen and Oscar's text started to scroll around his arm. "Ruby just got released from Medwing, heading to meeting room. Any word from Nova?" "I have to get going," said Adrian. "The council called everyone in for a big meeting this morning. You don't happen to know what it's about, do you? Max's expression turned strangely vacant.
I might,
he said. Oh? Max shook his head.
I might be wrong. I don't know. Come tell me when it's over, okay?
Can do. Adrian pulled a new marker from his back pocket, a replacement for the one that had fallen into the river, and sketched an earthworm onto the glass wall. He pushed it through, sending the wriggling creature into Max's open palm. A snack for Turbo when he wakes up. He found Oscar, Ruby, and Dana in the hall outside the grand meeting room. "You're free," he said, beaming.
"I know,"
said Ruby, throwing her arms gleefully into the air.
"I should have gone home yesterday, but there's that antiquated 24-hour waiting period. I don't understand why the healers think they know how our powers work better than we do. My grandma was worried sick."
"Well, you look good," said Adrian, inspecting the place where Ruby's leg had been covered in bloodstones last time he'd seen her. Though she was wearing denim shorts, there was no longer any sign of her wounds, not even bandages for that matter. Being covered in vicious rock formations is cool and all, but I prefer you without.
"Aw, you're making me blush,"
said Ruby, though one look at her freckled cheeks proved that he definitely wasn't. Dana, on the other hand, kept flinching when she moved, and he could detect a white bandage peeking out of her sleeve.
"I don't want your pity,"
said Dana before Adrian could say anything.
"I'm actually becoming fond of the covered-in-bandages look. It's like a fashion statement."
"Is the statement that you're a total badass?" asked Oscar.
"Do you even have to ask?"
she said, grinning at him.
"Anyway, the cuts were deep and not all of them were clean, but another couple of days and I'll be fine. Besides, those injuries were nothing compared with the burns from the Sentinel."
Adrian winced and immediately hoped that no one had noticed. It occurred to him that the strangest thing about seeing his teammates right then wasn't the fact that their severe wounds were nearly gone. The Renegades kept the best prodigy healers in the world on staff, but that they were all wearing civilian clothing. Even Oscar was in a vest and dress shirt, his sleeves cuffed at his forearms. Together they seemed almost normal. It was actually kind of nice for a change.
"Oh, before I forget,"
Ruby pulled a handful of cards from a pocket.
"You're all invited."
Adrian took the card from her and flipped it over. It was an announcement for the annual Sidekick Olympics happening that weekend at City Park. "Sidekick Olympics! Awesome!" said Oscar.
"I've been thinking the superhero gig has gotten to be too much pressure. A sidekick role sounds much more laid back." "Too bad it's a non-prodigy competition," said Ruby. "My brothers are competing in it. They've always been a little jealous that I'm this totally cool and semi-famous superhero and everything. I mean, proud, but still jealous."
"Hold on. You're a superhero?" said Oscar, feigning shock. Then he leaned against her shoulder, batting his eyelashes.
"Did you know I've always wanted to be rescued by a superhero?"
Ruby laughed and shoved him away, even as her cheeks reddened.
"You make a terrible damsel, Oscar."
Dana rolled her eyes at them.
"Anyway, I'd get major big sister points if you guys came," Ruby finished. "And before you ask, yes, Oscar, there will be food trucks."
Oscar made an approving okay with his fingers. Adrian scanned the invitation. He'd never been to the Sidekick Olympics before, a series of light-hearted competitions for non-prodigy kids. It wasn't exactly how he'd planned to spend his Saturday afternoon, but it could be fun.
"I have an invitation for Nova, too," said Ruby. "Has anyone seen her today?"
"Not yet." Adrian checked the time on his wristband. There were still 10 minutes before the meeting was supposed to begin. He glanced through the open doors where he could see hundreds of renegades milling about as they waited. Maybe she went in already?
"We checked," said Dana. "No sign of her, but we should go sit down before it gets too crowded." "We'll save her a seat," said Ruby. "Does anyone know what they called us in for?"
"Do you think it could have to do with yesterday?" said Oscar. "You mean about the Sentinel being dead?" Adrian asked. Oscar cast him a strange look as they started heading toward the doors. No, I mean about Hawthorne getting away with all those drugs. Oh, right, said Adrian, feeling sheepish for jumping to the Sentinel thing. They would have started questioning her accomplices already. Maybe they learned something. Guys! A spark flickered inside Adrian's chest. Nova was jogging toward them, her cheeks flushed. Oh, good, she said, slightly out of breath. I only saw the message an hour ago. I had to run all the way from past Wallow Ridge. I thought for sure I'd be late. She drew up short as Ruby thrust the invitation beneath her nose. What's this? My brothers are competing in the Sidekick Olympics. Nova made a face, instinctive Adrian knew, but before she could say anything, Oscar piped up, Don't fret, we've been guaranteed food trucks. Her aversion was immediately replaced with an amused smile. Well, in that case... She met Adrian's gaze, and for the briefest of moments all he could think about was how her blue eyes were brighter than usual, from the morning air or the exercise, or maybe there was just really good lighting on this floor, and... He really needed to stop thinking about it. Gripping the card, Nova peered into the meeting room. Do we know what's going on? No idea, said Dana, waving her arm. But we'd better get in there before all the good seats are taken.
Chapter 6. Nova had never been inside the main conference room at Renegade headquarters. According to the others, it wasn't used much. Oscar had once mentioned an annual meeting in which the council liked to bore everyone to tears with statistics on their successes over the past 12 months and lengthy discussions of their priorities for the future. When he told her this, Nova attempted to act sympathetic. How awful, how boring, how can anyone stand it? When in truth, she would have loved nothing more than to sit in on some of the council's upcoming plans for Gatlin City. Dana led the way into the room, which consisted of a platform at the front facing hundreds of plastic chairs set into rows. The seats were filling up fast as renegades poured in. Nova tried to eavesdrop on their huddled conversations, but it seemed the rest of the organization was as baffled as to the purpose of this meeting as her team was. Though she'd been a renegade for months now, Nova still found herself growing anxious when she was surrounded by so many superheroes at once. She calmed herself with practice observations, counting exits, determining what objects in the room would make decent weapons, estimating potential threats, and developing a mental escape route should anything happen. Nothing ever happened, though. She was beginning to feel like all her preparation was unwarranted. The renegades were as clueless to her true motives as they had been the day she entered the trials. But she couldn't make herself relax. Any small slip-up could reveal her identity. Any little clue could end this charade. An attack could come the moment she let down her guard. It was exhausting to maintain her vigilance while still acting as though she belonged there. But she was getting used to being on edge. She couldn't imagine being any other way. At least, not inside headquarters. There are 5 seats together, said Dana, pointing toward a row not far from the front. She moved to stake their claim. Nova McLean? Nova spun around. Evander Wade, one of the 5 council members, who was more generally known by his alias Blacklight, sauntered through the crowd. Do you have a second? Nova glanced at Adrian, then at the platform at the front of the room. A microphone and a stool were waiting for a presenter, but the stage was empty. I guess so. I'll save you a seat, said Adrian, with the faintest, almost unnoticeable brush of fingers against her elbow, before he followed the rest of the group. Almost unnoticeable. Nova and her traitorous nerves, of course, noticed it keenly. I wanted to discuss the request you submitted a couple weeks ago, said Evander, folding his arms over his chest. The stance was not so much defensive as it was a display of innate power. Nova had seen Evander Wade standing like this a number of times, feet planted into the floor, chest ever so slightly lifted. Unlike the rest of the council, who could at least feign normalcy on occasion, Evander never seemed to be able to turn off his superhero self. The fact that he was currently dressed in his iconic uniform made the effect even more pronounced. All black lycra formed to each muscle, white boots, white gloves, and a glow-in-the-dark emblem on his chest. To Nova, it made him seem pompous and a little ridiculous, but the crowds of giggling girls who always followed after him at public events must have felt otherwise. "My request?" she said. "About doing some part-time work in the artifacts department." "Oh, that! Right. Is it still under consideration?" "Well, I'm sorry it's taken us this long to get back to you." Evander tilted his head toward her as if they were in a conspiratorial conversation. "Been busy around here, you know." "Of course. But, well, when can you start?" Nova's heart expanded. "Really? Now, or whenever, as soon as you'd like me to." "Excellent." Evander flashed a smile, his white teeth visible beneath a curled red mustache. "I've already talked to Snapshot about it. She heads up the department, and she's excited to have you on board. I think you two will get along well." Snapshot. Nova knew that alias. Simon Westwood, the Dread Warden himself, had mentioned the name to her when he'd told her that Ace's helmet was not strictly available for public viewing. But maybe if you made a really great bribe to the people in weapons and artifacts, I hear Snapshot is a sucker for sour gummies. Nova wasn't sure if he'd been making a joke or not. What she did know was that Ace Anarchy's helmet was somewhere in that department. Most of the world believed that Captain Chromium had destroyed it, a lie perpetuated by the Council themselves. They even kept a damaged replica in a display case outside their offices. But the real helmet was actually somewhere in this building, and, presumably, this Snapshot knew how to access it. "Now, that does leave one conundrum," said Evander. "It does?" "Honestly, it's part of the reason we've hesitated for so long. There are some people—" He faked a cough and spluttered. "Tamaya," then another cough, "who worry we're putting too much on your plate." He gestured toward the front of the room, where the other 4 council members were chatting together beside the platform. It was startling to see them all dressed in their traditional superhero garb, down to the capes and the masks, which made Nova even more curious to know what this meeting was about. "You may not know that Tamaya's been pushing us to start drafting labor laws for the city for, 6 years now. It's not exactly a top priority with everything else, but we all have our passion projects. Anyway, we're aware that you're currently on a patrol unit, and we want you to stay on patrols. Plus, you've been called on to do investigative work and data entry for incoming acquisitions, and that's asking a lot of you. So you need to let us know if it starts to feel like too much. You want to take some time off, set some limits on your work hours, that sort of thing. You come talk to me. Or go to Snapshot and she and I can discuss it. Just please," he lowered his voice, "for all the skies, don't complain to Tamaya without talking to me first, because she is an adamant abuser of the phrase, 'told you so,' and no one needs that. You know what I mean?" Nova stared at him. "You really don't have to worry about that. I'm so excited for this opportunity. Believe me, I want to be involved in, well, as much as you guys need me for. And I have so much free time on my hands. It feels good to be using it for something productive. She grinned brightly, and it was made easier by the fact that she hadn't had to tell a single lie. Given that she never slept, she did have a lot of free time on her hands, and having access to the artifacts department would be very productive indeed. "Great to hear," said Evander, slapping her on the back, hard enough to make her stumble in surprise. "Adrian really knew what he was doing when he picked you out at the trials. That boy has great intuition." Stepping back, he pointed his fingers at her, like shooting pretend pistols. "You can report to Artifacts tomorrow morning. I'll let Snapshot know you're coming." She turned away, newly energized. All of Nova's previous attempts to learn more had been met with dead ends and unknowns, to the point where it made her want to attack something with a crowbar. She was supposed to be a spy. She was supposed to be the anarchists' secret weapon. Now, she could get close to Ace's helmet and start making a plan for how she was going to get it back. Most of the crowd had found seats by the time Nova made her way toward her team. "What did Blacklight want?" Adrian whispered as she sat down between him and Dana. "He wanted to know if I'm still interested in doing extra work in the artifacts department," she said. "I start tomorrow." Adrian looked surprised and, she thought, a little disheartened. "Artifacts? But what about... I'll still be doing patrols. Remember, I have a lot more hours in my day than you guys have." Adrian nodded, but she could still see a shadow of concern behind his glasses. She knew exactly what he was thinking. Just because she never slept didn't mean she shouldn't occasionally rest. It was an argument she heard a lot. But people who needed sleep and rest couldn't possibly understand how lack of action only made her irritable. She needed movement, work, momentum. She needed to keep busy during those long hours when the rest of the world was sleeping in order to drive away the anxieties that were always encroaching on her. The constant worry that she wasn't doing enough. "It's fine," she said. "I want to do this." Remembering the faint way Adrian had touched her elbow, Nova braced herself and went to place a hand on his knee. But in the space between her brain telling her it was a good idea and her hand actually making the move, it turned into an uncomfortable balling of her fist that knocked clumsily against the side of Adrian's thigh, before immediately withdrawing into her own lap. Adrian stared down at his leg, brow furrowed. Nova cleared her throat and wished that she'd been gifted with the power to stop blushing at will, rather than eternal sleeplessness. A hand thumped against a microphone, reverberating through the speakers. The 5 council members had taken the stage: Evander Wade, Kasumi Hasegawa, Tamaya Ray, Simon Westwood, and Hugh Everhart. Hugh stood at the microphone. Though the council pretended they didn't have a hierarchy among themselves, most people felt that Hugh Everhart, the invincible Captain Chromium, was the figurehead of the organization. He was the one who had defeated Ace Anarchy. He was the one who had rallied countless prodigies to their side and fought against the villain gangs who had taken control of the city. He was also, of the entire council, the one who Nova felt deserved her wrath the most. If anyone should have rescued her family when they were killed more than a decade ago, it should have been Captain Chromium. But he hadn't stopped the murders from happening. He hadn't been there when she needed him most. Nova would never forgive him for that. She would never forgive any of them. "Thank you all for coming today on such short notice," said Hugh. His Captain Chromium uniform was comprised of skin-tight fabric that made it seem like even his neck muscles had been lifting weights. The classic costumes were generally reserved for special occasions, big celebrations or big announcements. It suggested that today the Council were not only the leaders of this organization, they were the superheroes who protected the world, and, in doing so, controlled the world. We hadn't intended to conduct this meeting for another couple of weeks, Hugh continued. But, due to recent events, the Council has agreed that immediate action must be taken. As I'm sure you're aware, the Renegade organization has come under recent scrutiny, beginning most notably with the puppeteers' attack on our parade, and more recently, the detonator's bombing of Cosmopolis Park. Nova traded a glance with Adrian, but as soon as their eyes connected, they both shifted away. Add to this the rising crime rates and the growing black market trade for weaponry and drugs, and we understand why the public has been demanding a response from us. They want to know how we plan to protect and defend our citizens in the face of so many threats. The Council is doing everything we can to ensure the people that their safety is our utmost priority, and that we require their continued support and cooperation in order to serve them. On that note, I must remind you all that it is of utmost importance that all prodigies who carry the Renegade banner uphold the Gatlin Code authority, both on and off duty. The pursuit of justice is integral to our reputation, but the safety of civilians must always be our top priority. On that note, I want to briefly address the rise we've been seeing in vigilantism. Adrian started to cough sporadically. He ducked his head, burying his mouth in his elbow. Nova pat his back and he winced. "I'm okay," he muttered. "Just inhaled wrong." "We want to see justice served," Hugh continued. "But it is a thin line we walk between justice and revenge. The code is in place so that we can always know what side of the divide we must adhere to. It's selfish to risk the lives of innocent people in order to serve our own agendas. It's thoughtless to put civilians at risk so we might achieve glory. That might be the course of villains of the past, or vigilantes like the one who recently called himself the Sentinel. But that is not who we are." Adrian sank lower into his seat. Nova remembered him once talking about the code, and how the rules set forth by the Council could be hypocritical when, during the Age of Anarchy, they themselves had had no problem endangering innocent lives, so long as they caught their enemies in the end. Back then, the Renegades were notorious for causing catastrophic destruction, or engaging in fights that led to plenty of innocent onlookers being wounded. But it hadn't seemed to bother them at the time. They would have done anything to ensure their side was victorious. Sometimes Nova felt like the renegades of the past had more in common with the anarchists than anyone dared to admit. "But, of course," said Hugh, "there are times when a peaceful solution cannot be reached. There are times when a criminal must be stopped, as quickly and effectively as possible, to prevent them from causing even more devastation. And so long as stopping that criminal does not interfere with the safety of our citizens, then renegades who embrace their duty must be celebrated and praised." He took in a deep breath, and the furrow that had appeared between his eyebrows relaxed. "Which is why, today, we would like to take a moment to honor one of our own." His eyes scanned the crowd. "Would Nova McLean, alias Insomnia, please stand?" Chapter 7. Nova jolted in her seat, not sure she'd heard correctly. Dana swatted her on the back, nearly pushing her out of the chair. The crowd was already applauding as Nova stood uncertainly in their midst. Even the council was clapping. Captain Chromium was beaming at her with pride? Nova felt like she'd just stumbled into one of those bizarre anxiety dreams she'd heard people talk about. The ones where you were put on display in front of your worst enemies, only to discover you'd forgotten to put on pants that morning. But she wasn't asleep. This wasn't a dream. She blinked at Adrian, whose dark expression from before had disappeared. He was grinning, that open, heart-stopping smile that she absolutely loathed. Oscar let out a whoop of pride, while Ruby wiggled both hands in the air. Once the applause had settled, Hugh continued. I am sure most of you have heard how Nova McLean subdued Ingrid Thompson, an anarchist more commonly known as the Detonator, with a single, merciful shot to her head during the altercation at Cosmopolis Park. Had she hesitated, or failed to strike her target, many more bombs would have exploded inside the carnival that day, and we estimate that hundreds of people would have been injured or killed. It is because of McLean's bravery and quick thinking that this catastrophe wasn't far worse. Insomnia, we are proud to have you as a renegade. Nova tried to look pleased while cheers started up around her again, but she thought it might have come off as more of a grimace. The look Hugh Everhart was giving her, she couldn't help but notice, seemed borderline fatherly. He had no right to be proud of Nova or any of her accomplishments, when it was because of him that she didn't have her own father to look at her that way. We are proud to have you as a renegade. Her skin prickled. She knew she should feel elated. She had earned the trust and respect of her enemies, just like she'd wanted to. Like Ace wanted her to. But in this case, their admiration wasn't due to her cunning and duplicity. It was actually warranted. She had been a renegade that day, hadn't she? The Detonator was an anarchist. They had been on the same side. For a long time, Nova even would have called her a friend. But in that moment, Nova had sided with the renegades. She hadn't just betrayed Ingrid. She had killed her. She could call it self-defense, but there had been more than self-preservation in her mind when she pulled the trigger. She'd been afraid for the children and families at the carnival. She'd been furious with Ingrid for tricking her, again. She'd been worried for Adrian. Nova knew that sometimes sacrifices had to be made to force society down a different path. She knew thousands of people had died when Ace started his revolution. But Ingrid's casualties wouldn't have been sacrifices. Those would have been murders. Nova couldn't have stood by and done nothing. In the weeks since, Nova had retraced her steps from that day 1,000 times in her mind, trying to determine if there was something she could have done differently. Except she didn't regret killing Ingrid. She wasn't proud of it. Her stomach curdled each time she recalled the squeeze of the trigger and how, for the first time in her life, she hadn't hesitated. The words had been in her head, as they had been since she was a child, staring at the unconscious body of her family's murderer. Pull the trigger, Nova. The next thing she knew, Ingrid's head had snapped back and she was dead. The most surprising thing was how easy it was. If that made her a renegade, fine. Because she believed it made her an anarchist, too. The applause died down and Nova collapsed into her seat. Her cheeks were hot. 2 aisles ahead, she caught sight of Janissa Clark and her minions, Mac Baxter, Raymond Stern, and Trevor Dunn. Or, as the world knew them, Frostbite, Aftershock, Stingray, and Gargoyle, whom Nova had had the pleasure of defeating during the Renegades' trials. All four of them were sneering at Nova, and Janissa didn't hide her disgusted eye roll as she turned to face the front. Dana must have seen it too, because she made a face at Janissa's back. "Jealous," she whispered. Nova smiled faintly in response. Janissa's team was one of the Renegades' most well-known patrol units, and also the squad that Nova despised the most. Not only because they were cruel and arrogant, but also because they exemplified the corruption that came with handing a bunch of superheroes too much unrestrained power. So Janissa's hostility hardly fazed Nova. If anything, she would have been more concerned if Frostbite actually liked her. Oscar reached around Adrian and knocked his knuckle into Nova's chin. "I remember when she was just a fledgling renegade wannabe, getting challenged at the trials, and look at her now." Nova pulled away, but she couldn't quite get her scowl right. On stage, Hugh Everhart cleared his throat. "One more order of business before we get to the reason why we requested you here today. As you know, there was a recent theft at Gatlin City Hospital, in which life-saving and expensive medications were taken. We're doing everything we can to find the perpetrator and retrieve the stolen drugs. But, in the meantime," he gestured at Blacklight, "Evander has had the brilliant idea of including a fundraiser portion to our annual gala next month, where we will be raising both money and awareness for the growing need for medications, especially as our pharmaceutical industry continues to flounder without proper funding. I know there's a preconception among our civilians that prodigy healers will be enough to aid them, should they require medical treatment. But, well, there simply aren't enough of them to go around, and their abilities can be limited. We need to put more focus on our medical field. As such, we'll be asking for memorabilia donations for a live auction in the coming weeks. Please mark your calendars if you haven't already, as I hope to see strong support from our entire community." Nova frowned. If prodigy healers weren't enough to cure the sick and injured patients at the hospital, why didn't they just say that? Why didn't they encourage more civilians to study medicine? Why were the Renegades so determined to act as if they really could save everyone, when they knew perfectly well they couldn't? "And now," said the captain, "it's time to discuss the main reason we called this meeting today." He gestured toward the council. "Kasumi?" Kasumi Hasegawa, or Tsunami, stepped onto the stage and took the microphone while Hugh disappeared through a nearby door. Pulling a handful of index cards from the sleeve of her uniform, Kasumi said, "To expand on Captain Chromium's introduction, the detonator's attack was a reminder that we cannot allow villains like Ingrid Thompson to remain in full possession of their abilities, without any regulation or preventative measures being taken to ensure these sorts of attacks don't continue to happen. When prodigies abuse their powers, it is our duty to address the threat they pose, to innocent people, to us, and to themselves. As the captain said, our citizens are demanding a response to such threats, and today we will demonstrate for you precisely what that response is going to be. Please note, what we are revealing here today is confidential and to be kept exclusively among Renegades personnel until further notice." Nova perked up with interest. She had been following the media's recent coverage and growing disillusionment with interest. For a decade, people had believed that superheroes would always come to the rescue when needed, though Nova had long known this to be false. Ingrid's stunt seemed to have opened other people's eyes, too. The renegades wouldn't always be there. It was time that society realized they'd given all the power to the renegades and were receiving only empty promises in return. We are assembling a press release that will make this information available to the media as soon as we feel it is safe to do so. Tsunami turned over a card. Her cheeks had become flushed, and it occurred to Nova that Kasumi Hasegawa wasn't comfortable talking in front of large crowds. How ironic. A superhero, an original renegade, who must have faced off against guns and bombs and any number of criminals, to be afraid of something as mundane as public speaking. For years now, Kasumi continued, our talented team of lab researchers have been working on some exciting developments that will serve to assist us in our responsibility of keeping our city safe from prodigies who refuse to follow the code authority. We have developed a tool that is harmless to our non-prodigy population, and therefore puts no civilians at risk, while offering a safe and efficient way for us to neutralize prodigies who refuse to abide by our laws. We intend for this tool to become our most practical means of dealing with prodigy non-compliance. We call it Agent N. Nova's breathing quickened. She recalled Blacklight's words at Cosmopolis Park after the threat of Ingrid's explosives had been subdued. This is proof that not every prodigy deserves their powers. It's because of villains like her that we need Agent N. This was it. Whatever Agent N was, they were revealing it, here, now. Her heart thumped so hard against the inside of her ribcage, it felt like it was trying to escape. It wasn't just a hypothetical, an experiment constrained to their laboratories. It was real. Their so-called antidote, the weapon that Blacklight said would make the world a safer place. But safer for who? To tell you more and to give a demonstration of this tool, said Kasumi, gesturing to the side of the stage. I invite Dr. Joanna Hogan to the stage. Obviously relieved that her part was over, Kasumi returned to her seat. Dr. Joanna Hogan was older than anyone on the council. Somewhere in her 50s, Nova guessed, though she had a youthful prance to her step as she made her way to the microphone. Her lab coat, stark white and neatly pressed, was contrasted by a pixie haircut dyed bubblegum pink. Good evening, she said, and thank you for that introduction, Tsunami. I am Dr. Joanna Hogan, and I have been one of the leading researchers here at HQ since its inception. It is my pleasure to tell you about this new advancement, and I'm grateful for everything the Council has done to encourage our work. She paused to take in a long breath. Today, I will be telling you more about the product called Agent N and giving a demonstration of its abilities, so that you can see and understand its effectiveness firsthand. I know that some people will want to label Agent N as a weapon, but it is important to keep in mind that this is, at its core, a non-violent solution to a problem that has been plaguing us for more than 30 years. She opened her arms wide to indicate such an expanse of time, and a few people in the audience chuckled in uncertain agreement. In addition to being non-violent, Agent N is portable, and its effects are almost instantaneous. It is completely safe to be used around non-prodigy civilians. I really think you're all going to appreciate its real-world applications." Dr. Hogan reached for a briefcase that sat on top of a stool at the back of the stage. She undid the clasp and lifted the lid, holding it up for the audience to see. Everyone shifted in their seats, straining to get a better view. A few rows away, a renegade called Optico popped out one of his removable eyeballs and held it up to get a better look. Inside the case were 3 rows of vials, each filled with a dark green liquid. "This," said Joanna Hogan, "is Agent N. It is a neutralizing agent, hence the name. Here we have the substance in liquid form, which has a number of viable uses, but we have conducted successful experimentation with the agent in capsule form as well." She pulled one vial from the case and held it up. "This vial, containing just 10 milliliters of the agent, has the ability to swiftly and permanently remove the powers from any prodigy on this planet." A murmur of surprise swept through the audience, and a few of the renegades seated closest to the stage scooted their chairs away. Nova tried to disguise the shudder that worked its way through her shoulders. She felt Dana's scrutiny on her, but didn't meet her gaze. "Don't be alarmed," said Joanna. "In liquid form, the solution must be imbibed orally or intravenously in order to be effective. You're all quite safe." She lowered her hand, cradling the vial in her clasped palms. "We see Agent N as a humanitarian consequence for those who defy regulations put forth by our council. After you have been trained on proper usage of Agent N, we will begin to equip all patrol units with release devices. Once this is in your hands, anyone with extraordinary abilities who chooses to conduct themselves in an unlawful manner will no longer be tolerated. They will forfeit the privilege of being a prodigy." The audience's faces contorted in curiosity and subtle appreciation. Nova felt queasy, remembering how horrified she had felt after going into Max's quarantine, when Adrian told her that Max could absorb the powers of others merely by being in their presence. When, for a moment, she thought she might no longer be a prodigy at all. To have your power taken away against your will. Wasn't this a violation of prodigy rights, as much as any abuse they'd suffered before the Age of Anarchy? Ace had fought so hard to give all prodigies the freedom to reveal their powers without fear of persecution. But now the renegades, the very people who should have been fighting on behalf of other prodigies, were determined to eradicate those who didn't follow their code. Even though none of their new laws had ever been put to a vote or officially accepted by the people. Even though the renegades had made themselves judge and jury, lawmakers and enforcers. Nova scanned the room, sure that she couldn't be the only one who saw the hypocrisy here. To change a prodigy on such a fundamental level, to alter the essence of who they were merely because they broke a rule that they had never agreed to in the first place? What about fair trials? What about due process? But all she saw around her were intrigued expressions. Until her gaze landed on Adrian. He, at least, seemed troubled. At some point, he'd taken out his marker and started bouncing it nervously against his fingers. "Additionally," Joanna continued, "we are enthusiastic about the opportunity to use Agent N as an alternate sentence for some of the inmates incarcerated at Cragmore Penitentiary. To date, 7 inmates have been neutralized as part of our testing process, and we will be assigning a committee to look at all Cragmore residents on a case-by-case basis. Their criminal behavior has never been tolerated by the renegades, and now we will ensure that it can never happen again." A murmur of approval swept through the audience, but her words left Nova cold. This was the first anyone was hearing about Agent N, and yet 7 inmates had already been neutralized? By whose order? Under whose approval? Had there been trials set up? Were the inmates given any choice in the matter? Or had those 7 victims been treated as nothing more than lab rats as the researchers perfected this new weapon? Had there been more inmates who had not been successfully neutralized, and, if so, what had become of them? It had to be a violation of human rights, but who cared about the rights of villains? Beside her, Adrian muttered something about Cragmore beneath his breath. Nova cast him a curious look. Leaning toward her, he whispered, "I saw a transport truck outside earlier. I think they brought one of the prisoners here." Nova had only vague memories of anarchists who had been captured and put in Cragmore before the Battle of Gatlin, and she assumed they were still there. The other anarchists never talked about their lost allies, and she had paid them little thought over the years. "I will now be giving a demonstration of Agent N. I think you'll be pleased to see how simple and efficient it is. Please, bring the subject to the stage." Dr. Hogan gestured at the door the captain had gone through. Blacklight stepped forward and pulled it open. Those in the front row craned their heads to see who would come through. "Our subject has been convicted and found guilty of numerous attacks on our citizens. He has used his abilities to brainwash innocent children, which has resulted in injuries sustained by countless individuals over the years." Nova inhaled a sharp breath. She'd been wrong before. She did know someone who was being held at Cragmore Penitentiary, after all. "He is a criminal who once served beside Ace Anarchy himself," said Dr. Hogan, as Captain Chromium returned, hauling a prisoner at his side. "I introduce Winston Pratt, the puppeteer." Chapter 8. Nova slid lower into her seat as Winston was led onto the stage. He wore a black and white striped prison jumper instead of his usual purple velvet suit, and there were chromium chains binding his ankles and wrists. But he was not fighting against his captor. His orange hair was matted and unbrushed, but his makeup remained. Thick black liner around his eyes, rosy circles on the apples of his cheeks, and sharp lines drawn from the corners of his mouth down the sides of his jaw, reminiscent of a wooden marionette. It confirmed that, despite what Nova had assumed for all the years she'd known him, Winston did not wear makeup at all, but rather, his power had transformed his face into that of a puppet. Or a puppet master. Nova tried to position herself so she would be hidden behind the renegade in the next row, while still being able to peer over his shoulder. The last thing she needed was for Winston to spot her in the crowd. She thought she could trust him, but she couldn't be sure, and she hadn't seen him since his interrogation months ago. He had not given her away then, and had kept her secret since. Still, he might decide this was the perfect opportunity to give up her identity, perhaps in exchange for a pardon. It would be no worse than what she had done to him. At the parade, Nova had tossed him out of his own hot air balloon, landing him in the hands of their enemies. She wouldn't blame him if he decided to incriminate her now in order to save his own skin. Her knee started to bounce with mounting energy. Adrenaline surged through her system, preparing her to run at the first sign of Winston's betrayal. But Winston did not look vengeful. He seemed delighted to be the center of attention in a room full of renegades, with everyone gawking at him like curious attendees at a superhero convention. "What's wrong?" Dana whispered. Nova started. "What?" Dana slid down in her chair until she and Nova were shoulder to shoulder. Dana was so much taller than her that the effect was comical. "Are we hiding from something?" Lips pursing, Nova scooted up again. "No," she said, too defensively she knew. "My uncle is always saying I need to work on my posture." On the stage, Simon Westwood had removed the briefcase of Agent N and brought the stool front and center. Hugh Everhart clapped a hand on Winston's shoulder and nudged him down onto the seat. Winston ignored them both, along with Dr. Hogan, who had recoiled when he passed by her. He was busy taking in the room with twinkling, merry eyes. "Oh, my captain," he said, in his squeaky, gleeful voice. "Is this a party? For me?" He jingled his chains. "Is it my birthday?" Casting the prisoner a withering look, the captain didn't respond. Nova swallowed. To the side of the stage, Thunderbird whispered something into Blacklight's ear, and the hint of a smile lifted one corner of his mouth. Something about that look made Nova's blood run cold. Did they even see Winston as a human being? Or had he become nothing more than a science experiment to them? Just like Max and how many others? Despite his easy prattle, Nova knew Winston well enough to tell that he was frightened. He was hiding it as well as he could, but buried deep behind his eyes was a bewildered, silent plea. For mercy. For rescue. For a way out of here. He must have known it was useless. Surrounded by renegades, trapped in their headquarters, without a single ally. Nova shuddered. She was his ally. She was supposed to be his ally. But Winston was a fool who had ruined their mission at the parade and gotten himself caught. He was a bully who preyed on children, which had always struck her as too despicable, even for an anarchist. And yet, for all his faults, he had been loyal to Ace. He was on her team. She should do something. What could she do? What would Ace want her to do? Nothing, her mind whispered, and it sounded like Ace's steady wisdom burbling to the surface of her scattered thoughts. He is not worth revealing your secret. Stay the course. Focus on your mission. Joanna Hogan took a syringe from the briefcase. Winston was not paying her any attention. "I can't remember how old I am," he said, tilting his head to one side. The chromium chains rattled as he brought his hands to his chest and drew an imaginary heart. Dr. Hogan clicked a vial of Agent N into the syringe. Nova gripped the seat beneath her thighs. "By golly," said Winston, swinging his feet. "I am old, I think. And look at all of you renegades, so sprightly and dew-eyed. Why, you're practically children. In fact—" He tilted forward, peering at someone in the front row. His grin turned mischievous. "Methinks you are a child, you wee little defender of justice." Winston launched himself from the stool. One outstretched finger released a sparkling golden thread. The puppet string wrapped around the throat of a young renegade, and the boy cried out. Winston's finger twitched, and the boy charged for the stage. Nova jumped to her feet, but so did the rest of the audience, disrupting her view. With a growl, she stepped up onto her seat to see over their heads. Captain Chromium charged toward the boy, whose screams of fury could barely be heard over the sudden din. But on stage, Joanna Hogan was serene as she reached out and took hold of Winston's arm. He glowered at her. His fingers curled, and the renegade boy who was under his control ran at Dr. Hogan, teeth bared and fingers curled like claws. A wild animal, ready to tear her into bite-sized pieces and devour each one. He released a banshee scream and threw himself at the doctor, but Captain Chromium caught him seconds before he struck her. He pinned the child's arms to his side, securing him tight. Winston Pratt smiled. Nova's mouth ran dry. She spotted his second puppet before anyone else did. They were also focused on the boy thrashing in the captain's arms. No one else noticed Magpie, the prodigy pickpocket. No one else saw her lift her palm. 2 rows away from her, Stalagmite didn't notice his iron hatchet being wriggled free from its sheath and flying into Magpie's waiting hand. She raised the hatchet and charged at Tsunami, a council member. Tsunami's back was to her. No one would notice until it was too late. Nova stood frozen, unable to decide if she should try to stop Magpie or not. This was her objective too, eliminate the council. Destroy the renegades. One less council member would be a good thing. No! The scream was so close to Nova's ear that for a moment she thought maybe it had come from her own mouth. But then Dana dissolved into a swarm of butterflies and soared over the audience. On the stage, surrounded by chaos, the doctor drove the needle into Winston's arm and pressed in the plunger. Dana reformed just in time to grab Magpie's wrist and haul her away from the councilwoman. Magpie screamed as Dana bent her arm back so far she was forced to drop the hatchet. Tsunami spun around, eyes wide. Nova exhaled. But if it was relief she felt, it was short-lived. Dana, her arms locked around a flailing magpie, was staring straight at her. Confused, and maybe betrayed. Shivering, Nova looked away, her cheeks flushing hot. Had Dana been watching her? Did she know that Nova had seen the whole thing and done nothing to stop it? The uproar in the room suddenly changed as the screeching from Winston's first puppet fell silent. From her vantage point on the chair, Nova saw the thin, golden strings that were connecting the 2 young renegades to Winston's fingers snap and disintegrate. Winston studied his hands, flexing his fingers in surprise. Small wrinkles formed in the dark paint around his eyes. His breath became erratic. His jaw began to tremble. A low, distressed wail crawled out from between his lips. "No," he stammered, his voice coated in terror. "What is this? What have you done?" The dark eyeliner began to bleed. Nova clapped a hand to her mouth. It was makeup, or at least, it appeared so now, its inky blackness dripping down his face in thick, gloppy tears. It mingled with the rosy splotches on his cheeks, and soon all his features were melting black and red. Even his porcelain-pale whiteness began to fade, oozing down the sides of his face and onto the collar of his striped jumpsuit. Winston let out another wail. Those who were on stage took a collective step back. Dr. Hogan seemed enthralled as she watched Winston's transformation. Everyone else seemed wary, even afraid. Winston regarded his curled fingers, shivering. Nova wondered what he was seeing, or not seeing, feeling, or not feeling. He started to sob. Huge tears dripped down through the mess on his cheeks. He turned his head and rubbed his nose on his shoulder. The striped fabric came away stained with black and red smudges. When his head lifted again, Nova could see that the lines on his chin were gone. His skin was sallow and tinted faintly blue. He continued to cry, inspecting his hands in disbelief. And he must have known. Whatever he felt, whatever he could sense occurring within his body, he must have known the truth. He was no longer a prodigy, no longer a villain, no longer the puppeteer. And despite having never much liked Winston Pratt, Nova could not ignore the twinge of pity that ran through her. What would become of him now? As her thoughts roiled, someone in the audience began to clap. Then another joined in, and soon the room was applauding while Winston Pratt sobbed on the stage. The experiment had been a success, and they were all beginning to realize what that meant. For the renegades, for the world, and for the anarchists. With a substance like this at the renegades' disposal, how long before the anarchists were annihilated? The renegades wouldn't even have to compromise their own morals. They wouldn't be killing anyone, only taking away their powers. The room began to right itself. With the villain neutralized, the renegades returned to their seats. The two kids who had been taken over by the puppeteer were led away from the room by one of the healers. Nova started to step down from the chair, but then her gaze landed on Winston again, and she froze. He was staring at her, apparently more distressed than surprised to see her. One knee buckled. She stumbled forward, but Adrian caught her by the elbow. "Are you all right?" She blinked. In all the commotion, she'd forgotten he was beside her. Yanking her arm away, she dropped into her seat, trying to hide herself from Winston's view. "Just dandy," she muttered. Winston was hauled from the stage by two security guards. Though he had been walking on his own feet when the captain had brought him in before, now his entire body was limp, like a marionette whose strings had been cut. Nova did not sit up again until the door shut between them. How would he be able to cope with such a change? They had stripped him not just of his power, but his identity. If he could no longer be the puppeteer, who was he? What was he? And those same questions would be forced upon everyone who became a victim of Agent N. Did the council truly believe they had the right to decide who should be allowed to be a prodigy and who shouldn't? Once the crowd had settled, Tamaya Ray stepped up to the microphone. "Thank you for that powerful demonstration, Joanna. Beginning next week, all active patrol units will be required to receive a minimum of 30 hours of dedicated Agent N training, where you will learn the most effective means of administering the substance, as well as how to protect yourself and your teammates from becoming victim to its effects yourselves. We are preparing a press release to inform the media about Agent N, and how it will be used to further protect the people of this city and ensure justice. At that time, all units who have completed the necessary training will be equipped with an emergency supply of Agent N, to be used as a defensive measure against any prodigy who demonstrates an act of violence against a renegade or civilian, or who demonstrates willful defiance of the code." "Without a trial?" Nova whispered. "They're giving us the power to just use this stuff against anyone we feel like, No evidence of a crime required? She shook her head. How can that be within their code? Adrian was watching her. She dared to meet his gaze, unable to hide her disgust. Adrian said nothing, but she thought she saw her worries mirrored in his face. Additionally, Tamaya continued, any prodigy who is currently wanted for recent transgressions is to be neutralized on sight, including all known members of the anarchist villain group, and, as we have not yet found a body confirming his death, this includes the vigilante known as the Sentinel as well. Naturally, Adrian muttered, scratching the back of his neck. Tamaya continued, You will receive your training schedule. Is it reversible? Shouted Nova. Tamaya paused, irritated at the interruption. Excuse me? Nova stood. Is it reversible? Hypothetically, if a prodigy were ever neutralized by accident or without due cause, is there a way for their powers to be restored? Dr. Hogan stepped forward and took the microphone. That's a good question, and I'm glad it's been asked, as we must relate the importance to all renegades that this substance is to be treated with the utmost responsibility. She fixed her gaze on Nova. No, the effects of Agent N are permanent and irreversible. Make no mistake, this is a dangerous substance, and going forward, we will expect that it be handled with utmost care at all times. Thank you, Dr. Hogan, said Tamaya. I want to reiterate once more that what you have heard today is confidential until further notice. We will be available to answer immediate questions after this meeting, and as you begin your training. You are excused. The conference room filled with chatter. Nova and the others followed along with the crowd. But as soon as they had poured out into the wide hallway, Adrian pulled them to the side to wait for Dana to catch up. Well, said Oscar, that was about 1,000 times more intense than I expected it to be. Who else wants to decompress over some pizza? Ignoring him, Nova turned to Adrian. It's from Max, right? This is why they've needed all those blood samples from him? It's gotta be, said Adrian. A crease formed over the bridge of his glasses, and Nova recognized his serious contemplation face. I'd always hoped they were trying to find a way to help him. To, let him be with other prodigies, although his lips pressed thin. It's thanks to Max they were able to defeat Ace Anarchy. I suppose we shouldn't be surprised that they would try to find a way to abuse his power, Nova muttered. Adrian frowned but didn't disagree. But he's a prodigy, a living, breathing person, while that stuff is synthetic. To replicate his power like that, it doesn't seem possible. Possible? Said Ruby, chuckling. Adrian, I've seen you create living, breathing creatures out of a pencil and a piece of paper. I sprout gemstones when I bleed. Dana turns into a bunch of butterflies. Are we really questioning what's possible? What? Said Oscar. You're not going to remark on all the mind-blowing things I can do? Ruby gestured half-heartedly in Oscar's direction. Oscar can eat 2 extra-large pizzas in one sitting while quoting the entire 3rd season of Star Avengers from memory. Oscar nodded solemnly. It's hard to believe I even exist. Nova massaged her temple. I just wonder if Max knows what they've been working on all this time. If he does, said Adrian, he's never said anything to me about it. Maybe it was confidential. Nova couldn't keep the bitterness from her voice. Everything about Max was confidential. The truth of his ability, the reason behind the quarantine. And now this. As far as she knew, most people in the organization weren't even sure why Max was locked up in the first place. The general rumor seemed to be that his power weakened prodigies who came in contact with him. And he had to be kept separate for his safety and theirs. But few people seemed to realize the full extent of what he could do. How he could drain abilities from other prodigies and absorb them into himself. How he had taken power from Ace Anarchy himself. When she had first met Max, she had been told that he was both valuable and dangerous. Only now was she beginning to realize exactly how true those words were. "What worries me," said Adrian, "is how easy it would be to abuse this stuff." Nova lifted an eyebrow. "What, you think a renegade would abuse this sort of power?" "Not everyone, of course, but even renegades can have selfish motives sometimes." He paused, frowning at her. "Wait, you were being sarcastic, weren't you?" "Good catch," she snapped. Adrian peered at her, bewildered. "Are you mad at me?" Nova took a step back and took some calming breaths. She was lashing out unfairly. Adrian had nothing to do with this, she reminded herself. And during the presentation, there had even been moments when he'd looked as appalled as she was. "No," she said, quieter now. "I'm sorry, I'm just worried about what Agent N could mean. You said yourself that people are going to abuse it." "No, I said it would be easy to abuse it. Not that I think someone will. We'll have to see how the training goes." Nova shook her head. "This is a clear corruption of power. They can't just send patrol units out on the streets with this stuff and expect that mistakes won't be made. That people won't let their emotions get away from them. What about a fair trial? Evidence? What if someone makes a living using their ability and then it gets taken away without a second thought?" She thought of Cyanide, who, for all his illegal dealings, also made a lot of legitimate concoctions that he sold to legitimate customers, from insecticides to wart removers. Or what if someone were to turn their life around and start using their power to help people? Agent N would take that choice away from them. You know, the renegades talk an awful lot about human rights, but this is a violation of prodigy rights. "Villains don't get rights." Nova jumped. She hadn't heard Dana come up behind her, and the glare Dana was fixing on her made her immediately wary. "Agent N is going to be used on villains, on people who don't follow the code. Yet you seem awfully keen to defend them." "Not everyone who disagrees with the code is a villain," said Adrian. Dana stared at him aghast. "Really? What would you call them?" Adrian scratched his ear with his capped marker. "The code hasn't even been in place for 10 years, and the council is making changes to it all the time. Who knows what it will look like in another 10 years, or 50 years. It's not all black and white, good and bad. People's actions, their motives, there are—" He circled his hands in the air. "Gray areas." "Exactly," said Nova, and she felt the knot in her chest begin to loosen. And people deserve to have a chance to explain their actions and their motives before they have their abilities stripped away. "I don't need to know what Hawthorne's motivation was," said Dana. "To know that she is a thief and a danger to society. If I'd had Agent N the other day, I would have neutralized her without a second thought. And I certainly wouldn't be feeling guilty about it now. Can any of you say otherwise?" She glowered at Nova. Nova clenched her jaw, annoyed to feel a snag in her own conviction. Even Hawthorne deserved a trial, surely. Even she deserved a chance to choose a different path. But then Nova thought of Ingrid. She had shot her, killed her. There had been no trial, no reasoning with her. It had been self-defense. It had been protecting innocent lives. It had also been irreversible. And she didn't regret it. Would she have regretted seeing Hawthorne being neutralized by Agent N? A fate which surely had to be better than death? "You know, Nova," said Adrian gently before she could formulate a response. "You once said that the world would be better without any prodigies in it at all. So, maybe, in that way, Agent N can be a good thing?" "No," she said firmly. "This is different. I do think humanity would be better off without any prodigies at all. People would have control over their own world again and be forced to make their own decisions. Helping themselves for once, rather than relying on superheroes all the time. It would level the playing field." She considered her own team and thought of the amazing powers surrounding her just in this small group. And then all the powers of all the prodigies all over the world. Normal humans without any such abilities could never compete with what the renegades had become. But that's not what's happening here. This is oppression, pure and simple. If they succeed, the renegades will be putting themselves even higher above everyone else than they already have. There will be no one to challenge us. No one to stand in our way or keep us from achieving total power. And then, where will humanity be? "It will still be better off than it was in the hands of the villains," said Dana. Scowling, Nova forced herself to meet her gaze and hold it this time. "And once she paused, "once we have total power, what's to keep us from becoming villains ourselves?"
Chapter 9. Adrian was still waiting outside the meeting room, tapping his foot and listening to the rise and fall of conversations beyond the door. The rest of his team had headed off to the cafeteria at Oscar's urging, of course, but he'd had an idea during the meeting that kept him from joining them. He'd been waiting to talk to Hugh or Simon for nearly 20 minutes now, but the council was taking forever to leave the room, stopping to talk to every single person who accosted them. Finally, Hugh split off from a group of patrol units, all evidently excited about the prospect of starting Agent N training. "Hey, Dad!" Adrian worked his way through the lingering crowd. Hugh turned to him, beaming.
"Adrian, what did you think?"
Great," he said quickly, though saying it felt like a betrayal of both Nova's hesitations and his own. He needed more time to process Agent N and what it could mean for the organization and society at large. What it could mean for the Sentinel. But that wasn't what he wanted to talk about now. "I have a question."
"You and everyone else,"
said Hugh, dropping a hand onto Adrian's shoulder and steering him through the crowd.
"We're going to have lots more information to impart over the coming weeks, and your training will clear up a lot of confusion."
"Not about Agent N. I want to know what's happening with the puppeteer."
"Winston Pratt," said Hugh, holding up a finger. "He is no longer the puppeteer, nor will he ever be again."
"Right," Adrian drawled. "I'm wondering, is he being sent back to Cragmore today, or—"
"Cragmore? Why would we send him back to Cragmore?"
Hugh's eyes were twinkling, literally twinkling.
"Cragmore Penitentiary is for prodigy criminals, and Winston Pratt is no longer a prodigy."
"Okay, so where are we sending him?"
"He'll be put in one of our temporary holding cells here in HQ until he has completed a series of psychological evaluations, and his past crimes have been reassessed in light of his new status. He's no longer the threat that he once was, and that will be taken into account."
"The holding cells. Great," said Adrian, clapping his hands together. "Is he on his way there now?" For the first time, Hugh sent him an uncertain look.
"No," he said.
He'll be taken back to the laboratories first, so we can monitor him for potential side effects from the neutralization. We don't expect there to be any, but our researchers are adamant that we continue to collect as much information from our subjects as possible to prevent future surprises, blah, blah, blah. He waved a hand through the air. The laboratories, repeated Adrian. How long will he be there for? I don't know, Adrian. A few days, maybe. What is this about? They had reached the elevator bank, and Hugh jabbed the up button. Adrian stood straighter, trying to channel his dad's confidence. I'd like to ask him some questions. You already asked him some questions. That was months ago, and it was a part of the Nightmare investigation. Things are different now. I'd say. One difference being that you're no longer an investigator. Hugh stepped into the elevator, and Adrian followed him in, scowling. I'm also no longer on patrols, at least until Dana is cleared, Adrian said. So I have some free time, and I thought... He hesitated as hyperspeed and velocity stepped over the elevator's threshold. Would you mind waiting for the next one? He said, gently nudging them back out again. Their gazes skipped between Adrian and the captain, then they stepped away without argument. The doors closed, and Hugh made a disapproving sound as he pressed the floor for the council's offices. There's no call to be rude, Adrian. Listen, he said. I am listening, said Hugh. But I can listen and be polite at the same time. He fixed Adrian with a look of adamant concentration that felt borderline mocking. He plowed on. Nightmare was confirmed an anarchist, and I still believe that she knew something about my mother's murder. Hugh's expression became a bit more doubtful, but Adrian ignored it. If she knew something, then it's reasonable that the other anarchists might know something too. It's likely that the murderer was an anarchist, right? We have always regarded that as a strong possibility. So just because Nightmare's dead doesn't mean the investigation is over. I want to talk to to Winston Pratt about it, see if he knows anything. You are aware that we've been questioning him off and on ever since the detonator attacked Cloven Cross Library, aren't you? Said Hugh. Some of our best detectives have interrogated him to try to find out where the remaining anarchists might have gone, and as far as we can tell, he is completely oblivious. I'm not sure. I don't care where the other anarchists are, said Adrian. Then, realizing that he actually did care very much, he adjusted his glasses and continued. Yes, obviously I would love to catch them as much as anyone, but that's not what I want to ask him about. Somebody killed Lady Indomitable, and if Winston Pratt has any information on that case, I want to talk to him about it. And if he doesn't? Adrian shrugged. Nothing lost, right? The elevator slowed and the doors opened onto an immaculate lobby. Behind a desk, Prism launched to her feet, holding up a folder. Captain, sir, I've finished preparing that memo. Hugh held up a hand to her, and she fell quiet. His attention was still fixed on Adrian, his mouth twisted into a frown. Please, said Adrian. I know that I might not learn anything, but I have to try. Hugh let his hand fall as he stepped out of the elevator. I'll approve temporary clearance to the labs for the sole purpose of speaking with Mr. Pratt. A grin stretched across Adrian's mouth. Thank you. But Adrian, Hugh's brow tensed. Don't get your hopes up, all right? He isn't exactly a reliable resource. Maybe not, said Adrian, stepping back as the doors started to close between them. But he did lead me to Nightmare. Clearance arrived 90 minutes later via a chime on his wristband. When it came, Adrian was in one of the patrol dormitories making a list of everything he knew about his mother's death, about the anarchists, about Nightmare, and trying to come up with a strategy for questioning the ex-villain. He thought about reaching out to Nova to see if she would go with him. He could have used her intuition, but then he remembered her saying that she was going home to check on her uncle after the meeting. Though she'd never come out and said it, Adrian suspected there might be something wrong with her uncle. Perhaps he was sick or just getting old. He never felt like it was his place to ask her about it, but he had noticed the way Nova's mouth pinched whenever she mentioned him.
Part of Adrian was hurt that she wouldn't confide in him. But he knew it was hypocritical to think that way when there were so many secrets that he had yet to confide to her. So he went to the labs alone. He scanned for Max as he passed by the quarantine walls, but the kid was nowhere to be seen in his glass city. A portly man in a white lab coat was waiting for Adrian when he entered the laboratory.
"Follow me and don't touch anything," he said brusquely. "The patient is currently undergoing an important post-procedure evaluation, and we expect him to be tired and agitated. I ask that you limit your meeting with him to no more than 15 minutes today, though his assigned counselor might approve further questioning sessions in the weeks to come."
"Counselor?" asked Adrian. The man tucked his hands into his coat pockets.
"To assist with the transition from prodigy to civilian, we're still trying to understand the full extent of emotional struggles that arise from such a change, but we've found that offering counseling from the start severely lessens some of the psychological ramifications going forward."
Adrian followed the man through a maze of workstations, cubicles, and storage spaces. "How many people have received Agent N so far?" he asked, wondering if the 7 that Dr. Hogan had mentioned was the extent of it. The man's shoulders stiffened.
"I'm afraid that is confidential, Mr. Everhart."
Of course it was. Then the man's posture relaxed, and he slowed his pace so Adrian was walking alongside him.
"Though I can say," he said, glancing around in a manner that
suggested he really wasn't supposed to say,
"that everyone here has been surprisingly pleased at the reactions from many of our patients. It was an unexpected result, but it has not been uncommon for ex-prodigies to feel, well, a sense of relief after the procedure. They often talk about their previous abilities as being a burden as much as a gift."
Adrian tried to imagine feeling grateful to lose his powers, but he couldn't. The loss would devastate him, and he couldn't help being suspicious at the man's words. Either the neutralized patients were just saying what they thought their counselors wanted to hear, or the people in this laboratory were skewing their words to justify using the patients for their tests, against their will, he assumed.
"Here we are,"
said the man, stopping outside an unmarked white door. The door opened, and a polished woman smiled out at them. "I'm just finishing up here. One moment." She stepped back into the room, leaving the door open. Adrian craned his head, watching her approach a simple cot against the wall where Winston Pratt was lying flat on his back. She leaned over him and touched her fingers to his shoulder, whispering something. Winston appeared to have no reaction. The woman gathered up a purse and a notepad and stepped out into the hall. "I'll be back to see him in the morning," she said. Then, turning to Adrian, she added, "Try not to upset him if you can help it. It's been a difficult day." "Difficult day?" said Adrian, appalled at the sympathy in her tone. This was the villain who had brainwashed countless innocent children, forcing them to attack their peers, their families, even themselves on occasion. And the people here were concerned that he might be having a difficult day? Adrian bit back his thoughts and forced a wan smile. The woman slipped away, and Adrian turned back to the small room. A couple of chairs were stationed beside the cot, and a plate of sandwiches, apparently untouched, sat on a side table. The lighting was dim and warm, and the air smelled of a mix of chemical cleaners and lavender room spray. Shouldn't he be restrained or something?" whispered Adrian.
The man chuckled. "He's not a villain anymore," he said, slapping Adrian on the shoulder. "What are you afraid of?" He started to walk away. "I'll be back to get you in 15 minutes, but if you're done sooner, have them page me."
Adrian stood inside the doorway for a long moment, observing the villain on the cot. He knew that Winston must be aware of his presence, but he never took his eyes from the ceiling. He had been changed out of the striped prison uniform into light blue sweatpants and a white t-shirt, and he appeared so utterly disheartened that Adrian felt a twinge of that sympathy he had criticized the woman for. "Mr. Pratt?" he said, shutting the door behind him. I'm Adrian Everhart. We met once before. I'm not sure if they told you I was coming today or not, but I was hoping to ask you some questions." Winston did not move except for his eyelids closing and opening in slow motion. "I know a lot of people have talked to you lately about the anarchists and where they might be hiding out, but there's a different mystery that I was hoping you could maybe shine some light on." When Winston still didn't react, Adrian perched on the edge of one of the chairs, resting his elbows on his knees. "Last time I spoke to you, the anarchists had just abandoned the subway tunnels, and most of them had not been seen or heard from since. I'm told that you've been questioned at length on their whereabouts, and I believe you when you say that you don't know where they are." No response. He looked so different from when Adrian had interrogated him before, without the permanent etchings of marionette lines on his jaw, or the circles of rouge on his cheeks, without the sinister grin. He still had the ginger-red hair, but it now fell uninspired across his forehead. He looked so normal. He could have been anyone. A math teacher, a truck driver, a shop owner. Anyone but a villain. Adrian lifted his chin and reminded himself that despite his harmless appearance now, the man before him had done despicable things. Losing his powers didn't change that. "However," Adrian continued, "you did give me some really useful information regarding Nightmare." This at last provoked a twitch in Winston's cheek. "I don't know how much they keep you informed around here, but we were able to track Nightmare down to her hiding spot at Cosmopolis Park." Winston's eyes shifted toward him, then straight back to the ceiling. "Have you heard about the fight that happened there between Nightmare and the detonator?" pressed Adrian. "Did you know that they're both dead?" He waited, and after a long silence, Winston's head listed to the side. He seemed to be considering Adrian. "Both dead?" the villain said, feeling out the words. "Are you sure?" Adrian's jaw tightened. He wasn't sure, of course, no matter how convinced of Nightmare's death the rest of the world seemed to be, but Winston didn't need to know that. "The detonator killed Nightmare with one of her explosives, and one of my teammates killed the detonator. I saw it happen." Winston made a sound that suggested he was unconvinced by Adrian's story. "Here's the thing," said Adrian, leaning forward. "Before Nightmare was killed, she was overheard using a phrase, a slogan of sorts. She said, 'One cannot be brave who has no fear.' Do those words mean anything to you?" Winston scowled. Then he sat up without warning and swung his legs over the side of the cot. He mimicked Adrian's stance, leaning over his knees, studying him. A chill ran down Adrian's spine, but he refused to show his discomfort. Holding Winston's gaze, he squeezed his hands together until one of his joints popped. "Lady Indomitable," Winston whispered. The name hung between them, filling up the silence, feeling like a shared secret somehow, until Winston leaned back and brought his knees up, crossing his legs on the cot. All signs of melancholy vanished, and he sounded almost cheerful as he began to talk. "Did you know she once got hold of my hot air balloon and flew it all the way into the next county? I wasn't in it at the time. Was busy robbing a bank or something," he snapped. No, a warehouse, that's right. The balloon was supposed to be our getaway vehicle. Didn't quite work out that way, obviously. Took me almost a month to track it down. She'd left the thing in a cow pasture. Can you believe that? Meddling little renegade. He stuck out his tongue. Gaping at him, Adrian stammered, "She was my mother." "Well, clearly. You look just like her, you know." Adrian's mouth opened and closed for a minute, trying to determine the importance of this story, if there was any. Unless... Rage flared in his chest. "Did you do it?" he barked, jumping to his feet. Winston pushed his back against the wall, startled. "Did you kill her? Did you murder her because she stole your balloon?"
Did I? Winston let out a shriek of a laugh and clapped his hands to the sides of his face. Did I kill Lady Indomitable? Goodness gracious, no! He paused, considering. That is, I would have, had the opportunity ever presented itself. Adrian snarled, his hands still clenched into fists. But I didn't, he insisted. But you know who did, don't you? You know she was found with that note, those words on her. One cannot be brave. Who has no fear, yakety-yak, trying a bit too hard to be profound, isn't it? Winston yawned exaggeratedly. Adrian lowered himself back to the chair. Who killed her? Was it an anarchist? Are they still alive? Are they still out there? The look behind Winston's eyes changed then, no longer hollow and distressed as they had been when Adrian had first arrived, nor jovial and worry-free. Now he appeared to be considering something, to be calculating. For the first time since he'd entered the room, Adrian could see the villain this man had once been, or was still, despite what everyone wanted to believe. I will give you information, but I ask for something in return. Adrian tensed. I'm not in a position to bargain with you. I don't ask for much. You can even run my request by that counsel of yours if you'd like. Adrian hesitated, but Winston kept talking without waiting for a response. When I was a child, my father gave me my first puppet, a wooden marionette with orange hair like mine and a sad face. I named it Hetty. Well, the last I saw of Hetty, he was fast asleep in his little bed right next to mine on the subway platform at Blackmire Station. His expression turned pleading. Bring me Hetty, Mr. Renegade, and I promise I will tell you something you want to know.
Chapter 10. Admit it. You had a bit of a thing for him. Nova turned her face to Honey, her jaw dropping with disgust. They were crammed into Leroy's beloved yellow sports car, Nova straddling the center console between Honey and Leroy. I did not. Honey tittered, shooing Nova's comment away with the tips of her glossy gold nails. Psh! What girl your age doesn't fawn over such golden-hearted righteousness, that boldness, that sheer heroism? Despite her mocking tone, there was a dreaminess in her eyes as she watched the city pass by their window. Nova gaped at her. Gross. Leroy snickered. Believe me, it isn't the heroics that Honey finds attractive. It's the power. A shrill giggle escaped Honey, and she leaned forward to peer around Nova at him. Oh, the Sentinels, obviously not for me. All those muscles and gratuitous masculinity. She stuck out her tongue. But Leroy makes an excellent point. Power like that, it does make my heart pitter-patter. If you claim otherwise, you're lying. Nova shook her head and peered down the line of red stoplights stretched out before them, knowing that Leroy would ignore most of them. Luckily, this neighborhood was a ghost town this time of night. Absolutely not. There was nothing attractive at all about that pompous, arrogant, attention-craving renegade? Wannabe. Honey smirked. Your protests speak volumes. But they haven't found the body yet, have they? Who knows? Maybe your sentinel survived. Nova crossed her arms over her chest, sensing that she was fighting a losing battle. I watched him get thrown in the river. That armor sank like it was made of concrete. No way he could have gotten out of it fast enough. She hesitated before adding, with some annoyance, though he has surprised me before. Shame, Leroy mused. I was beginning to enjoy your heated griping on his egotism and, how did you put it that one time? That his personality was as interesting as a bloated carp? That might have been a little harsh in hindsight, said Nova, given the whole drowning thing. Leroy shrugged, but the jerkiness of the movement sent the car careening into the opposite lane. He smiled impishly as he course-corrected. Regardless of your personal feelings, whatever they might be, he cast Honey a sideways smirk, I'm saddened by the vigilante's death. He'd done more to benefit our cause than any underground villain these days. The Sentinel? He made it his personal mission to hunt me down. When the world believed that Nightmare was alive, yes, he was problematic. But since you were proclaimed dead, he's been quite helpful, embarrassing the renegades at every turn. Nova shook her head. She didn't like to think of the Sentinel as being a benefit to their cause. She didn't like to think anything positive about that inflated action figure at all. But maybe Leroy had a point. The Sentinel had been active since the attack on the carnival, frequently showing up at the scene of a crime before even the renegade patrol units arrived, though no one knew how he was finding out about the crimes so fast. He'd captured more low-level criminals than some renegades had in their entire careers, and his success was largely thanks to his refusal to adhere to the Gatlin Code Authority. In fact, something told her that he would have had no problem shooting that guy who had held the barista hostage, potential risks or not. But there was still something about him that made her skin crawl. The way he talked, like all the world should stop to listen and be enraptured by his brilliance. The way he was always striking those silly poses in between battles, like he'd read far too many comic books. The way he had tried to intimidate her during the parade, and how he'd threatened Leroy in the tunnels. He acted like he was superior to the renegades, but he was nothing more than a hero reject with a power complex. But it no longer mattered. He'd been a nuisance both to the renegades and Nova. And now he was gone. Soon his body would be dredged up from the river, his identity would be revealed, and his story used as a bulleted talking point for the council to remind people why vigilantism was a bad idea. Prodigies needed to join the renegades, or they needed to keep their powers to themselves. At least, that's what the council wanted everyone to believe. Annoyed with the conversation, Nova was glad when she finally spotted the cathedral looming at the top of its hill. Or what had once been a cathedral. Now it was merely a shell of a structure. The northeast side was relatively unscathed, but the rest had been demolished during the battle for Gatlin. The nave and two elaborate towers that had stood at the west entrance had been reduced to rubble, along with the high altar, the choir, and both of the southern transepts. A handful of columns still stood around the open cloister, though they looked more like the ruins of an ancient civilization than destruction wrought only a decade ago. Leroy parked outside the gate. The ruins stood in the midst of a dead neighborhood. The battle had destroyed the surrounding city blocks. On top of that, some people worried that dangerous radiation and various toxins had leached into the ground as a result of so many colliding superpowers, leaving the area uninhabitable and feared by most of the populace. There was no one to see them, no one to wonder about the yellow car parked outside the wreckage or the mysterious figures trudging through the wasteland. The night was overcast. With the nearest street lamp 4 blocks away, it was almost pitch black as they stepped over the "Danger, Do Not Enter" sign strung between 2 metal posts. Honey dug an industrial-size flashlight from her industrial-size handbag and went on ahead of them. It was no longer safe for them to enter Ace's catacombs through the subway tunnels, for fear that they were being monitored by the renegades. And it had taken a full day to clear away the rubble that had divided Ace's sanctuary from the fallen cathedral since the Day of Triumph. But now they had a new secret entrance for their visits, a narrow staircase tucked between a crumbling archway and a fallen stone column, hidden by a muddle of splintered pews and toppled organ pipes. As soon as Nova descended the first set of steps, it felt like stepping into a different universe. There were no hints of the city down here. No sirens or angry voices coming from apartment windows or the rumble of delivery trucks ambling down the streets. This was not Gatlin City. This was a place forgotten. This was a place without renegades, without law, without consequences. She sighed. That wasn't true. There were still consequences. There were always consequences, no matter which side she was on, no matter who she fought beside. There was always someone left disappointed. Her hand went to her bare wrist. She'd gotten used to the feel of the renegade wristband that she usually wore, and now felt strange without it. She had left it at the house, so that if anyone back at headquarters tracked her whereabouts, they wouldn't notice anything suspicious about her location. They reached the first crypt, overcrowded with stone sarcophagi, and Nova sensed Phobia's presence, first by the shiver that coursed through her body, and then by the way the shadows converged in one corner, solidifying into his tall, cloaked form. Honey shone the flashlight straight into the overhang of his hood, where a face should have been, but was, instead, only more darkness. Phobia shrank away slightly, blocking the light with the blade of his scythe. "How nice to see you," said Honey. "I was beginning to think someone might have conducted an exorcism and sent you back to the underworld." "You believe that's where I'm from?" said Phobia, his raspy voice eerier than usual in the dank chamber. Honey hummed to herself. "Well, I don't think you're from the suburbs." Phobia sauntered in their wake as they descended another stairwell, spiraling down into the earth. Faint light could be felt as much as seen, emanating from the deepest sublevel. Leaving the stairs behind, they passed through a chamber with vaulted stone ceilings and ancient pillars. The walls were lined with more coffins, many carved with the faces of knights and holy men, others chiseled with Latin proverbs. Beyond the chamber was an open door and the source of the light, a standing candelabra lit with 9 taper candles. The ground beneath was covered in wax that had dripped into a series of small hillocks over the years, puddling and splattering across the stone floor. Inside this final room, there was an old writing desk, teetering stacks of books, and stately 4-poster bed and bones. So many bones. Countless eye sockets watching from their hollow skulls. Femurs and rib cages stacked neatly across open shelves. Tiny finger and foot bones lined up side by side, as precisely as mosaic tiles. And there was Ace, sitting in the room's only chair, drinking a cup of tea while a small book of poetry hovered in front of his face. He took a sip from the porcelain cup at the same time one of the brittle yellow pages turned. Ace Anarchy, the catalyst of a revolution, the world's most feared villain, but also Nova's uncle, the man who had saved her, raised her, trusted her. His gaze moved slowly across the worn yellow page of the book, and only when he had reached the end of the poem did he look up. "Acey, darling," Honey cooed, "you're skinnier than half the skeletons down here. Haven't you been eating?" She snapped her fingers. "Nova, there are a few jars of honey up in the car. Would you be a dear and go fetch them?" "Thank you, Your Majesty," said Ace, his voice gravelly and tired. "But I have had enough honey to last several lifetimes." "Nonsense! It's food fit for gods." "Alas, I am a mere mortal, and I am quite content with my tea." Honey made a suit-yourself noise in her throat and sank onto the edge of a marble casket. She clicked off the flashlight, letting the warmth from the candelabras engulf them. Nova never spoke outright about the state of Ace's health. Honey had embraced the role of both his doting nurse and apparent beautician, and though Ace often complained about being fussed over, they had both fallen comfortably into the routine. Honey would comment on his appearance, his health, how worried she was for him. Ace would rebuke all concerns. Everyone would move on. Nova did not think she could get away with pointing out Ace's growing weakness like Honey did, but it didn't stop her from worrying. 10 years in the catacombs had made him as pale as his skeletal companions, and almost as gaunt. He seemed to move slower every time she visited, each movement matched with crackling joints and flinches of pain, which he couldn't always hide. And that was when he moved at all. Half the time he sat almost comatose in his chair, letting his mind fetch him his books and his food when his body refused to cooperate. Nova did not want to think of it, but the truth couldn't be denied. Ace was dying. The most brilliant visionary of their time, the most powerful prodigy in history, the man who had carried her all the way to the cathedral after her family had been murdered. A growing 6-year-old girl, and he had carried her for miles as if it were nothing. The poetry book closed with a snap and returned itself to a stack of tomes in the corner. "It is a rare treat to be visited by all my brethren at once," said Ace. "Has something happened?" Nova could feel the weight of everyone's focus attached to her. She hadn't told Leroy and Honey anything yet, only that something big had happened that day, and she needed to call an emergency meeting. With Ace, too. She squared her shoulders. "There was an organization-wide presentation today, and, well, I have good news and bad news." "Good first," said Leroy. Nova glanced at him and he shrugged. "Life is short." Nova licked her lips. "All right, I received a public commendation for killing the detonator." A short silence was filled by Honey's guffaw. "Oh, sweetheart! We need to work on your delivery. You make the praise sound like a death sentence." "Well, it wasn't exactly my proudest moment, was it?" "And why not?" said Ace. And though he spoke quietly, he immediately had everyone's attention. Even Phobia's cloak seemed to flutter as he tilted his head toward their leader. "Ingrid might have been a great ally for many years, but she had grown impatient and selfish. She betrayed you, and in doing so, she betrayed us all." He smiled, the change stretching deep wrinkles across his cheeks. "I see her death as the worthiest sacrifice she could have made, particularly as it has earned you a great deal of respect from our enemies. That alone is worth 1,000 of Ingrid's explosives." The knot in Nova's chest loosened. "Thank you, Uncle." "And Your bad news? Said Leroy, rocking back on his heels. The knot tightened right back up again. The main reason for the presentation today. Nova took in a long breath and told them everything she had learned about Agent N. How long the Renegades had been developing it, what it could do, how all patrol units would be equipped after they finished their training. Lastly, she told them about the puppeteer. Well, if it had to be any of us, said Honey, tapping her nails against the coffin's lid, I'm glad it was him. Nova started, dismayed. Oh, come, said Leroy, noticing her reaction. You always hated it when Winston used his powers. Nova glared at him, her cheeks flaming. It felt like an accusation, and one that she didn't like being put forth right in front of Ace. Even if it was true, there was a part of her, and not a small part either, that had not been sad to know that the puppeteer was gone, that no children would ever be forced to suffer the mind control he could exact with his creepy glowing strings. Did that make her as bad as the Renegades who were enthusiastic about Agent N and its possibilities? Did that make her a traitor to the anarchists, her family? The Renegades don't get to decide who gets superpowers and who doesn't, she said, jaw tense. And who should we entrust with such a decision? Rasped Phobia. Fate. The whims of chance. The puppeteer was a fool, and now he is suffering the consequences. Nova was surprised to see that no one seemed particularly upset. Winston had been with them for so long. Could it be that, for all these years, they had only barely tolerated him? For some reason, the thought made her sad. So we have lost the detonator and the puppeteer, said Ace. Our numbers are dwindling. And we'll all be in trouble once this neutralizing agent is approved for use, said Nova. How could they have created such a poison? Said Leroy, rubbing his jaw. It must be a marvel of chemical engineering. I suspect they are using the child, said Ace. Nova spun back to him. She had avoided telling the anarchists about Max, worried that one of them might try to target him specifically. But of course Ace knew of his existence. Max had been the one to drain away some of his powers during the battle for Gatlin. What child? Said Honey. One whose mere presence can suck the power from our souls. Ace's eyelids fluttered shut, and he leaned against the back of his chair. I have no doubt that he has served a role in the development of this Agent N. Yes, Nova said. They call him the Bandit. Saying it felt like a betrayal, but she tried to ignore it. Her loyalties were here, not in a quarantine at Renegade headquarters. But then Ace opened his eyes again and they were burning. He is an abomination. Nova took a step back, surprised by his vehemence and the unfairness of such a statement. She wanted to be sympathetic to Ace and the grudge he must have held against Max all these years. The baby who had weakened him, who had cost him everything. But still, Ace had always fought for prodigy rights, for freedom and equality. To call Max an abomination for a power he couldn't control went against everything Ace had taught her. She wanted to say as much, to defend the kid, but the words wouldn't form. We need to know more, said Leroy. How the substance works, how they plan to administer it, what might be its limitations. Nova nodded. We start training with it next week. I'll find out more then. Do you think, if I could steal a sample or two, Do you think you might be able to replicate it? He frowned, doubtful. Unlikely. Without the source material. Meaning the bandit, she assumed. But I would like to study it and see what can be learned. If you make me a decoy sample, I might be able to swap it out, said Nova. Our efforts must go beyond learning the properties of this substance, said Phobia, stepping into the halo of candlelight. We must consider how it can be weaponized against our enemies. I agree, Ace murmured. Our nightmare presented this news to us as a problem to be overcome, and yet, I think you might have just told us of our salvation. Salvation? Barked Honey. Those tyrants want to strip us of our powers. Indeed, said Ace, and their quest for power has led them to create what might be their own undoing. As Nova has said, they are as vulnerable to this weapon as we are. If we can find a way to weaponize it, as Phobia suggests, we can turn it against them. Hold on, said Nova. Finding a way to protect ourselves is one thing. But even if we could get a hold of Agent N and find a way to use it against the renegades, how is that any different from what they want to do to us? She stared at Ace. You started your revolution because you wanted autonomy and security for all prodigies. But this is just another form of persecution. What do you propose, little nightmare? Said Ace. We cannot defeat the renegades in a battle of skill. There are so many of them, and so few of us. They must be weakened if they are to be overthrown. But if we neutralize the powers of all the prodigies who believe differently than we do, she groaned, frustrated. This can't be what you had in mind. This can't be what we've been fighting for. It would make us just like them. No, it would not. Ace's voice cut through the catacombs. This is a means to an end. We end the renegades, and we rebuild our world upon their ashes. Fairness, justice, peace. These are ideals worth sacrificing for. But you're talking about sacrificing them, their powers, their livelihoods. They are the enemy. They have made their choices, just as Ingrid and Winston. We must all take responsibility for our decisions. We must all suffer the consequences. That is the only way for true justice to prevail. Ace started to stand, bolstered by the strength of his beliefs, but he just as quickly slumped back into his chair. A fit of coughing overtook him, and he buried his mouth into his sleeve. Nova and Honey both started to move toward him, but Ace lifted a palm, signaling for them to stay back. Nova wrung her hands, hating the sound of those racking coughs. Her eyes began to tear at the sight of his fingers clawing the arm of the chair, fending off what pain she could only imagine. He needed a doctor. He needed a hospital. He needed one of the renegade's healers. But of course, that wasn't an option. Perhaps you should lie down, murmured Honey, once the fit had passed. Soon, said Ace, his voice rough. Nova, have you found anything more on my helmet? Nova stood straighter. This, at least, she had finally made progress on. Not yet, but my request to work in the artifact warehouse was approved. I start tomorrow. If the helmet is there, like the Dread Warden said, I'll find it. And it had to be there. No artifact was more powerful than Ace's helmet, which he had used to amplify his telekinetic abilities. Without the helmet, He could raise a book and a teacup easily enough, but he would struggle with lifting anything much heavier than a sofa. With the helmet, however, he would be unstoppable. He could destroy the renegades and everything they had built, almost single-handedly. The renegades had gotten lucky when they defeated him last time using Max and his power absorption. The anarchists wouldn't fall prey to such a trick again. Good, good. Ace exhaled. Learn what you can about this Agent N, but do not lose sight of your main objective. Use the boy if you must. Nova blinked. The bandit? Ace wheezed. The coughing fit had left his face splotchy and red. And though his breaths were still rattling, he looked almost energized. Does he have my helmet? I don't think... She trailed off. Oh, he meant the other boy. Your companionship with the Everhart boy remains one of the greatest assets you've acquired so far, he said. His name and family alliances come with their own sort of power, one we may need to exploit. Yes, power, said Honey, her eyes laughing in the candlelight. I told you it was attractive. Nova glowered at her. I'm not sure how much I'll be able to exploit Adrian. He's the leader of my patrol unit, but we haven't really spoken a whole lot lately. It was a simple truth, but one that made her breath hitch. Things had not been the same ever since the carnival, and Nova knew it was her fault. Adrian had tried to kiss her. For a moment, she had even thought that she might want him to kiss her, that she might like it. But she'd blown it. She ran away. Literally ran. She couldn't even remember what excuse she gave at the time, but she could clearly recall the rejection that flashed across his features. He hadn't made any attempts to kiss her since. He hadn't asked her on any more semi-dates. He hadn't tried to get her alone or bring her sandwiches in the middle of the night or stop by her house to see if she was okay. All those things that had seemed like such a nuisance before. But now, much as she hated to admit it, even to herself, she missed him. She missed the way he used to look at her. No one had ever looked at her quite the way Adrian Everhart did. You are afraid, Phobia rasped. Afraid to feel too deeply. Afraid that the truth will... Okay, Nova interrupted, almost shouting. Don't need the evaluation right now, thank you. Is there a problem? Asked Leroy. You're not fighting with your team, are you? She shook her head. No, everything's fine. We've just been busy with patrols, and I'm so focused on finding the helmet and uncovering the Council's weaknesses and lots of other really important reconnaissance-type things. Ah, but child, said Ace, we already know one of the Council's greatest weaknesses. He chuckled, and the sound made Nova squirm. You have befriended the son of our enemies. Do not squander this gift. Earn his trust. Earn his respect. He paused before adding, earn his affection. And when the time is right, we will use him to considerable advantage indeed. Nova's skin prickled at the thought of earning Adrian's affection, but she forced herself to nod. Of course, I'll do my best. Her best. To find the helmet. To learn more about Agent N. To get close to Adrian Everhart. Her chest squeezed under the weight of their growing expectations. She was doing her best, but at the moment, she was doing her best not to let her escalating panic show. She could do this. She would not fail. "I know, little nightmare," said Ace. "I have faith in you. And when you succeed, we will rise again. We will all rise again." Chapter 11. Nova stepped off the elevator onto the 14th floor of headquarters. She had expected a space as modern and chic as the main lobby downstairs, or the council's offices on the top floor, or the training halls in the sublevels. She'd expected glossy white furniture and industrial fixtures. She'd expected an elaborate request and retrieve system, automated with computers and machinery. She'd expected a bustling laboratory where weapons were inspected and relics were preserved. Having worked in the weapons cataloging system, she knew how expansive the collection was, and she'd imagined the actual storage facility would be as elaborate and heavily monitored as the research and development division, or the virtual reality training rooms. And so, from the moment she stepped onto the floor housing the weapons and artifacts storerooms, she found her lip curling with surprise and disappointment. The small reception area was unassuming in every way. 2 mismatched wooden desks greeted her, though there was no one behind either desk. One held nothing but a computer, a jar of pens, and a clipboard. The second desk, on the other hand, was cluttered with snow globes and elephant figurines and an unhappy ivy plant in a garishly painted ceramic pot. A day-by-day paper calendar was almost a week behind schedule. A Blacklight-branded coffee mug held an array of scissors, hole punchers, and candy sticks, along with a variety of pens that sprouted fake flowers from their ends. A small plaque read, "Tina Lawrence, Snapshot, Director, Weapons and Artifacts." Someone had drawn a smiley face next to Tina Lawrence's name in glittery ink. The 2 desks were hemmed in by walls on all sides, though a large door stood cracked open to Nova's right, from which Nova heard upbeat whistling. She approached the door and nudged it open farther. The room beyond was filled with filing cabinets. A woman who must have been close to 70 was bent over a drawer, rifling through the files. She had a fringe of stark white hair and spectacles with purple cat-eye frames. She paused at a file and dropped a small plastic baggie full of tiny stones into the folder, then slammed the drawer shut. She grabbed a clipboard from the top of the cabinet, checked something off, and turned. Spotting Nova, she cried out in surprise and nearly toppled over, clutching the clipboard to her chest. "Sorry," said Nova. "I wasn't trying to sneak up on you. I'm—" "Nova McLean. Yes, of course," said the woman, sheepishly taking off her reading glasses and setting them on top of her head. "Is it 10 o'clock already?" "Not quite. I'm early." Nova glanced at the bin of plastic bags the woman had been sorting, but couldn't see what was inside them. "Should I come back?" "Oh, no, you're fine." The woman strode toward her and offered a hand. "I'm Tina." Nova accepted the handshake. Though the offer of skin-to-skin contact had struck her as remarkably trusting when she first joined the Renegades, she'd gotten used to it. It was a reminder that no one knew who she really was. "Snapshot, right?" she said, withdrawing her hand. "I was curious about the alias." Tina tapped a finger against her temple. "I can tell by inspecting an object whether or not it's been imbued with extraordinary powers. When my eyes land on a prodigious object, it's as though a shutter on a camera closes on my vision, forever storing that object in my memory. It's handy in my line of work here, but not much else." Nova searched her tone for resentment, but couldn't find any. Tina brushed past her into the small reception area. "Let's get you all set up. You can start familiarizing yourself with the system. Calum will be in soon, and he can show you around." She dropped her clipboard on the cluttered desk and walked behind the desk that was mostly empty. He's in charge of stocking and maintenance. Once you're familiar with the system, we are going to need a lot of help back in the vault." "Vault?" said Nova, ears perking. Tina waved a hand absently toward the back wall. "Oh, that's just what we call it. There's been a surplus of new items coming in lately. What with the library and the anarchist holdings, I've got an entire shelf back there full of confiscated hair accessories from Queen Bee herself, believe it or not." Nova coughed. "Do you?" "Left behind when the anarchists abandoned their lair." She said lair like it was an unmentionable word. "But, for now," Snapshot continued, her tone brightening, "I think we'll have you monitor the rentals. This is our checkout form." She nudged the clipboard with a mostly blank chart toward Nova. "Not the most high-tech system, but you know what they say, if it ain't broke." She trailed off. Nova smiled tightly. She'd always felt that just because something wasn't broken didn't mean there wasn't any room for improvement. But it didn't seem wise to be contrary in the first 5 minutes of her new job. There were half a dozen sheets of paper curled over the top of the clipboard. Nova flipped the front sheet down and scanned through the columns. Name, alias, object, object number, checkout date, return date. Name, alias, Zach Ashmore, Flash Flood. Object, object number, Serpent's Tooth, H27. Checkout date, June 14th. Return date, June 19th. Name, alias, Norma Podovin, Swamp Madam. Object, object number, Star Torch, P14. Checkout date, June 17th. No return date. Name, alias, Glen Kane Pulverizer. Object, object number, Arcelia J60. Checkout date, June 17th. Return date, July 2nd. Name, alias, Fiona Lindala. Peregrine. Object, object number, Clockwork Beetle 0139. Checkout date, June 25. Return date, August 3rd. She didn't recognize any of the names or aliases on the chart, but she did recognize some of the objects they'd checked out. Nova turned the page again, and her heartbeat sped up. Suncloak, Key of Truth, Zenith's pocket watch. I didn't know we could rent this stuff. "Well, you haven't been here all that long, have you?" said Tina. "All new recruits require a 90-day clearance before they're given access to the stacks." Nova set the clipboard back on the desk. "How do we find out what's available to be rented? Is there a catalog or something?" "Just the database," said Tina. "You do know about the database, don't you?" Nova nodded. She had spent some time cataloging the new weapons that had been confiscated from the librarian, a black market arms dealer, so she was familiar with the system. But no one had said anything about the information being open to all renegades, or that they could borrow the stuff. "But there are limitations on it, right? You wouldn't just let anyone come in here and take—" Nova hesitated, scanning her own words to make sure she wasn't overplaying her cards before continuing. "I don't know, Ace Anarchy's helmet or something?" Tina chuckled and started digging through a drawer. "Oh, sure. A lot of good it would do them in its current state." Nova frowned. Was Tina referring to the lie that the renegades had promoted to the public for the last 10 years? That Ace Anarchy's helmet had been destroyed? "But you're right," added Tina, handing Nova a 3-ring binder. "Each object is coded based on its usability and danger levels. More hazardous objects require higher clearance. This has all the information you'll need. The code levels are explained on page 4, and rental procedures on page 7. Why don't you start going through it while you wait for Calum?" Nova took the binder and sat down at the desk. Tina busied herself, shuffling around stacks of papers for a moment, then disappeared into the back room again. Nova opened the cover on the binder. The first page was a short essay describing the importance of maintaining the historical integrity of the artifacts housed in the Renegade collection. Page 2 listed the expectations of any renegade wanting to use a weapon or artifact. A sticky note on top of the page pointed out that each renegade needed to sign a copy of the rules for their files before they could rent their first object. Page 3 outlined the steps for searching and retrieval, followed by the procedure for restocking a returned object. As Tina had said, page 4 listed the various codes and limitations on the artifacts, and how they were categorized in the larger system. There were types: hand-to-hand combat weaponry, long-distance weaponry, explosives, and the vague yet curious categorization of unprecedented. There were power sources: user-generated, opponent-generated, elemental, unknown, other. There were danger levels. On a point scale from 0 to 10, some objects were classified by their ease of use. Some could be operated by anyone, even a non-prodigy, while others were tied to a specific user and would be useless in the hands of anyone else, such as the coronet that had once been worn by a prodigy called Kaleidoscope. Nova glanced up to see that Tina had closed the door to the filing room behind her. Chewing the inside of her cheek, she turned on the computer and pulled up the object database. She had downloaded a record of the artifact collection weeks ago, but at the time, a search for Ace's helmet had been fruitless. She'd never taken the time to peruse the list further. Maybe this department kept a more complete record. She typed a query into the search form: Ace, Anarchy. 2 objects appeared on the list: a stone relic found in the debris of the cathedral that had served as a sanctuary for Ace Anarchy before his death. Significance: historical, danger level 0, applications none. And also something called the Silver Spear. Nova clicked on it and was astonished to learn that, despite its name, the Silver Spear was not silver at all, but chromium. It was the javelin the captain had used to try to destroy the helmet, which was now stored among the rest of the prodigy-created weaponry in the warehouse. She returned to the search field and tried Alec Artino, Ace's given name, and returned no matches. She tried helmet. A list scrolled down the page: Astro Helm, Helmet of Cylon, Helm of Deception, Kabuto of Wisdom, Titan's Golden Headpiece. None of them were Ace's. Despite her disappointment, she couldn't smother a spark of interest at the sheer breadth of the collection. She remembered reading about the Helmet of Cylon and how Philip Reeves had confounded an entire enemy battalion with it during the 4 Decades War, even though he supposedly wasn't a prodigy. Or how Titan had survived being crushed in an avalanche, which many attributed to his famous headpiece. Some of these artifacts were so mythical. She had trouble believing they were real at all, much less being housed in a drab warehouse on the 14th floor. And people could just borrow this stuff? The elevator dinged. Nova straightened, expecting a stranger, that Calum guy Tina had mentioned. But her polite expression fizzled when her eyes landed on a pale, scrawny girl with a bob of shiny black hair. Magpie, a renegade, and a thief, though the rest of the organization seemed willing to overlook that character flaw. Nova wrapped a hand around the bracelet her father had made when she was a child, the last of his creations before he'd been murdered. Magpie had tried to steal it during the renegade parade. She would have gotten away with it, too, if Adrian hadn't seen it happen. Nova still shivered when she thought of how Adrian had taken her wrist and redrawn the clasp on her skin. Magpie froze when she saw Nova, and her flush of dislike must have mirrored Nova's exactly. The girl was carrying a small plastic bin, which she hefted over to Nova's desk and dropped to the floor with a loud thunk. "Have fun," she said, scowling. She turned on her heel to head back to the elevator. "Hold on." Nova pushed herself out of the chair and rounded the desk. "What is this?" Magpie let out a melodramatic sigh, complete with drooping shoulders and rolling eyes. "You're new, aren't you?" Nova's jaw clenched. Crouching, she peeled the lid off the bin. Inside she saw what appeared to be a lot of junk. A corkscrew, a metal ashtray, a stack of tattered postcards featuring photos of Gatlin City, pre-Age of Anarchy. "I'm on cleanup duty," said Magpie, fisting her hands on her hips. "You know, after your patrol buddies make an enormous mess of things, again, they send us in to put things back together and scavenge anything useful." She nudged the bin with her toe. "Here's our latest findings, so you can catalog them, or whatever it is you do. It's a bunch of rubbish in this hall, if you ask me." "Not surprising," said Nova, "given that anything you find of value is more likely to end up in your pockets than the renegade system, right?" Magpie returned her glare, and they stood in mutual hate-filled silence for a moment before the girl heaved another sigh of exasperation. "Whatever. I did my job. You do yours." She pivoted away. Nova picked a doll off the top of the heap, and her attention caught on something metallic. "Wait," she said, reaching for it. Her fingers wrapped around the edge of the piece of curved metal and pulled it from the bin. Her pulse skipped. It was Nightmare's mask. Her mask. Chapter 12. "Where did you get this?" said Nova. Magpie pressed the elevator call button, then slowly turned around, her expression rife with disinterest. "Where do you think?" she said, with barely a glimpse at the mask. "Pulled it out of the rubble at Cosmopolis Park. You were there that day, weren't you?" She crossed her arms. "Superiors thought it should be filed away, but I don't care if you throw it in the trash. It's just a piece of banged-up aluminum. Even I could make one if I wanted to." Nova's fingers curled defensively. "That was a long time ago. Why are you just bringing it in now?" Magpie lifted an impetuous eyebrow. "Because for the last month we've been digging through all the junk down in the subway tunnels left behind by those pathetic anarchists. I deserve a medal for how much of their trash I've had to sift through. Nothing of value and absolutely nothing to help the investigation. A waste of time. That and the funhouse. But," she lifted her hands, "what's it to me? I'm just a laborer." "Did you find anything else? Interesting?" "What, like body parts? My abilities don't translate to human flesh." "And nothing from the tunnels either?" The elevator dinged and Magpie turned away. "You're the one who has to catalog it all, right? I guess you'll find out." Nova glowered. She stood, still clutching the mask. "How do your powers work anyway? Are you like a walking metal detector? Or a magnet? Or what?" The doors opened, revealing a lanky boy with shaggy brown hair and a spattering of freckles. His face lit up when he spotted Magpie. "Maggie Joe, say it ain't so. Bring us some new treasures today?" He went to give her a fist bump, but it was ignored as Magpie brushed past him into the elevator. "That's not my name," she spat, jamming her thumb into one of the floor buttons. "And my powers," she said, returning her glare to Nova, "are none of your business." The boy stepped back as the elevator shut. Using his distraction, Nova tucked the metal mask into the back of her waistband. Anything that wasn't in the database had never been received, right? "That kid needs to lighten up," the boy said, spinning toward Nova. "She does bring in cool stuff, though. once dredged up an antique music box from the bottom of Harrow Bay. It didn't have any special powers, but still, how cool is that? His grin brightened. You must be the infamous Insomnia. He practically skipped to her side and thrust one palm toward her. Calum Treadwell, a fine pleasure. Nova, she said, shaking his hand. Tina said you'd be able to show me around? I can indeed. Callum picked up the plastic bin and tucked it behind the desk. We have some of the coolest stuff here. You're gonna love it. Come on. He marched toward the filing room without checking to see if Nova was behind him. Shoving open the door, he greeted Tina with the same zeal he'd greeted Nova and Magpie. Then bypassed the rows of filing cabinets on his way to a larger metal door at the back of the room. This is the filing room, he said, with a general wave to the collection of filing cabinets. Any paperwork or historical documentation we have on the artifacts gets stored here, along with items that are so small they could get lost on the bigger shelving units. You know, chunks of lightning-fused fulgurite, iron-enhanced meteor dust, magic beans, stuff like that. Magic beans? Calum paused at the door and shot her an eager look. You never know. He waved his wristband over a scanner, and Nova heard the locks clunking. Calum shoved the door open with his shoulder. And this, he said, lifting both arms like a circus director revealing a grand spectacle, is the vault. Nova stepped in beside him. The door slammed shut. The vault was enormous, taking up the entire 14th floor of the building and broken up only by structural support columns and row upon row of industrial shelving. It was cold concrete and steel and fluorescent overhead lights, one of which was flickering in the corner of Nova's vision. Yet her breath caught all the same. Is that the Shield of Serenity? She asked, pointing. Oh, you're a fan! Calum bounced toward the shelf and lifted the shield as tenderly as a priceless vase. The one and only, donated by Serenity herself. Almost pristine condition, except this dent back here. He flipped it over to show Nova. An intern dropped it a few years ago. Not me, I swear. He lowered his voice into a conspiratorial whisper. But if anyone ever asks, the damage was totally incurred in battle. Returning the shield to its spot, Calum began walking along the aisle. The vault is organized by category. Did Tina show you the binder? It's all in there. Within each category, every object is given a number and shelved in order. Except weapon types. Those are alphabetical, then by object number. So all the swords, scimitars, and spears are grouped together in the weapons section. But over here in artifacts, a chalice might be in a completely different aisle from, say, a chainmail suit. Unless they were input into the system together, in which case they would have back-to-back object numbers. Seems confusing, but you'll get the hang of it. Is there really a chalice? Said Nova. Calum spun to her but kept walking backward as his arms flailed. Yes, the widow's cup. Put a marriage band in it, and it automatically turns any wine into poison. Awesome, right? Don't be fooled by the gender-specific title. It works on wives, too. He shook his head. I would love to know how they figured some of this stuff out. He headed down a central aisle, with rows of shelves stretching away from them, going so deep into the building Nova couldn't see where they ended. She followed in his footsteps, trying to ignore the mask digging into her spine. Calum recited the various categories as they strolled. Body armor here, and costumes on this side. You know, iconic capes, masks, color-coordinated belts and boot sets, stuff like that. Lots of nostalgia. When you have a chance, you should definitely check out Gamma Ray's jumpsuit. It is a work of art. Nova spotted a mannequin wearing Boilerplate's unmistakable armor, and another donning Blue Ninja's original costume, which was, Nova noted, actually more of a seafoam green. Calum continued. This way we have more protective artifacts, most notably Magnetron's shield. Behind those ominous doors, he said, pointing at a pair of fortified chromium doors in the far wall, is the official armory. Sounds impressive, but it's mostly basic weaponry. A sword that's just a sword, a crossbow that's just a crossbow. No extra powers, but still useful for a lot of renegades. That's also where we keep the heavier artillery, like guns and bombs, etc. And, he swooped his arms up, what you've all been waiting for, our supernatural, prodigy-specific, largely historic collection of fine artifacts. We've got power-bestowing earrings, boxing gloves equipped with super strength, a lightning-charged trident, and oh, so much more. It's a treasure trove of awe and amazement, including my personal favorite, Sultan's scimitar, said to be able to slice through absolutely any material on this planet, excepting only the invincible Captain Chromium. He shot Nova a grin, and she couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or not, so she smiled wryly back. Has anyone tried? His smile fizzled into uncertainty, and Nova turned away before he could decide if she was joking or not. She saw a pile of bones on a nearby shelf, though she couldn't tell the animal it came from, and a shallow bronze dish on another. Down one aisle she spotted a set of golden wrist cuffs. On the next, a stone wheel that was as tall as Nova. Walking through the warehouse felt like walking through a comprehensive museum of prodigy history. And yet, she couldn't help being annoyed by Calum's infatuation with the objects surrounding them. He wasn't even trying to hide how enamored he was with it all. And he seemed just as impressed with the silver shovel that held the power to liquefy solid earth as he was with a brush that painted secrets into portraits, and had gotten one unlucky artist burned at the stake in the 17th century. She assumed, as they made their way through the vault, that Calum wasn't a prodigy. Only civilians were this excited by superpowers or supernatural objects. Plus, he wasn't wearing a uniform. She wondered if perhaps it had seemed safer to give the job of maintaining such powerful objects to someone who wouldn't be able to wield most of them, even if he tried. "So, what do you do here?" asked Nova, once Calum had finished telling her about the 15th century prodigy who had single-handedly defended an entire village from raiding conquerors using nothing but his powers of flora manipulation and a branch taken from a willow tree. The branch could be found 2 aisles over. "Prodigy historian?" "Might as well be," he said, chuckling. "But no, I mostly do cataloging, cleaning, researching, sorting, filing, whatever Snapshot needs done." "I'd like to help with all of that," Nova said, working up her enthusiasm. "I'm really fascinated by this stuff, and I want to learn as much as I can. Snapshot said I'd start working the checkout counter, but eventually I'd like to do more back here, cataloging, cleaning. I can do it all." "That sounds great," said Calum, clapping his hands together. "Manning the checkout counter can get tedious. Except sometimes a renegade might not know exactly what they're looking for, or what weapons are going to suit their specific abilities, and then we get to help them figure out the best options. And that can be really cool, too. You learn a lot about the superheroes we have here." His eyes shone as he gestured at Nova. "I'm glad you like artifacts, too, because it could seem a little slow down here after being on patrols, and ambushing the librarian, and fighting the detonator, and everything you've done. This is going to be a much more laid-back experience, though also really fulfilling." "That sounds perfect." "Cool." Calum lifted his thumb back toward the reception area. "Let's get you settled in, and maybe see what sort of stuff Magpie brought us." "Wait," said Nova, scanning the back wall of the vault. "What's down there?" "Ah, that's the restricted collection." Nova's nerves hummed. "Restricted how?" "As in, not available to be checked out." Calum tucked his hands into his pockets. "Want to see?" Nova spun back to him. "That's allowed?" "Oh, yeah. We can't loan this stuff out, but we still have to come back and dust it from time to time. Come on. He led her into the last aisle. The shelves were sparser than the rest of the vault. Heart drumming, Nova scanned the objects as Calum started rambling on about the destructive qualities of Fury Fire, and how Dark Matter's ring could theoretically blow up the moon if put in the wrong hands, and how a prophetic pair of goggles had already caused more trouble than they were worth. "This is amazing," said Nova, and she meant it. "But why isn't all this under more security? So far I've just seen you and Snapshot and 2 locked doors and—" She gestured at a camera on the ceiling. "A handful of security cameras. Where are the laser barricades, the motion triggers, the armed guards?" "Please, we're in Renegade headquarters." He spread his arms wide. "Who would try to break in here?" She gawked at him. "Really? That's arrogant," she wanted to say. Asinine, completely unrealistically overconfident. But she reeled in her thoughts just in time. Right," she stammered. "That's right. Renegade HQ." She laughed awkwardly. "Who'd ever try to break in here?" "And given that the vast majority of objects are available for rent," Calum shrugged, "there's no need for the added protection. The folks up in the security center keep a close eye enough on us down here." He saluted the camera. "I'm sure they do," said Nova, meandering away from him. She ran her fingers over the shelves that, frankly, didn't seem to have been dusted in recent history. But there was no sign of Ace's helmet. Her shoulders drooped. "Is the restricted section not meeting expectations?" She spun around. Calum was watching her, holding a pair of antique aviator goggles in one hand. "Prophetic goggles," he said emphatically. "Come on, how can that be disappointing?" "Sorry," said Nova. "I was just—" Inhaling a sharp breath, she confessed. "I heard a rumor that Ace Anarchy's helmet was in here. I thought it would be cool to see it in person, and not, on the captain's pike half a block away." "Oh," said Calum, setting down the goggles. "That's a replica, actually. The one he carries around at the parade? Total fake. The real one's down here, but if you weren't impressed by the goggles, you are going to be really disappointed by the helmet." "What do you mean?" "I'll show you." He breezed past her. Nova's eyes widened. It could not be that easy. Halfway down the aisle, Calum paused in front of a metal cube sitting on a shelf. "Ta-da!" he said, thumping its top. The cube was roughly the size of a small microwave. "I give you Ace Anarchy's helmet." Nova stared, horror and denial creeping into her thoughts. "I don't understand." "Well, after the battle for Gatlin," said Calum, leaning his elbow on the shelf as he prepared to go into another history spiel, "the Council tried to destroy the helmet, but were unsuccessful. So to keep it from falling into the wrong hands again, Captain Chromium made an indestructible chromium box to hold the helmet for the rest of time. And here she lies, protected, secure, completely inaccessible." He patted the cube again. "And I get it. I mean, it caused so much destruction, and that kind of power shouldn't be made available to anyone, But at the same time, the historian in me is a little sad that such an important relic is going to sit here, unable to be seen or studied, forever." Nova's mouth went dry as she stepped closer to the box. There should have been some fanfare here. A spotlight streaming onto the shelf, a set of ropes keeping onlookers at bay, a pedestal. But there was nothing. Just a dusty box on a dusty shelf. Why hadn't the Dread Warden told her this when he'd said the helmet hadn't been destroyed? When he said it was here in the artifacts department? No one is ever going to use that helmet to torment the people of this city again. His words carried new meaning now. Nova had imagined a coded safe, a security system requiring retina scans and fingerprints, even armed guards keeping watch over the helmet. She had never imagined this. Imprisoned in a chromium cube. Forever. She felt a light tug at her wrist. Her bracelet was straining against her skin, as if being pulled toward the box and the helmet inside. Nova lifted her hand. The bracelet pulled harder until the thin filigree dug into her skin. The empty prongs that had never received the gemstone they were intended to hold stretched outward toward the trapped helmet. "Huh," said Calum. "Never seen that before." Nova dropped her arm and took a hasty step back. Calum's attention stayed on her wrist. "What's that bracelet made out of?" "I don't know." She clapped a hand over the bracelet to hide it from view. It was the truth. She didn't know what the material was. As far as she was aware, it didn't have a name. And she wasn't about to tell Calum that it was made from solidified bands of ethereal energy only her father had been able to access. Just like she wasn't about to tell him that it was made from the same stuff the helmet was. "Copper, maybe?" said Calum, scratching his ear. "Can copper be magnetized? I'll have to look it up. Anyway," he swirled his hand toward the box again. "There you have it. The helmet that almost destroyed the world. Ready to head back?" Calum led her out of the vault, chatting the whole time, though Nova didn't hear a word. She ignored the awe-inspiring objects they passed. She barely felt the mask digging into her back. What was she going to tell Ace? What would she say to the other anarchists? Ever since they'd learned that the helmet hadn't been destroyed, they'd been hinging their hopes on getting it back, on giving Ace back his strength, his power. What were they going to do now? There had to be some way to get inside that box. Captain Chromium wouldn't have made it impossible to access the helmet. What if the renegades needed it someday? She couldn't walk up to the captain and ask him about it, but she did know of one other person who might have an idea.
Chapter 13. Blackmire Station, the defunct entrance to the abandoned subway, had a hole in it the size of a small car, strung across with yellow caution tape. The sidewalk was littered with rubble from the explosion, and there were still visible scorch marks on the wall. This was where the anarchists made their escape when the renegades had gone after them, after the detonator's attack at the library had made it clear that their group wasn't as dormant as they seemed. Though regular patrols had been set up to search the tunnels and monitor various access points, in case any of the villains tried to return to their sanctuary, there had been no sign of them. Other than Nightmare and the detonator, of course. The last time Adrian had gone into the tunnels, determined to find out what their connection to Nightmare was, he was wearing the Sentinel's armor. Even now, Adrian's fingers twitched, itching to unbutton the top of his shirt and peel open the zipper tattoo that would transform him into the vigilante. He craved the security that armor would afford him, but he ignored the urge, knowing it was little more than paranoia, and maybe a bit of habit. The tunnels were abandoned. Wherever Cyanide, Queen Bee, and Phobia had gone, they had not been reckless enough to come back here. He crouched in front of a "Do Not Enter" sign that had long ago been spray-painted over with a warning to anyone who might not know who was lurking down those stairs. A circle drawn around an acid-green A. Adrian took out his marker and drew himself a flashlight. He stepped over the tape and flashed the beam of light over the graffitied walls and the bolts sticking up from the concrete where a turnstile had once been. The stairs beyond faded into blackness. He listened, but if there were noises inside the subway, they were buried beneath the sounds of the city.
But there wouldn't be any noises, he told himself, other than the rats. There were no more villains down here, no more anarchists. He crept down the stairs, his sneakers thudding, the beam from his flashlight darting over old concert posters, broken wall tiles, and more graffiti, so much graffiti. He passed a mezzanine with 2 offshoots, one set of stairs heading to the northbound rails, the other to the south. His wristband chimed quietly as he descended toward the lower platform, probably the last alert he would get before he lost reception so far underground. He ignored the sound, as he'd been doing ever since Hawthorne threw him into the river, and Max pointed out that maybe, just maybe, this was the time to let the Sentinel go. The chime wasn't the notification he got when he was receiving a message from his teammates or a patrol assignment from the call center. Rather, it was the alarm he'd set for himself to be notified when one of the other patrol squads was being called for an emergency situation. Years ago, as part of an effort to ensure the safety of their recruits, it was decided that all dispatches to patrol units could be accessed in real time by all active renegades, and that the movements of on-duty patrols could be tracked and monitored. The information was made available to any renegade who wanted it, though they were usually kept so busy with their respective jobs that Adrian didn't know of anyone who actually took advantage of the information, except for himself, and then only since becoming the Sentinel. It was part of how he had managed to be so effective. Whenever he heard that a patrol unit was being sent to handle a particularly high-profile crime, he only had to log into the system to see where they were being sent. If there was a chase happening, he could easily follow their movements through the city. With the spring tattoos at the bottoms of his feet, Adrian could move faster than most renegades, excepting only those with flight or super speed powers. That advantage alone often allowed him to reach the scene of the crime and deal with the perpetrators before the assigned renegades showed up. Over the last week, he'd considered turning off the notifications every time the wristband chimed at him. He was caught in a constant battle with himself, the almost irresistible yearning to involve himself in the situations, to prove both his value and his good intentions. But on the other hand, he knew it was safer to let people go on believing the Sentinel was dead, especially with the reveal of Agent N. The Sentinel was a wanted man, and he knew that once patrols were equipped with the neutralizing agent, few of them would hesitate to use it on him. Unable to fully resist the temptation, Adrian glanced at the most recent notification, just to make sure no one was being murdered or something. But no, a patrol unit had been summoned to deal with a car theft. Definitely something his peers could handle. He sent the alert away and silenced all other incoming notifications. Pausing at the base of the stairs, he shone the flashlight over the walls. There was an empty vessel where a fire extinguisher had once been, and an ancient payphone with the receiver missing at the end of its curled cord. The platform itself was littered with the bodies of dead wasps, a few stray candy wrappers, and a handful of silhouettes drawn in red chalk and labeled with official renegade signage. He stepped closer and scanned the nearest signs. Exhibit 19, Puppeteer Tent, 1/3. Exhibit 20, Miscellaneous, Puppeteer Belongings. Exhibit 21, Shell Casing, Poison Release Device. None of the objects mentioned were there anymore, only the chalk outlines and the signage to indicate what had been there before the Renegades' investigative teams and cleanup crews confiscated it all. Adrian's frown deepened. He should have guessed that all of the anarchists' belongings would have been removed from the tunnels by now. For some reason, he'd expected that only weapons or things that indicated criminal activity would have been taken back to headquarters, but clearly he was wrong. It seemed that nothing had been overlooked. Pacing to the edge of the platform, he peered down onto the tracks, turning his head each way as they disappeared into the tunnels. More signage, more chalk lines, and here more evidence of the battle that had occurred. One tunnel was partially caved in as a result of the detonator's bombs. More dead wasps were strewn across the tracks. Adrian knew a lot of the renegades who had been involved in that fight. Some of them he'd known almost his whole life.
They'd been lucky that no one died, but there were countless injuries, from broken bones and severe burns to lungs and throats that had been scraped raw from cyanide's poisons. Even now, Adrian could detect the tangy smell of chemicals hanging in the musty air. The healers had worked overtime for weeks afterward, and in the end, the anarchists had gotten away. It was the proverbial salt in their extensive wounds. Adrian sighed. He wasn't going to find Winston Pratt's puppet down here. He would have to talk to the cleanup crew, maybe call in a favor with the sort and tag team. He hoped they hadn't already shipped a bunch of the anarchists' stuff to the junkyard. That wouldn't be any fun to wade through. He was about to turn back when his flashlight caught on one of the tags posted beside the next tunnel. Exhibit not applicable. Nightmare? An arrow had been drawn, pointing into the tunnel. Pushing up his glasses, Adrian hopped down onto the tracks. A quarter of a mile later, he reached a wide chamber of arched ceilings where multiple train lines intersected and diverged. A series of narrow platforms stood on either side of the tracks, not for passengers, but perhaps maintenance crews. Adrian hadn't been in this part of the tunnels before. He had never been on one of the patrols sent to check that the anarchists weren't hoarding weaponry or recruiting new members. He had only been to visit the villain gang once, when he caught Frostbite and her squad trying to bully the anarchists into false confessions. Though he still didn't agree with their tactics, he couldn't help thinking that if he had let Janissa and her crew handle things, probably the anarchists would have been arrested that day, and the city would have been spared a lot of trauma. It made his jaw twitch to think about. An abandoned train car sat at one end of the chamber, still on its track, as if it could roll away at any second, though the accumulation of dirt and grime on its windows made it clear that it hadn't moved for a long time. Adrian approached the car and read the sign on one of its windows. Exhibit 47, train car, used by Nightmare? Flexing his fingers and tightening them back into fists, Adrian stepped around to the door on the side. He had been so close. All that time he had been searching for her, and if he had just questioned the anarchists a little more, if he had dared to search their dwelling more thoroughly, he would have found this. He would have found her. He stepped into the car, but if he'd hoped to find anything of use there, his hopes quickly evaporated. The interior was as stripped of belongings as Winston's platform had been. All that was left behind were the Renegade's tags, 100 white squares pasted over the walls and floor indicating where evidence had been found. Here, a small suitcase of clothing. There, a workbench containing deconstructed weaponry in varying stages of completion. On that window, a magazine cover with a photo of Captain Chromium inundated with small puncture holes. He tried to imagine her, a girl he had never met, who had never met him or his family, carrying so much hostility for his dad that she threw darts at magazine photos, practicing for the day when she would try to assassinate one of the most beloved superheroes of all time. What could possibly have driven her to such hatred? Shaking his head, he turned away. The train car shifted under his weight as he descended back to the tracks. He tried to imagine living down here. The stale, damp air, the years of trash accumulated at the edges of the tracks, the cobwebs strung between the broken light fixtures, no breezes, no sunlight, no flowers or trees or animals or birds, other than the rats and the cockroaches, that is. The only splotches of color were the graffiti tags and a line of advertising posters hung up on one wall, though their plastic covers were so dingy it was hard to make out what they were trying to sell. One promoted the opening of a new exhibit at the Gatlin Art Museum. Adrian couldn't help but wonder how much of that priceless art had gone missing during the Age of Anarchy. Another poster offered Wedding Day Skin after 60 days of using a newly patented night cream. Beside it was an ad for timeshares at a tropical resort, though someone had drawn crude images over the bikini-clad model. Adrian tilted his head, inspecting the last poster. A book was pictured, a thriller novel with a shadowy figure silhouetted between two pine trees. The book's tagline read,
It's not that he's back, it's that he never went away. And though Adrian couldn't be sure, it almost appeared as if the large poster was crooked. He stepped over the tracks, the flashlight trailing down the next tunnel. He could see no more renegade signs that way. Perhaps this was the last platform that the anarchists had claimed for themselves. Approaching the poster, he saw that it definitely was askew. Not drastically, but enough to make his fingers twitch to straighten it. Probably the hardware that had held it up all these years had started to pull free of the wall. And yet, there was something about it that made the hair prickle on the back of Adrian's neck. A bit of dirt smudged on the corner, almost like a handprint, the way the tiled wall was chipped around its frame. Adrian was about to reach for the poster when a shadow loomed in the corner of his eye. Heart lurching, Adrian spun and sent the flashlight beam into the tunnel. A rat squeaked angrily and scurried out from behind an empty milk jug before skittering off down the tracks. Cold sweat dampened his forehead as Adrian flashed the light all around the tunnel, across the tracks, over the arched ceilings. Whatever had startled him had disappeared, or, more likely, he had to admit, had been nothing more than his own imagination. Still, the feeling that he wasn't alone, that something was watching him from the shadows, was impossible to shake. His heart rate was just beginning to slow when a musical ditty erupted from his wristband, making him jump all over again. He cursed and hurried to shut it off. Scowling, he peered at the message. There was no way he was getting reception down here, and he'd already turned off notifications from the call center. Oh, right. Not a message, not an alert. It was the reminder he'd set for himself to be at City Park in an hour, or risk Ruby's wrath when he was late for her brother's first competition. He did a quick calculation of how long it would take to get there, cursed again, and started to run. Chapter 14. The park was as crowded as Adrian had ever seen it, overrun with children, almost all of whom were bedecked in sparkling spandex, neon tights, and bedazzled capes. There were small booths set up where vendors were selling miniature renegade uniforms or costumes that mimicked the nostalgic superhero costumes of the past. Others were selling custom t-shirts, handmade jewelry, and even superhero costumes for cats and dogs. Beyond the shops, there was a long line of food trucks, as promised, and a courtyard of inflatable bounce houses, and even a temporary stage where a music band was setting up their speakers and microphones. But the main draw of the day, it was immediately clear, was on the sports fields that were snuggled between native flower gardens and duck ponds and running paths. There were more than a dozen types of competitions kids could compete in, separated by age group and skill level, in hopes of winning a medal and being dubbed an unofficial superhero sidekick. There were track races and gymnastics courts, archery and long jumps, wrestling and martial arts. A large tent near the playground even held intellectual-focused contests such as speed reading tests and a spelling bee. Adrian wasn't entirely sure how being an excellent speller would translate to defending justice, but he liked that the Sidekick Olympics were so inclusive. Every kid deserved to feel like they could be a superhero, even if only for a day. He was worried he was already late by the time he arrived at the bleachers that surrounded the main event, an elaborate obstacle course that took up an entire soccer field. He found Ruby, Dana, and Nova near the front. Ruby waved at him excitedly, indicating a seat they'd saved for him. Come on, she said. The twins are in this next round. Where's Oscar? He asked, sliding in beside Nova. Opposite to Ruby's enthusiasm, Nova looked vaguely bewildered as she observed the crowds of costumed children. Where do you think? Said Dana, cupping her chin in her hands. Adrian didn't respond. Food, obviously. There they are! Ruby jumped to her feet and started screaming her brother's names, but either they couldn't hear her or they were too embarrassed to acknowledge their older sister. They were huddled with a group of kids, all around 11 or 12 years old, but their identical heads of light blonde hair were easy to spot in the mix. Adrian had only met the twins once before at a renegade family picnic last summer,
but he remembered how much their faces had been just like younger versions of Ruby's, freckles and all. He wondered if Ruby had had the same thick blonde hair at their age, too, before she started dyeing it in layers of black and white. "They look great," said Adrian, admiring their gray and red suits. "Thanks. My mom and Grandma made their costumes. Jade hasn't wanted to take it off all week. I'll be glad when today is over, so maybe he'll actually let us wash it." "Make way! Coming through!" Oscar shuffled down the bench, one hand clutching a paper bag, the bottom of which was already soaked through with grease. Adrian and Nova both turned their legs toward each other to make room for him to pass, their knees knocking together. "Sorry," Adrian muttered, making eye contact with her for the first time since he'd arrived. She smiled, the look oddly flustered. "Have you been to this before?" "No, but I've heard a lot about it. Kind of fun, right?" Nova pursed her lips. It took her a long moment to answer, and when she finally did, she sounded almost sad. "People sure do like their superheroes." "I brought enough to share," said Oscar, who had plopped down beside Ruby and was handing out cardboard cartons overflowing with salty fries. "But pace yourselves, okay? There are also gyros and chicken wings out there, and I've got my eye on a strawberry shortcake cart for dessert." Propping his cane between his legs, he peered out at the field. "Which ones are—" "Oh, never mind. I see them." Ruby frowned at him. "You've never met my brothers." "I know, but they look just like you." He pointed, then grabbed a fry from Ruby's carton and chomped it in half. "Except, the hair. How long before they start?" "Any minute now," said Ruby, eyeing Oscar speculatively. "Sterling's going to be great on this one, but Jade's more excited about archery later." On the field, the kids were told to line up at the start of the course. A referee was giving them instructions. Ruby started to bounce her legs so quickly the whole bench was trembling. Without warning, she cupped her hands over her mouth and screamed, "Come on, Sterling! You've got this!" Dana flinched, covering an ear. A horn blared and the race started. The contestants bounded forward and started scaling a faux brick wall. Ruby leaped to her feet, screaming at the top of her lungs. Oscar joined her, hollering just as loud. One of the kids scampered to the top shockingly fast. A dark-skinned girl with a gold capelet on her shoulders, reminiscent of Lady Indomitable's costume. Adrian's throat tightened at the sight of her. She would have been too young to remember his mom when she was still alive, and it warmed him to think that her legacy was living on, that she could still serve as an inspiration to today's kids. He wanted that too, to be a role model, like his mom and his dads and all the superheroes who had come before him. But as the girl pulled into the lead, swinging across a series of monkey bars with Sterling trailing behind, he heard Oscar lean over and whisper to Ruby, "Do you want me to blind her with a smoke arrow?" He pointed his finger toward the course as a curl of smoke erupted from its tip. "Just a small one. No one would have to know." "Don't you dare," Ruby hissed, pushing his hand down. "Sterling will catch up on the barrel roll. You'll see." Still squeezing Oscar's wrist, she set her carton of fries on the bench so she could lift her other fist in the air, cheering wildly. Oscar looked down once at her hand, then over at Adrian with a giddy yet panicked expression. Adrian flashed him a thumbs up that he hoped was encouraging. Leaning back on the bench, Adrian devoured a handful of fries. He offered his carton to Nova, but she shook her head. "Are you okay?" he asked, noticing that her expression was as serious now as it had been when he arrived. Yeah, she muttered distractedly. "Nova?" She glanced at him, then back at the field. "I just have a lot on my mind." Adrian's mouth twitched. He didn't want to say, "I know the feeling," but, well, he totally knew the feeling. "You had your first day in the artifacts department, right? How did it go?" Her posture stiffened and she seemed to be debating something, watching as Ruby's brothers bounded down a long trampoline, then scurried through a maze of transparent pipes. All obstacles that were incredibly relevant to real-life heroics, Adrian noted. Nova leaned toward him, her voice lowering.
Did you know that Ace Anarchy's helmet is down there? Adrian turned to her, startled. Actually, I think it's on display up in the council offices. Nova shot him a clearly marked, "You're not fooling anyone" glare. He smiled sheepishly. Oh, you mean the real helmet? Yes, the real one, she whispered emphatically. How many people know about it? I don't know. It's not a secret exactly, but it's not something that gets talked about much either. It's simpler to let people believe the one upstairs is the real thing. And that it was destroyed, said Nova, except it wasn't destroyed. Not for lack of trying. He cocked his head to one side. You seem concerned. Of course I'm concerned. It's dangerous. Her voice dropped again, and Adrian found himself tucking his head close to hers to listen, so close that a lock of her hair brushed against his shoulder. And it's just sitting there, completely unprotected. Do you know who they have running that department? A 70-year-old woman with minor psychometry, and this guy who's not even a prodigy. And they are supposed to provide security for one of the most powerful objects of all time? Anyone could just walk in there and take it. Adrian held up both hands to pacify her. It's not as bad as that. Nova folded her arms. Why? Because of a big metal cube? He laughed. Yeah, exactly. You know who made that cube, right? Yes, and while Captain Chromium himself might be invincible, I don't think we should rely on his handiwork alone to protect the helmet. In fact, I'd like to talk to your dad about it. If he could clarify any potential weaknesses, then I could work on setting up a more comprehensive security system. It's indestructible, said Adrian. It doesn't have any weaknesses. Indestructible, Nova repeated, her gaze searing into him, but not unopenable? Adrian hesitated. Could it be? No. He shook his head. Unopenable to anyone who would ever want to use it for evil again. Something seemed to kindle in Nova's expression, and she scooted closer to him until their sides were pressed together from shoulder to knee. He gulped. So it can be opened, she said. By who? That's not what No one can open it. I mean, I'm sure my dad could if he ever wanted to, but he wouldn't. Why would he? She licked her lips, drawing his gaze toward them. In that same moment, the crowd erupted in a cheer, and Adrian lurched instinctively to his feet. The carton of fries toppled from his lap, spilling across his and Nova's shoes. I'm sorry. Ignoring the fries, Nova stood too, and then her hand was on his elbow. Adrian's heart palpitated in his chest. On Nova's other side, he heard Ruby screaming, "Go! Go! Go!" His eyes darted toward the field, where he saw that both Sterling and the girl in the Lady Indomitable cape were more than halfway through the course, neck and neck as they swung across a series of knotted ropes. Adrian, he looked back at Nova, his cheeks burning. Are you sure he didn't leave it vulnerable somehow? She prodded, and the intensity of her expression made him realize just how important this was to her. Her earnestness surprised him. He never would have thought to doubt the security of the helmet. If Captain Chromium said it was taken care of, then it was taken care of. But clearly Nova didn't share that confidence. I need to make sure there isn't some unknown vulnerability. Now that I'm working in the artifacts department, it's my job to keep the objects there safe, you know? And that helmet, we can't let it fall into the wrong hands. There's never going to be another Ace Anarchy, Nova. You're overthinking this. You don't know that. I just need to be sure. Maybe Captain Chromium installed some sort of backup, a way to get to the helmet in case it was ever needed again and he wasn't able to open the box himself. A key of sorts. Or is there some other way that someone could open it, even hypothetically? Adrian heaved a long breath and tried to take the question seriously. I don't know. My dad could get into it easily enough by manipulating the chromium, and maybe... He dropped one hand to his pocket and pulled out his marker. He turned it over in his fingers, considering. Maybe I could? You? Said Nova, and he tried not to be offended at her tone of disbelief. I don't know. I've never tried to draw anything using my dad's chromium before. but I don't see why it would be any different from drawing on glass or concrete or Ruby's gems. Her grip tightened on his arm. What would you draw to get into the box? His mouth quirked to one side. A door? Nova's brow tensed, and Adrian's teasing smile faded. But it's still safe, Nova. I would never open that box, and I don't even know for sure it would work. Besides, there are no other prodigies like me, at least not that I've ever heard of. Nova hummed thoughtfully, and to his disappointment, pulled her hands away. You might be right, but there are new prodigies every day. We don't know what sort of powers will be uncovered next. Who knows? Maybe your dad's chromium won't always be invincible. Ruby, Oscar, and Dana let out simultaneous groans. Adrian looked up. Sterling had reached the final obstacle, a large above-ground swimming pool full of nets, buoys, and robotic sharks. Though Sterling was a fast swimmer, the girl was quickly pulling ahead. If you think of anything else, said Nova, any possible weakness that box might have, will you let me know? I will, he said, smiling. I promise. The girl climbed out of the pool and darted across the finish line. Sterling followed seconds later. Jade, trailing a ways behind, came in 7th. Second place, said Ruby. That's not bad. Are you kidding? Said Oscar. Any renegade worth their alter ego would be proud to have that kid as his sidekick. Jade, too. In fact, he rubbed his chin. I could use a couple sidekicks. Think your brothers would be interested? What, to make food runs for you? Said Ruby. Among other important sidekicky things. It would really help clear my schedule for more damsel-saving work. Ruby snorted. I helped save that barista, too. Yeah, but she was clearly thanking me, and I plan on milking it forever and ever. It's like a constant reminder of the risks and rewards that come with true heroism. The struggle is real, said Dana, leaning across Ruby to steal one of Oscar's fries. The bleachers began to clear as the obstacle course was reset for the next group. We have an hour before Jade's wrestling match, and then they both have archery, said Ruby, checking the schedule on a flyer. She lifted her head, beaming. Anyone want to go get matching face paint? You read my mind, said Oscar. You two go ahead, said Adrian, recalling Oscar's face when Ruby had grabbed his arm. There was something I wanted to show Nova and Dana, over there. He pointed toward a cluster of vendor booths by the lake. But we'll meet you at the wrestling match, okay? Dana cocked her head at him, suspicious, but no one argued as Adrian headed toward the bottom of the bleachers and melded into the bustling crowd. When he glanced back, Nova and Dana were beside him, but Oscar and Ruby were nowhere to be seen. That was just a ploy to give them alone time, right? Said Dana. Yeah, he said, scratching the back of his neck. Too obvious? Subtlety doesn't seem to be making much progress, so... Dana shrugged. Hey, said Adrian, snapping his fingers. How was your medical exam? Dana beamed. Cleared for duty. I'll file the paperwork for reinstatement on Monday. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, said Adrian. And you feel good? Great. The scratches didn't even leave scars. She cast a sideways glance at Nova, her tone taking on a new edge. No random fainting spells either, so I guess I'm good as new. Nova seemed to pale, but covered it quickly with a look of concern. That's great, Dana. Fainting spells? Said Adrian. Dana shrugged at him. Remember when Nova was in the Medwing after the quarantine fiasco? I went to visit her, and weirdest thing, but I actually fainted. I mean, I never faint. Classic case of overexertion, said Nova. You were still recovering from your burns, remember? Dana stared at her for what felt like a moment too long before she smiled. Right. Classic. It seemed as if she wanted to say more, but she thought better of it. Anyway, I saw a booth back there I wanted to check out. See you at the wrestling match, okay? She disintegrated into her butterfly swarm. A gasp arose from the people around them, children squealing and pointing as the butterflies spun into the air and whirled away. Speaking of subtlety, Nova muttered as they started down a jogging trail, I'd been wondering if she could do that in civilian clothing. I wasn't sure if there was something in the renegade uniform that allowed her to switch between forms without losing her clothes, or if it was a part of her power.
I wonder about those details sometimes, too. Like, Simon can make his clothes disappear and also small objects if he's holding them, but he can't touch a car or a building and make the whole thing disappear. It's interesting to figure out the extent of someone's abilities. Of course, that's what we have training sessions for. Could Dana carry an object around with her, do you think? Not just clothing? He pondered the question, trying to remember if he'd ever seen Dana disappear with a weapon, but she'd always been more comfortable in hand-to-hand combat. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask her when we start Agent N training next week. Wouldn't make much sense to equip her with a neutralizer gun if she's just going to lose it the first time she transforms. Nova grunted in agreement.
I suppose we've all got weaknesses, she said. Even the magnificent monarch.
Chapter 15. It was a little bit like being at the Renegade Parade again, with all the costumed kids and the booths full of cheesy memorabilia. The excited children all around her were adorable, even if their faith was misguided. Nova couldn't help but think of Evie, who would have been only a little younger than Ruby's brothers. If her family had lived, would she and Evie had been raised to love the Renegades as much as these kids did? Would Evie be among them now, wearing Thunderbird wings or a Dread Warden mask, preparing to run and tumble her way through a series of competitions to prove she could be a superhero? Or at least a sidekick? Or maybe Evie would have turned out to be a prodigy, like Nova and their dad. Like Uncle Ace. She'd shown no sign of powers when she was alive. But she was a baby, and a lot of prodigies didn't develop abilities until later in life. Nova tried not to dwell on questions that could never be answered, but thinking of it made her heart ache. Nova? She startled. Adrian was watching her, his brow creased. Are you still thinking about that helmet? The helmet. For once, no, she hadn't been. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. My sister, actually. I think she would have enjoyed something like this. Sadness echoed in Adrian's expression. I'm sorry. I forget that you had a little sister. She didn't respond, though she knew what she was supposed to say. It's okay. It was a long time ago. But she'd never understood why that should make any difference. The loss of Evie still hurt every day. I know it's not the same thing, said Adrian, but I think Max would enjoy something like this too. Nova sighed. Adrian was right. Max would have liked the Sidekick Olympics, though the bandit was far too powerful to be relegated to a mere sidekick role. Having experienced life in the tunnels for so long, she had some idea of how hard it must be for Max to be always inside his quarantine, watching the world pass by outside his prison. He missed out on so much. He missed out on the entire world. I wish he could be here, said Nova. I wish they both could. Their eyes met, mirrors of unfulfilled wishes, and Nova noticed a streak of gray dust on Adrian's cheek. She frowned and reached up to brush it off. Adrian stilled. You're filthy, she said, and, now that she was looking, she spotted cobwebs clinging to his shoulder and smudges of dirt on his sleeves. What were you doing today? Nothing worthwhile, he said. Just a stroll through some defunct subway tunnels. You know, typical Saturday morning. Subway tunnels? It's kind of a long story, but I was given clearance to talk to Winston Pratt after the presentation the other day. One of her toes clipped into the trail and Nova stumbled. Adrian reached out to steady her. You what? I thought maybe I could learn something about the anarchists. Don't get excited, he didn't say anything useful. But he did say that if I could bring him this puppet of his, he would give up some information. A puppet of his. Hetty. He had let Nova play with it occasionally when she was little, and it had always felt like a great honor. So I went looking for the puppet, but of course everything was gone. All that's down there now is a bunch of dead bees and some stray trash. Nova scowled. She hated to think of the renegades picking through her home, analyzing and inspecting everything they found. "Speaking of bees," said Adrian, his tone lightening, "how's your uncle's beekeeping business?" She laughed at the unexpected absurdity of the question. She'd nearly forgotten about the lie she'd told him in an effort to explain away Honey's hives in her backyard. Not great, to be honest. But he's not the type to give up." Adrian grinned. "That must be where you get it from." It was obviously a compliment, and Nova felt her neck warming. Oh yeah, stubbornness is definitely a family trait. Unbidden, Ace's words turned through her head, reminding her that this was not a casual weekend outing. She had a mission, and Adrian was part of it. Earn his trust, earn his respect, earn his affection. It shouldn't be that hard. She had been telling herself all week. Adrian was handsome, talented, honorable, kind. So why did every nerve in her body rebel at the thought of faking attraction to him? Of flirting with him, merely for the sake of flirting? Of pretending to be interested? The answer was thrown back in her face, and she fidgeted with her bracelet. Because maybe it wouldn't be fake. And to discover that she actually liked him, against all her better judgment, would cost far too much. Still, if she was ever going to sneak useful information out of Adrian, or use his loyalty to undermine his father's, she had to get close to him. She had to... Her thoughts trailed off as her attention fell on a crop of trees around the north side of the lake. Her feet halted, and she glanced around, spotting a small playground not far away. Her breath hitched. "Do you know where we are?" "That seems like a trick question." She grabbed his sleeve and started walking again. "The Statue Glen is this way." "Statue Glen?" "Yeah, you know. You had that drawing of it in your sketchbook, the one you showed me when we were watching the library, the statue of the hooded figure." "Oh, right. You said you used to go there when you were a kid." "Only once." Nova couldn't quite explain the giddiness that was surging through her limbs. Her feet sped up almost of their own accord. They rounded a corner, and the paved path turned one way, while a smaller gravel trail led into a strip of dense woodland. "My parents brought me to that playground, but I wandered off and found—" Nova pushed back on a low-hanging branch and froze. She stood at the top of a rough, moss-covered staircase. The steps curved down into a small ravine surrounded by towering oak trees and dense shrubs. "This," she whispered. She descended into the glen. The clearing was not much bigger than the bedroom she shared with Honey at the row house, with a short rock wall set in a circle around the edges. A wrought iron bench on one side faced a solitary statue. Nova felt like she'd stepped back in time. Nothing had changed, not since she was a little girl. This is silly, but until I saw the drawing you'd done, there had been a part of me that thought maybe this place was my own little secret, which makes no sense. Probably thousands of people come here every year, but being so little when I found it, I guess I felt like it belonged to me, like maybe I'd imagined it into existence. She chuckled, and knew she would have been embarrassed to admit this to anyone else, at any other time. but being here again was so surreal she couldn't bring herself to care. She circled the statue. It was exactly as she remembered, if maybe sporting a touch more moss than it had back then. A hooded figure dressed in loose robes, like a medieval monk. The face carved beneath the hood was amorphous, with closed eyes and a contented smile and rounded features. Its hands were stretched toward the sky, like it was trying to catch something. She did not know how old the statue was, but it looked like it had stood there for 1,000 years, like it would stand there for 1,000 more. "I've only known about this place for a couple years," said Adrian, "though I've been back to sketch a handful of times. How old were you when you found it?" 4 or 5, she said, trailing a finger along the statue's sleeve. "That night, I dreamed about it. This was before I stopped sleeping, obviously, and to this day it's the only dream I can remember in perfect detail." She surveyed the glen. The woods were so dense here the sounds from the festival could no longer be heard. Only bird melodies and rustling leaves. "I dreamed that I was walking through a jungle with flowers bigger than my head, and a canopy so dense I couldn't see the sky. The whole place hummed with life. Insects and birds. Except I kept coming across things that didn't belong there. Concrete steps that were covered in moss and vines dangling from street lamps instead of trees." She swirled her hand through the air, tracing the vines from memory. "It was Gatlin, but it was in ruins. Just a jungle now, all overgrown. And then I found this clearing, and there was the statue. It was facing away from me at first, but even before I got close, I knew that it was holding something. So I walked around it, and I looked up and—" She paused, feeling like she was back in that dream, drowning in the sense of wonder she'd almost forgotten. "And then you woke up?" Adrian guessed. She snapped her attention away from the vision and glared at him. "No, the statue was holding something." She hesitated, feeling childish now and a little defensive. "Are you going to make me guess?" said Adrian. She shook her head and tried to temper the emotion she felt at the memory. "It was holding a star." Only in saying it out loud did Nova realize how ridiculous it sounded. "Whatever that means," she finished lamely. "Dream logic," said Adrian. "Or possibly nightmare logic. I can't tell if this was a good dream or not." Nova chuckled. "It was a good dream. I'm not sure why, given that all of civilization had collapsed, but it was a really good dream." She rubbed the back of her neck. "My parents were furious when they finally found me, and they never brought me back to that playground. But I never forgot about that dream. I must have fantasized about finding that star for years afterward." "Funny how some dreams stick with you," said Adrian, sitting down on the grass and stretching his long legs in front of him. "You're lucky. Most of the dreams I remember from childhood were nightmares. Or a nightmare. I had a recurring one for years." Nova sat down next to him. "About what?" He squirmed. "Never mind. I shouldn't have said anything. It's not important." "And mine was?" "Yes," he insisted. "Yours was amazing. A jungle, collapsed civilization, a statue holding a star. That's epic. Whereas mine was just—" He waved a hand carelessly. "You know, a nightmare. I don't even remember that much about it, other than how much it terrified me." "Let me guess," said Nova, cupping her cheek in one hand. You used to dream that you arrived at HQ only to realize you'd forgotten to put on clothes that morning. He shot her an annoyed look. I was like 4. HQ didn't even exist yet. Oh. No, it was more like there was this thing watching me all the time. I called it the monster because I was original like that. Half the time I couldn't even see it, but I would know it was there, waiting to what? I'm not sure. Kill me, maybe, or kill my mom or all the people I cared about. I don't think I ever had a dream where it actually did anything other than lurk in the background, waiting to grab me or chase me. He shuddered. In hindsight, it's probably not that surprising. I grew up surrounded by superheroes. Every time my mom left our apartment, I didn't know if she would ever come back. And the news was always full of stories of people getting kidnapped or being found dead in gutters. What was my subconscious supposed to do with all that information? He shot her a wistful smile. I can see why your subconscious thought it would be better to just let the whole city collapse. A surprised laugh escaped her. And though she knew Adrian was joking, she wondered if there was a hint of truth to his words. Nightmares, she mused. I don't miss them. Adrian's face softened, and she couldn't quite look away. Her nerves tingled. We should probably get back, he murmured, without breaking eye contact, without moving at all. Probably, agreed Nova. But she couldn't move either. Anticipation mingled with nervousness. Her heart pounded like a mallet. Earn his affection. She glimpsed his hand resting in the grass and tried to work up the courage to touch him. She tried to channel Honey Harper, imagining what she would do. A brush of her shoulder, a graze of her fingertips. The thought of it made her shiver. What would Honey do? Nova's gaze skipped down to Adrian's lips. She gulped and leaned forward. Adrian took in a sudden breath and, before Nova knew what was happening, he had jumped to his feet and started brushing himself off. Yeah, wow, we need to hurry, he said, glancing at his wristband. Don't want to be late for, jousting or whatever it was. Nova gaped up at him. Sweet rot. She had tried to kiss him and he had rejected her. So that's what that felt like. Mortification overtook her, and she was grateful that he seemed determined not to look at her, as it gave her a moment to gather her wits and shove down her disappointment. Shove it far, far down inside. So far down that she could almost convince herself it wasn't there at all. Chapter 16. Nova wasn't sure which riddle was more frustrating. Adrian, who had gone from trying to kiss her at the amusement park to acting like she had a contagious, incurable disease, or Ace's helmet, which was trapped inside an unopenable box. Nova wasn't fond of riddles in general, but of the two currently plaguing her, she found it far less uncomfortable to focus on the chromium box. And so she had spent all morning sitting at the front desk outside the artifacts warehouse, contemplating just that. How do you open an unopenable box? How do you destroy an indestructible material? What could be strong enough to safely get past the chromium and free Ace's helmet from its prison? Nova still didn't have the answer. But she knew who did. Captain Chromium. He had made the box. He must know how to unmake it. And though Nova wasn't sure what she could say to him to get him to give up this secret, she knew she would have to try, before Ace faded away into nothing. She was caught up in a very long, very clever, very imaginary conversation with the captain when the elevator doors dinged, and none other than her second riddle strolled into the reception area. Nova jerked upward. Adrian? He was practically bouncing on his feet as he hurried to her desk. It's here, he said, beaming. She gaped at him, feeling like she should know what it was, but all she could think about was the helmet. Excuse me? I was thinking that all the stuff from the tunnels had probably gotten thrown away after it was checked for evidence. But I talked to the head of crime scene investigation this morning, and she told me it's all been brought here. They don't throw anything away until an investigation is closed, so right now all the anarchist stuff is supposedly just sitting around in a stockpile somewhere, waiting to be tagged and categorized and— He waved his hand absently toward the vault. Whatever it is that happens here exactly. Nova studied him, her stomach dropping. Winston's puppet. Sitting his elbows onto the desk, Adrian leaned toward her. Exactly. On top of that, I've gotten approval from both the council and Winston's counselor. He can have the puppet in exchange for information, just as long as Snapshot checks it first to be sure it isn't hiding some secret magical power. Winston's puppet. That he was willing to trade information for. Nova swallowed. Oh, that's— great. Is Snapshot in? The door to the filing room opened, but it was Calum, not Snapshot, that strolled out. He froze as soon as he saw Adrian. No way! Sketch in the flesh! I'm a total fan. Oh, thanks, said Adrian, accepting a firm handshake with a bewildered expression. Nova gestured between them. Adrian, Calum, Adrian. Are you here to check something out? Said Calum. We've got a feather quill that I think you'd really like. Oh, yeah? Said Adrian, though he quickly shook away his interest. No, thanks. Actually, I was told there's a place here where they're storing all the stuff that was confiscated from the anarchist holdings in the subway tunnels. Sure, there's a storeroom in the back, but I'm warning you, it's a mess back there. It's on my list to get cleaned up, but— Calum shrugged. Hey, maybe that'd be a good job for us to do together, yeah? It took Nova a moment to realize he was talking to her. She jerked upright. Yeah, great. Sounds like fun. Calum pointed at Adrian. You know, I should probably check that you've been given clearance, but— Bah, who am I kidding? Of course you can see it. Come on back. He waved his arm. Adrian flashed an excited grin at Nova and started to follow. Hey, wait, she said, jumping from her chair. Can I come too, or— Calum laughed. Ha, this girl, her curiosity is insatiable. Taking that as a yes, Nova flipped over a Be Right Back sign on the desk and darted after them. Calum weaved through the front section of the warehouse, giving Adrian much of the same orientation he'd given her on her first day, until they arrived at a freestanding room near the back corner, with walls that didn't quite stretch all the way to the ceiling. Calum thrust open the door. All right, you two have fun. I'll let Snapshot know you're back here. Nova hovered beside Adrian in the doorway, her jaw dropping. She half expected to be overcome with sadness to see all of her things and the belongings of her family now in the hands of the renegades, unappreciated and unloved. But instead, she felt overwhelmed and a little relieved. The chances of Adrian finding anything amid this clutter were slim. Squaring his shoulders, Adrian angled his body to fit between two towering shelves and squeezed into the room. He wasn't kidding, was he? Nova followed after him. It was as if the renegades had filled cart after cart with all the random things they had found down in the tunnels and just dumped it here, without care or ceremony. Though, as her eyes adjusted to the chaos, she began to notice at least some half-hearted attempts at organization. She spotted Honey's beloved wardrobe against one wall, piled over with her sequins dresses and silk scarves, but also Leroy's bathrobe and a trash bag from which Nova's own street clothes were bursting through. Other accessories, jewelry, shoes, and the like, almost all Honey's, were strewn across a cart nearby. The furniture was mostly lumped into a teetering stack in the middle, including Leroy's beloved moth-eaten armchair. Practical household items were grouped erratically across a series of shelves, from electric tea kettles to can openers and even a broom, though Nova couldn't recall anyone ever using a broom down in the tunnels. Wait, no. There had been that time when she'd seen Ingrid chasing a rat with one. Adrian weaved through the narrow pathway, and Nova saw what had caught his attention. A bright-colored play tent crumpled beneath a long table. "Looks like there's some puppeteer stuff over here," Adrian said, crouching to dig through the rumpled nylon fabric. "Great," said Nova, unable to muster even a hint of enthusiasm. The smell of the subway was all around her, and she hated being reminded of it after so many weeks of life above ground. Though there were things that had been taken from her that day that she would like to have back, she had to admit that she wasn't sad to have left their underground prison. Sad to leave Ace behind, yes, but not sad to be gone. "I've been doing some research on the anarchists lately," said Adrian. He found a plastic toy kitchenette behind the tents and started yanking open its mildew-covered cupboards. "Did you know Winston Pratt's dad was a toy maker?" Nova blinked at the back of his head. "No," she said, and it was the truth. She knew little about Winston, or who he had been before he was the puppeteer. "I don't know this for sure, but something tells me this puppet he wants might have been made by his dad. Makes sense it would be something he's attached to, right?" Nova didn't respond. She had spied a desk tucked behind a series of shelves. Her desk. "Couldn't find anything about his origin story, though," Adrian continued. "Or phobias. Actually, couldn't find anything about phobia." Nova pushed aside a rack hung with more of Honey's dresses, making her way to the desk. "That's odd," she said half-heartedly, though in truth, she knew hardly anything about phobia either. With a power like his, so immersed in humanity's greatest terrors, she wasn't sure she wanted to know his origin. She did know there were times when phobia seemed halfway normal. Like, there could be just a regular guy under that cloak, quiet and solitary, with an odd sense of humor and subtle ambition. Who had he been before? How had he become this? If phobia had ever given up these secrets. She didn't know about it. "But there's lots out there on Honey Harper," said Adrian with a chuckle. Nova glanced over to see him digging through a cardboard box labeled simply junk food. "She grew up on a farm about 50 miles south of here. Claims that when she was 12 years old, she stepped on a hornet's nest. The sting sent her into anaphylactic shock and she passed out. When she woke up hours later, she was swollen up like a balloon." "Wait, she said this?" asked Nova. "Uh-huh. It was in a newspaper interview, back near the start of the anarchist revolution." Nova frowned. It was difficult to imagine Honey ever admitting to being swollen up like a balloon. "But," Adrian continued, "she survived, obviously, and she found the hive's queen crushed under her shoe. After that, the whole hive was under her control." She looked up at Nova. "Now that's an origin story." "Why are they always so traumatic?" she murmured. She reached the desk and pulled open the top drawer. Her heart surged. A set of screwdrivers greeted her, rolling around in the drawer. They were her first tools, scavenged by Ace when she was just 4 years old. She stroked one of the handles lovingly, not having realized she'd missed them until that moment. "Cyanide has a sad story, too," said Adrian. Nova bit the inside of her cheek. She had heard Leroy tell his story before. A victim of bullying in high school, he had been accosted by some of his peers after a chemistry lab. Things got out of hand, and soon they started to attack him, not just with their fists, but by dousing him with random chemicals and acids, too. Although, when Leroy told the story, he liked to jump ahead to the part where he cornered his lab partner in a restroom and ensured his face would be forever even more hideously scarred than Leroy's own. Nova remembered Leroy chuckling about it. But she hadn't thought it was funny. Not for either of them. "Sometimes," said Adrian, his voice sounding hollow, "it's impossible for me to fathom why anyone would ever have joined Ace Anarchy. Why would anyone do such horrible things like the anarchists did?" Nova's jaw clenched. "But then I hear the stories and... I don't know. Sometimes you can see how it makes sense, you know?" Gathering the screwdrivers in her hand, Nova turned to face Adrian, checking that he was preoccupied before tucking them into a pouch on her belt. "Any luck?" "No puppet, but... Do you know what these are?" Adrian held up a shoebox full of jagged metal discs. Nova's eyes widened. Adrian didn't wait for her to answer. "Nightmare's throwing stars. Heat tracking, I think. Or maybe motion detecting? I don't know, but they have caused us a world of trouble. Vicious little weapons." He lifted one from the box, turning it over to inspect it from both sides. "I always wondered how they worked. We should probably take these up to research and development." "I'll do it," she said quickly. "That's part of my job here, you know, sorting things through, figuring out what could be useful, making sure it gets to the right people. I'll run it over to them after my shift today." Adrian put the throwing star back into the box and slid it up onto a table. Nova exhaled. "At least we don't have to worry about her anymore, right? The other anarchists are scary enough, but I sure am glad Nightmare's been taken care of." "I suppose," Adrian said. Nova frowned at him. "What do you mean, you suppose?" He shrugged. "We haven't really proven that she's dead." Goosebumps raced down her arms. "What?" Adrian started pawing through a trunk, mostly filled with cheap magic tricks and plastic party favors. "They never found a body or any evidence at all that she was killed." "Because she was obliterated," said Nova, more forceful than she'd intended to be. "The detonator's bomb destroyed her. No wonder there was nothing left." "Maybe. I mean, it definitely caused a lot of damage, but shouldn't there have been something? Body parts? Blood?" Nova gawked at him. All this time, all these weeks, she'd felt sure about this one thing at least. This one thing that had actually gone right. She had faked her own death. The renegades believed that Nightmare was gone. They had called off the investigation. It was one less thing for her to worry about, and she'd embraced it heartily. But Adrian didn't believe it? But no one could have survived that explosion. "You did." She froze. "You were in the funhouse when the bomb hit." I was on the opposite side of the funhouse," she whispered, "and I was protected by a giant metal cylinder." Adrian's lips tilted upward again, but she could tell he was humoring her. "I know, you're probably right. She's probably dead. I just wonder about it sometimes. Well, don't. He chuckled, but quickly became serious again. Sliding the cardboard box beneath the table, he stood. You know, we never talked about what happened that day. Nova's pulse jumped, and just like that, she was back in the neglected corner of Cosmopolis Park, and Adrian was telling her how worried he'd been when he thought she was dead, and he was stepping closer, and her breaths were coming quicker. Do you want to talk about it? His eyes were on her, unsure. Heat climbed her neck and blossomed across her cheeks. Did she want to talk about it? No, not really. She wanted to pretend like it hadn't happened. She wanted to start over. She wanted him to try to kiss her again, because this time she wouldn't run away. I'm sorry, she said, wetting her lips. I think I just got scared. It was true. It was still true. She was scared. Scared that she felt this way for Adrian Everhart, a renegade. Scared that she couldn't quite escape it, no matter how many times she reminded herself that he was the enemy. Scared that even now she knew that she wasn't trying to get close to him only because Ace had suggested it. If anything, that was just a convenient excuse to do exactly what she'd wanted to do all along. Of course you were scared, he said. I was terrified. You were? But you were braver than I was. I completely froze up, and you... He trailed off. Nova stared at him, perplexed. She was brave? He froze up? But still, even if the detonator was a monster, I know it couldn't have been easy. You killed someone and... He lifted both hands like he was trying to calm her. But Nova wasn't upset. She was baffled. You did what you had to do, but it couldn't have been easy, and... If you want to talk about it, you can talk to me. About... killing the detonator, she said, as her thoughts reshuffled and fell back into place. Here she was, dwelling on an almost kiss, and Adrian wanted to talk about the time she'd killed someone. I'm sorry, Adrian said. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. I just thought, no, it's fine. I mean, I was offered trauma counseling if I wanted it, but I don't really feel like I need it. And she wasn't about to spill her innermost thoughts to a renegade psychiatrist, even if she did need it. The thing is, killing the detonator wasn't hard. She exhaled and wanted to move closer to Adrian, but there was so much stuff between them. So much baggage. Her entire past life laid out at their feet, and she couldn't bring herself to wade through it. It wasn't hard at all. She was hurting all those people, and she would have hurt so many more. Her palms were becoming damp, but she forced herself to hold Adrian's gaze and tell him the truth. What she had known even then was the truth. She would have hurt you. Surprise warmed his features. Nova. She turned away, her heart fluttering with the way he was looking at her. Then, Nova. She glanced up again, and Adrian was suddenly grinning. He pointed to something behind her. Nova peered up. Her shoulders fell. Winston's puppet, Hetty, was perched on the topmost shelf over Nova's old desk, its wooden legs dangling over the side, its sad eyes watching them as though it had been listening in on the whole conversation and found it severely disheartening. She bit back a groan. Brilliant. After Adrian retrieved the doll, They made their way back through the warehouse and found Snapshot talking to Calum in the section devoted to artifacts with healing properties. "It should clearly go in defense," Calum was saying, holding up a thick black pendant attached to a slender chain. "I disagree," said Snapshot, punching something into a handheld label maker. "It belongs here, with the other healing objects." "It doesn't heal," Calum said. "It protects from disease," said Snapshot. "Yeah, it protects you from getting sick, but it won't do anything if you're already sick. It's preventative. It's a defense measure. Defense." "Excuse me?" said Adrian, drawing their attention. Calum opened his arms wide. "Nova, tell her. Vitality charm, healing or defense." He held up the necklace. The large, round pendant swung from the chain. It appeared old, ancient even, with a rudimentary symbol impressed into what might have been iron, showing an open palm with a serpent curled up inside it. Nova shook her head. "Sorry, Calum, never heard of it." His shoulders sank. "Okay, well, mostly it's used to protect against poison and disease. But there was also one account of it fending off a strength-draining attack from a prodigy." "Cool," said Adrian. "Can I see?" Calum handed the pendant to him. "They've had it in healing for years, but that doesn't make sense." "Fine, Calum, fine," said Snapshot, pressing a label onto the edge of a shelf. "Shelve it wherever you want. Hello, Adrian. I heard you were going through the anarchist room. Did you find what you were looking for?" "As a matter of fact," Adrian held up the puppet. "Can I get it cleared to be taken out?" She set down the label maker and took the puppet from him. She brought her cat-eye glasses down from her head and inspected the doll from every angle. After a long, quiet moment, she handed Hetty back to Adrian. "Just a puppet," she confirmed. "Nothing extraordinary about it. You have my permission to take it from the warehouse. Calum, maybe you can make a note in the database?" "Great, thanks," said Adrian. He went to return the medallion to Calum, but hesitated. He looked closer at the design, his brow creasing. Nova inched closer, trying to see what had caught his interest. But it was just a big, ugly pendant so far as she could tell, albeit one that could protect from disease. She wondered to what extent. The common cold? The plague? Everything in between? And why wasn't it at the hospital, rather than gathering dust in here? "Actually, is this available to be checked out too?" asked Adrian. "Sure," said Calum. "But once you bring it back," he cut a sharp look at Snapshot, "I'm putting it in defense." She shooed them away. "Just make sure you fill out the form, Mr. Everhart," she said. "Nova can help you with that." Nova smiled tightly. "Right this way."
Chapter 17. Winston Pratt held the puppet in both hands, peering into its sad face with apparent indifference. Adrian had not known what to expect when he brought the doll to him. The counselor had insisted on being there, pointing out that objects that were significant and sentimental to a patient could result in strong outbursts of emotion, positive and negative. So Adrian had been prepared for delighted squeals or wretched sobs, but had not been prepared for total apathy, even confusion as Winston tilted his head from side to side. He seemed to be inspecting the doll's face, but for what, Adrian couldn't begin to guess. "Well," Adrian said finally, his patience reaching its end. The counselor shot him a disgruntled look, which he ignored. "That is Hetty, isn't it?" "Yes," said Winston Pratt. "This is Hetty." He rubbed the pad of his thumb across the black teardrop on the puppet's cheek, as if trying to scrub the paint away. It didn't work. Holding the doll in both hands, he lifted it to eye level and whispered, "You did this to me?"
Adrian cast a glance at the counselor. She looked worried, like she was ready to step in and divert Winston's attention to more cheerful subjects at the first sign of trouble. Clearing her throat, she took a subtle step forward. "What did Hetty do to you, Mr. Pratt?" Winston looked up, startled, as if he'd forgotten they were there. Then his lip curled in annoyance. "Hetty is a puppet," he said, shaking the doll so that the wooden head bobbed back and forth. "It can't do anything it isn't made to do." The counselor blinked. "Yes," she said slowly, "but you said—" "It's what he symbolizes," Winston said. His indifference vanished, and suddenly his face was carved with emotion. His brow creased, his eyes burned, his breaths turned ragged. "It's what he did!" With a scream, he pulled back his arm and threw the puppet. It clacked hollowly against the wall and fell to the floor, its limbs splayed at odd angles. Adrian watched, frozen, and wondered distantly if he should come back in an hour or two. But then Winston took in a long breath and giggled, almost sheepish. "I didn't mean to do that." He looked at Adrian. "Could you hand him back to me, pretty please?" When the counselor didn't object, Adrian scooped the doll from the floor. Winston snatched it from his hand and spent another moment trying to scratch off the teardrop with his thumbnail before huffing with irritation and tucking Hetty against his side. He met Adrian's eyes again and shrugged, a little sadly. "I shouldn't have taken my anger out on poor Hetty," he said, petting the doll's fluffy orange hair. "It really isn't his fault." Adrian forced a smile, not sure how else to respond. He waited a full 10 seconds before lifting his eyebrows. "So?" "So?" said Winston. His fist started to tighten, and Adrian shoved it into his pocket in an attempt to make it less obvious. "We had a deal. The puppet in exchange for information. You promised to tell me who killed my mother." Winston clicked his tongue. No. I promised to tell you something you would want to know." Adrian's hand squeezed tighter until he could feel his nails digging into his palm. He'd known better than to trust an anarchist. He'd known. He was seconds away from leaping forward and snatching the puppet away from the villain when Winston started to smile, teasing and sly. "And I will tell you something you want to know. More than you realize." Adrian held his breath. "You told me that you watched the detonator kill Nightmare," said Winston. "That you were there. But I'm afraid, young Master Everhart, you were mistaken." His eyes twinkled. "Our precious little Nightmare is very much alive." He went to the council's offices first, but only blacklight was available. Adrian supposed he could have told him, as he was as high-ranking as any of the others, but no, he needed to talk to his dads first. They knew the whole story of his search for Nightmare. They knew why it was so important to him. But according to Prism, Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden were out to dinner with the Commissioner of Gatlin's City Food Security, and they were not expected back in the office until tomorrow. Though Adrian pressed, she refused to tell him where they had gone. It would not be appropriate to divulge that information even to him, she said, forcefully apologetic. So he headed home, teeth grinding the whole way. Winston Pratt had refused to say more, no matter how Adrian cajoled, or how many of the anarchist's belongings he offered as bribes, to the growing annoyance of his counselor. Pratt was not swayed. He had given the information he intended to give, and his lips were now sealed. He'd even made a zipper motion across them to prove his point. It was so infuriating to know that he had more information but was refusing to share it. Adrian definitely would have smacked Pratt on the side of the head a few times if he'd thought the counselor would allow it. Nightmare was alive. He had known. Somehow he had known. She hadn't been killed by that explosion. She'd sneaked away while they were distracted by the bombs going off in the park. She was still at large. And there was a chance that he could find her. There was a chance he could find out her connection to his mother's murderer.
He had been pacing inside the dining room for nearly 2 hours when the front door finally opened and Hugh's boisterous laugh echoed through the house. Adrian charged into the foyer. Both of his dads were grinning, but the looks faded when their eyes landed on him. "Nightmare is alive," he blurted. "Winston Pratt confirmed it. She wasn't killed by the detonator. She's still out there." "Whoa, whoa, whoa," said Hugh, holding up his hands. "Slow down." Adrian paused to take a deep breath. His dads shrugged out of their jackets as he started again. "When I spoke to Winston Pratt the other day, we made a deal. If I brought him this puppet of his, he would answer one of my questions."
"Yes, we know," said Simon. "We had to approve the incentive."
"Right," said Adrian. "Well, I got the puppet, and today he told me that Nightmare isn't dead. She tricked us." They both stared at him, wool jackets draped over their arms.
"And," Simon started, "how exactly does he know that?"
Adrian rubbed a hand over his hair. "I don't know. He wouldn't say anything else, but he seemed certain." "He's been in jail for months," said Hugh. "With no outside contact, he couldn't possibly know whether or not Nightmare is alive."
"I'm sorry, Adrian, but Hugh's right. He's just trying to distract you, to distract us. Classic villain technique. Get us looking for one thing over here while they make plans to attack us over there. We need to stay focused on finding Hawthorne and the remaining anarchists, not chasing after a ghost."
"No, but—" Adrian trailed off. His eyes darted between them, and he felt the sudden sting of pity. He rocked back on his heels. He didn't want to believe them, but he couldn't explain why he was convinced that Winston Pratt was telling the truth. "Because you want it to be the truth," a voice whispered. His own annoying subconscious. If it wasn't true, then the trail to find his mother's killer was cold again. Nothing more than a vague hope that maybe one of the other anarchists might know something, if they were ever found again. And it would mean that he'd been fooled by a lousy villain. He'd gone to the tunnels. He'd searched through the artifacts warehouse. Could it have been a staged mission with no prize to gain at all? "I'm sorry," Hugh started, but Adrian cut him off with a wave of his hand. "Don't be. I probably should have thought of all that before I let him get to me. You wanted it to be true," Hugh said. "We get it." "Yeah, well," Adrian cleared his throat. "How was your dinner?" Hugh thumped Adrian on the back as he headed for the staircase. "Long."
"But," said Simon, revealing a cardboard to-go box that had been invisible in his hand, "we brought you cheesecake." It felt like a small consolation, but Adrian took it. He trudged down to his bedroom in the mansion's basement, fork in one hand and dessert in the other. The basement was huge, though still mostly unfinished, as his dad's efforts to restore the home had been focused on the upper floors. Adrian had dominion over what happened down here, which so far meant he'd put up a few shelves of old action figures and some of his favorite comic drawings, mostly from artists who had been prolific before the age of anarchy. There was also his bed, a small sofa, his desk, and an entertainment console with video games and a TV. It wasn't luxurious, but it was his. He threw himself onto the sofa. He didn't know who he was more frustrated with. His dad's for not being willing to even consider that Nightmare might still be alive, or Winston Pratt for revealing a potentially fake and almost certainly useless bit of information, or himself for believing him, for still believing him despite the logic of his dad's words. He shoveled a few bites of cheesecake into his mouth, but he wasn't tasting it. His mind was going over the fight at the theme park again, the moment when the detonator had thrown the bomb at Nightmare and Adrian had seen her try to dodge the blast. Try and fail? He wasn't sure then, and he wasn't sure now. What he did know was that they hadn't found her body, or even bits of it, gruesome as the thought was. Only her mask. But what did it matter? Even if Winston was right and she was alive, Adrian was no closer to finding her. He had no more clues to investigate, no more leads to follow. He supposed he could dig through all that stuff from the subway tunnels, but just thinking about that gave him a headache. And if the investigators hadn't found anything useful, why did he think he would do any better?
After tearing through half the slice of cake, Adrian stood up and marched to his desk. He rummaged around until he found a charcoal pencil. He would sketch for a while. It always helped focus his thoughts, or at least quiet them. Grabbing a spiral-bound book from the shelf, he sat down and found a blank page. He let the charcoal guide his fingers, scrawling hasty shapes and messy shadows across the paper until an image began to take shape. Overgrown ferns, a moss-covered staircase, a cloaked figure haunting the background. A shiver shook Adrian so hard, the charcoal scratched a sharp line through the landscape, disrupting the vision. Adrian sat up straighter. The figure was turned away, and for a moment his subconscious returned images of the monster that had haunted his nightmares as a child. It had been years since he'd thought of those terrors, but telling Nova about them had stirred up feelings of powerlessness that he would have preferred to keep buried. But when he took in the drawing in its entirety, he realized that it wasn't the monster that he'd been drawing. It was the statue. The statue at City Park. This wasn't his dream. It was Nova's. Adrian lowered the sketchbook, an idea sharpening in his thoughts. He stared at the closed door that divided his bedroom from the only other finished room in the basement, though finished was a subjective term. It had 4 walls and a ceiling, all covered with drywall, though not much else. No trim, no texture, not even windows. He stood clutching the sketchbook as he opened the door. Striding into the darkness, he waved his arm until his hand collided with a thin chain. With a tug, he turned on the bare light bulb in the center of the ceiling. When they'd first moved in, Adrian had dubbed this space his art studio, somewhat ironically. He had drawn himself an easel and a second work table and a bookshelf for storing his sketchbooks, which was admittedly a little crooked. Otherwise, the space remained barren and a bit on the forlorn side. He turned in a full circle, inspecting the bare white walls. His eyes returned to the drawing, then back up, white space, emptiness, a canvas waiting to be filled. He regarded the meager stash of art supplies he'd been hoarding for years, a vision filling his thoughts. Turning, he strode back through his bedroom and up the creaky stairs. He found Hugh in front of the TV in the living room, having changed into sweats and an old triathlon t-shirt. He had served as a commentator, not a contestant, which would have been supremely unfair. "No more talk about Nightmare tonight," said Hugh without looking up from the TV. "Please." He clicked through channels until he landed on the news. Adrian scowled. "I wasn't going to." Hugh shot him a disbelieving look. "I just wanted to ask if it's okay for me to paint my studio." "What studio?" "You know, my art studio. That empty room downstairs next to my bedroom." "The storage room?" Adrian pushed up his glasses. "If storage is code for Adrian's random drawing stuff, then yes." "I think he means the room we planned on using for storage," said Simon, appearing behind Adrian with a bowl of popcorn. "But we didn't end up needing it." "Yep, that's the one. So, can I paint it?" Simon flopped onto the sofa, propping his feet on the coffee table. "Fine by me." "Cool. Any idea where I can find acrylic paint by the gallon?" As soon as he had asked it, he held up his hand. "You know what? Never mind. I have an old box of pastels down there. I can make my own paint." "Why do I get the feeling we're not talking about a neutral beige and an eggshell finish?" said Hugh. Adrian grinned. "Does it make a difference?" "Well, no, not really." "That's what I thought." "Thanks." "Whoa, whoa, whoa," said Hugh, muting the television. "This conversation is not over." Adrian paused, 1 foot already out the door. "It's not?" Hugh sighed. 15 minutes ago, you were ready to lead a full-scale manhunt for Nightmare, and now you're painting a room? Why don't you take 20 seconds and tell us what it is you're doing?" Adrian bristled. "Well, I'm not going after Nightmare, or Hawthorne for that matter, or even running off for patrol duty, given that my team is still waiting for our reinstatement request to be approved. So I have to keep myself busy somehow, right?" "Adrian," said Simon, the word a warning.
Hugh appeared equally irritated, and for some reason, Adrian had a flashback to his mom all those years ago, giving him that stern look and a pointed finger and insisting that he drop that attitude, young man. He deflated fast. I'm painting a mural. Hugh's eyebrows rose with interest. A mural? Yeah, it's still a pretty new idea, so can I? He gestured toward the foyer. Simon cast Hugh an exasperated glance. When did he become such a teenager? Adrian, Hugh said, digging a handful of popcorn from Simon's bowl. We just want you to talk to us for a minute. You seem distant since Cosmopolis Park. Though it wasn't said like an accusation, Adrian couldn't help feeling defensive. He'd been distant? They were the ones always busy trying to govern the entirety of the civilized world. But he knew better than to say that. You guys have been busy. With the fallout from the detonator and the big Agent N announcement and everything, I didn't want to bother you. You never bother us, said Simon. You're always our top priority, no matter what else we're dealing with. I know we haven't been giving you much attention lately, but it doesn't mean we haven't noticed how you've changed. Adrian felt the prickle of tattoos imprinted on his body. I haven't changed, he insisted. The comment earned a snort from both dads. He scowled at them. How are things going with you and Nova? Said Hugh. Adrian gawked at him and for the first time began to regret coming up here. He should have just gone ahead and done the painting. It's not like they ever went down there. He probably would have grown up and moved out before they discovered it. But no, he was trying to be responsible, and this is what he got. What do you mean? Are you two dating? When Adrian returned his question with a somewhat horrified stare, Hugh raised his palms. We are allowed to ask that, aren't we? Nova's a friend, Adrian said quickly to get it over with. We're fine. I don't want to talk about it. Simon grunted and sang under his breath, Told you so, leaving Adrian to wonder what exactly he had told Hugh, and for how long his love life, or lack thereof, had been a topic of conversation. Fine, said Hugh. I'm sorry I said anything. I just hope you know that you can always talk to us. He smiled awkwardly, like he couldn't quite believe how much of a dad thing that was to say. About anything, Simon reinforced. Adrian nodded. Even though suffering through this conversation was about the last thing he wanted to be doing at the moment, he had to admit it. It was nice to be reminded that his dads cared about him, even if he didn't fully believe that he was their top priority like they claimed, which usually was okay with him. They were the world's greatest superheroes. What did he expect? Of course, Dad. He glanced at Simon. Pops, I swear I'm fine, so... Adrian inched back into the door frame. Can I go now? Hugh huffed and waved a hand at Adrian. Fine, return to your solitude. Go make your masterpiece. Adrian cast them both a quick salute, then darted into the hallway before they could think of more touchy-feely father-son stuff to talk about. He was downstairs again in a heartbeat, digging through a box of old art supplies. A lot of them had been collected by his mom way back when he was still a kid, first learning to draw. There were broken crayons and paintbrushes with their bristles long ago cemented together, and a watercolor set where all the colors had bled together into a murky greenish-brown. He found the pastels tossed together in a plastic bag. Though many were broken and partly melted, he was overjoyed to see the vast array of colors that greeted him. Sitting cross-legged in front of the wall, he started to draw a new collection of supplies, a series of quart-sized paint cans, each filled with rich, earthy tones and tropical, bright hues. Within minutes, he had the paint cans scattered across the concrete floor, along with a set of brand-new brushes. He considered the blank walls one more time and began to paint.
Chapter 18. Normally, the training halls located in the sub-levels of Renegade HQ were a hive of activity. This was where renegades practiced running through the various obstacles or tested out new techniques with their powers. But when Nova arrived for the first day of Agent N training, The vast hall buzzed with a strange, nervous hush. For once, there was no one lifting weights or throwing punches, no one manipulating the giant pool of water or doing cartwheels through flaming hoops, no one traversing zip lines or scaling walls. The entire hall had been reserved for the patrol units who would be working with their new chemical weapon for the first time, and the effect made the hall feel lifeless and ordinary. Nova's skin prickled as she made her way along the catwalk that spanned the length of the training floor. She was early, and only a dozen renegades were waiting by the projectile targets, including Adrian, though there was no sign of Oscar, Ruby, or Dana yet. Adrian was talking to Eclipse, the leader of one of the other patrols. Nova let out a slow breath. All morning her mind ticked down the growing list of priorities. First, damage control. She needed to know what Winston had told him and ensure that her secret was still safe. After that, her goals were a little more vague. Get close to Adrian. Earn the Council's trust. Find out more about Agent N. Find out how to weaponize Agent N against the renegades. And of course, above all else, get Ace his helmet. Everything would fall into place, she knew, if only she could restore that helmet to its rightful owner. As far as she could tell, Adrian Everhart was her best hope. He thought his powers could get into that box. Then Nova would find a way to make it happen. She would not be rejected again. Something had passed between them at the park. She knew she wasn't imagining the way his breathing had shallowed, the way his gaze had seared into her. There was still something there. Maybe she had hurt him at the carnival, and maybe all the walls he'd put up these past weeks were a result of her rejection. And maybe it was going to take time and persistence to bring those walls down. But Nova liked a challenge. Squaring her shoulders, she started down one of the narrow staircases toward the training area. Adrian glanced up and noticed her. He started to smile, a reflex she knew. He smiled at everyone. And yet, with her focus on Adrian, Nova lost track of how many steps she had taken. She misjudged the last stair and started to fall forward, barely catching herself on the rail. She jolted upright, cheeks already burning. Startled, Adrian jogged toward her. "You okay?" "Fine," she spat, tugging down the wrists of her uniform. "I'm fine." Adrian's grin broadened, and he looked like he wanted to tease her, but he refrained. Standing up again, Nova plastered a brilliant smile to her own face, freezing him in place. "So, how did it go with the puppeteer?" Adrian blinked, and immediately Nova could tell she had to reel in the enthusiasm. She toned down her cheer and wrapped a hand around Adrian's elbow. He tensed, but didn't resist as she pulled him into the shadow of the catwalk, away from the waiting patrol units. Did he say anything useful? He was contemplating her hand, still on his elbow, and then he was pulling away. It was a subtle shift, but not subtle enough. Nova's heart squeezed. "Not exactly," he said. "Oh?" His attention fixated on her, and Nova realized he hadn't planned on telling her how the meeting with Winston had gone. Her gut clenched. What did that mean? What had Winston said? "Actually," he said slowly, "remember when I said that I wasn't entirely convinced that Nightmare is dead?" Her skin went cold. "Yeah?" "Well," he rubbed the back of his neck, "Winston Pratt agrees." Her mouth moved, but no words came out. "He told me that Nightmare isn't dead. He seemed really sure about it. But after I brought it up to my dad's, they pointed out that he's been in prison since before her death, and there's no way that he could know whether or not she's still alive, so it seems that I've been duped. She blinked. Oh, really? He shrugged. I don't know, he was so convincing. But obviously he knew that Nightmare being alive would distract me, given our interrogation last time. The more I think about it, the more likely it seems that he was just toying with me, like... He rolled his eyes. A puppet. Wow, mused Nova, pressing a hand to his forearm. Adrian, I'm so sorry. And so relieved, she thought. Adrian peered at her, and this time he didn't immediately pull away from her touch. It's not a complete loss. If I hadn't come to the artifacts department, I never would have known about that vitality charm. I've done some research, and it's amazing what it can do. Oh, yeah? You should come spend a day with me in the vault sometime. There's a lot of neat stuff in there. I'm not an expert on it all like Calum is, but I could point out some of the highlights. Adrian's smile widened, and there it was again. The faintly drooping eyelashes, the current of electricity that seemed to spark where her hand rested on his arm. I'd like that, he said. Nova grinned. Me too. Uh-oh, came Oscar's voice. Nova jerked away. She spun around to see Oscar, Ruby, and Dana standing beside the staircase. Oscar wriggled a finger in Nova and Adrian's direction. Is this a moment? It looks like a moment. Seeking privacy under the catwalk, said Dana, smirking. Definitely a moment. We should give them some space. Ruby swooped her arms around Oscar and Dana, turning them away. Very funny, guys, said Adrian, jogging after them. We were just talking. That's not what it looked, Oscar started, but then stopped. Actually, that is what it looked like. Sighing, Nova followed. Are you excited? Asked Dana. Though her expression was neutral, Nova immediately felt her body attuned to her, as if assessing a threat. Ever since the meeting when Agent N had been revealed, she had sensed a change in Dana. A suspicion, a distance, an entrapment in her words, the way her eyes seemed to follow Nova whenever they were together. Excited? Said Nova, aiming for the same level of nonchalance that Dana displayed. For Agent N training. Dana nodded toward a station where dozens of handguns had been set up before an array of targets. I'm curious to see what they have us doing today. Nova swallowed, unsure what Dana wanted her to say. Nova hadn't been shy about voicing her disapproval of Agent N, though she knew she would have to play along if she wanted to avoid raising any more alarms. She unclenched her jaw to respond. I just want to be the best renegade I can be. Dana's eye twitched. And though she said nothing, Nova could tell she was unconvinced. Nova was grateful when Thunderbird strode into the midst of waiting patrol units, her black wings folded behind her. Good morning, renegades. Today marks the beginning of our official Agent N training period. You are our second group of patrols, and I am pleased to say that, thus far, training has gone quite smoothly. I don't doubt that you will exceed expectations as well. She turned a cool gaze upon the gathered units. It almost seemed like a threat. Dana took a small step back, and Nova remembered her once saying that she was a little afraid of Thunderbird. At the time, she'd made a joke of it. Birds were natural predators of butterflies, she'd pointed out. But now Nova felt the councilwoman's intimidation for herself. She scanned the other patrol units that were gathered in the hall. There were 6 teams total, and though Nova had met most of them by now, her attention fixed on Frostbite and Company, who looked more eager than anyone to get started. Gargoyle caught her staring and sneered, flashing jagged black rock teeth. Thunderbird set a briefcase on a table, and Nova's heart danced, recognizing it as the same that Dr. Hogan had shown them during the meeting. Sure enough, as Thunderbird unlatched and lifted the lid, they were greeted with 19 vials of green liquid. The 20th was missing, having not been replaced from when they had neutralized Winston. Nova licked her lips, practically salivating over those vials. She barely refrained from touching the pouch on her belt where a vial exactly like those was sequestered away, filled with the concoction Leroy had made to her specifications, a mixture of ink, acrylic paint, and cornstarch for thickening. Nova had worried her memory might not have replicated the substance well enough, but studying the rows of vials, she could tell it was nearly identical. Her fingers twitched, but she urged herself to be patient. An opportunity would present itself. She just had to wait. Thunderbird pulled one of the vials out and held it toward the gathered patrols. Today, we will be running through a series of exercises designed to get you more comfortable with the different methods you might find yourself using on the field to neutralize a prodigy with the Agent N serum. We will be practicing with a false serum, of course, but first we are going to discuss some logistics and precautions when it comes to using Agent N. As she turned the vial from side to side, the liquid oozed like honey. As you can see, the serum is quite thick. It must enter a prodigy's bloodstream and be delivered to the brain in order to take effect. Our scientists have found that once the serum reaches the brain, the transformation begins instantaneously and is completed within seconds, as you witnessed with the puppeteer. How long it takes for the serum to reach the brain depends on how and where in the body it is administered. When injected intravenously, it will reach the brain in less than a minute for most prodigies, depending on their heart rate. Nova dug her fingers into her elbows. Our scientists have found. She thought again of the criminals locked away in Cragmore Penitentiary. How many had been used as lab rats while the scientists perfected this weapon? Stingray lifted a finger. What if a prodigy is cold-blooded? Or doesn't have blood at all? Asked Gargoyle. Nova squinted at him. Trevor Dunn's, Gargoyle's, skin might be able to mutate into rock, but she was still fairly certain he had blood. Maybe a day would come when she could test that theory. Beside her, Dana muttered, Or what if they don't have a brain? Nova's cheek twitched, and she momentarily forgot that she was supposed to be wary of Dana. Those are good questions, said Thunderbird. There are many exceptions and unusual circumstances in the wide array of prodigies, and we will be covering those during your second training session. For today's purposes, know that more than 95% of all prodigies will be neutralized within 1 minute of having the serum administered. As I said, it must enter the bloodstream, and due to its density, it will be ineffective if applied topically. You do, however, have a few options. The most obvious is through an injection directly into a vein or artery. A shot into the heart will be particularly fast-acting. You can also administer the serum through an open wound, though this may slow the process. Additionally, the serum can be taken orally, to then be absorbed into the bloodstream through the lining of the stomach. However, we don't expect many prodigies to willingly imbibe the serum. We don't expect that to be a viable option in most cases. What if it's inhaled? A girl called Silver Comet said. Can it be made into a gas? In theory, yes, said Thunderbird. The liquid can be vaporized, and, if inhaled, will eventually reach the brain. However, it's important to remember that we are all susceptible to the effects of Agent N, as much as our enemies. And at this time we don't have any way of protecting ourselves. Attempting to weaponize the serum with something such as, say, a gas bomb would be too risky. Thunderbird put the vial of Agent N back in the case, then drew a small dart from a pouch. Nova swallowed. The dart was almost identical to the poisoned projectile she had once used to try to kill Captain Chromium. Nova's hand went to the pen she always wore on her weaponry belt, the one she had designed a long time ago with a secret blow dart compartment inside. She couldn't be sure without closer inspection, but she suspected one of the Agent N darts would fit inside just right. "Once your training is complete," said Thunderbird, "and we have publicly unveiled Agent N, you will be outfitted with special handguns and darts like this one. Today the darts are empty, and the guns by the practice boards," she gestured to the firing range, "have been preloaded. Now, I'll have everyone pick a—" "I have a question," said Nova. Thunderbird nodded at her. "Go ahead. Will there be consequences for renegades who abuse Agent N?" "Abuse?" "This is an enormous responsibility," she said. "I'm not convinced that we, as individuals, are qualified to make the life-changing decision of whether or not a prodigy should be allowed to keep their powers, even those who have been found breaking the law." Thunderbird gave a smile, but it was close-lipped. "There is no greater responsibility than protecting and serving the citizens of this city, and the rest of the council and I fully trust the judgment of our patrol units." "Yes, but shouldn't there be some sort of limitation? A way to counter anyone who might decide to use Agent N as a punishment, or for their own gain, or in a situation where it was unwarranted? What if a renegade neutralizes someone for, say, stealing a candy bar? That's an abuse of power, isn't it? So I just want to know what the consequence for something like that would be." Thunderbird held her gaze for a long time. "Your concerns are relevant. I'll discuss potential consequences with the rest of the council, and we'll make sure to have a memo distributed with our decisions." "A memo?" said Nova with a guffaw. "Oh, good, because those are always taken seriously." "What is this, Ethics 101? Janissa Clark muttered, just loud enough to make sure everyone heard. "Also," said Thunderbird, her tone stern, "during your next training session, we will discuss what factors we expect will be considered during an altercation before Agent N is administered. We do trust your judgment, but we will offer some guidelines to follow when considering whether neutralizing an opponent is the best course of action to take." She regarded Nova, as if waiting to see if this answer was adequate. It wasn't, of course, but sensing Dana's eyes on her, Nova held her tongue. "Now then," Thunderbird gestured to the firing range. "Everyone, please take a weapon." The team started to drift toward the firing range, claiming their positions in front of an array of targets. Everyone except Janissa Clark. Nova's eyes narrowed as she left her group and approached Thunderbird. The tips of Thunderbird's massive feathered wings dragged on the floor as she and Janissa peeled off toward the side of the training hall. The two tilted their heads together, and Janissa began to whisper something, gesturing occasionally at the briefcase full of Agent N. Thunderbird was frowning, but in a way that suggested contemplation more than disapproval. Ruby strode toward a cluster of open stands by the range, and the others followed, but Nova lingered behind. Her fingers delved into the pouch on her belt and wrapped around the vial inside. Her attention latched on to the open briefcase, left unattended. The renegades were focused on their new weapons and their targets before them. Lifting her chin, she sauntered toward the drinking fountain on the far side of the wall. She bent over it, taking a long draught of water. When she turned back, she saw Janissa and Thunderbird still deep in conversation, and the rest of the patrol units focused on their training. She made her way to the target range. As she brushed past the case, her hand darted out and snatched a single vial from the case, just as quickly replacing it with the decoy. Her pulse thrummed as the sample of Agent N disappeared into the pouch on her belt. Nova smiled, and in that moment, Adrian glanced around at her. He noticed her expression and smiled back.
Chapter 19. Adrian inspected the gun, turning it over in his palm. He wasn't a total ignoramus when it came to projectile weaponry, but for all the time he'd spent training and even drawing his fair share of pistols, he had never been comfortable holding one in his hand. It hadn't bothered him until recently. Maybe his frustration had started at the carnival, when Nova had killed the detonator with a single shot to the head while he had hesitated. Or maybe it was because now, with Agent N becoming a part of their regular practices, patrol units would be expected to be accomplished shooters, and he knew he was far behind the curve on that particular skill. Not that he was the only prodigy who was less than impressive when it came to modern weaponry. Lots of renegades preferred to use their own powers in lieu of handheld weapons. He knew plenty of patrol members who had never fired a gun, so he couldn't be that terrible, he told himself. He couldn't be the worst. But then Nova appeared at the station next to him, and he couldn't help sneaking glimpses at her while she checked the cartridge and the safety mechanism as efficiently as if she used tranquilizer guns every day. Once she was finished with her inspection, Nova raised the gun, gripping it in both hands, and fired. It was so fast Adrian wondered if she'd even bothered to take aim at anything, but a glance at the targets showed her dart dead center in a distant bullseye. On Nova's other side, Dana gave a low whistle. "Nice one, Insomnia. I sure am glad you're on our side." Nova seemed to tense at the comment, but didn't respond. Exhaling, Adrian lifted his own gun and assessed the range before him. There were bullseyes of all sizes, some near and some far, and there were other targets too, from cardboard cutouts of known villains from the Age of Anarchy to an assortment of bottles, cans, and ceramic pots. He noticed that there was even a framed wanted poster of Hawthorne. Bracing for the recoil, he aimed at the poster and fired. His dart sailed over the poster and struck the distant wall. "Psst, Nova." Adrian turned. Oscar was peering around at Nova from the last station. Nova fired another dart, knocking down a glass bottle, then lowered her gun. "Yeah? Do you think you could make me a cane gun, like one those fancy gentlemen in the Victorian era had? Because I'm thinking, if we're all going to be carrying guns now, I might as well keep it classy, right?" Before Nova could answer, Thunderbird came by, pacing behind the line of firing stations.
While you're familiarizing yourselves with your weapons, I want each of you to consider how you and your teammates can make use of your unique abilities in conjunction with the Agent N projectiles. Being able to think fast on your feet and use the resources available to you during an altercation is often what separates the victorious from the defeated. The sounds of darts peppering the targets thumped in Adrian's ears. Try to think outside the box. How can your abilities make more efficient use of Agent N? "I could dip my tail in the serum," said a nasally voice. Raymond Stein, or Stingray, one of Janissa's team members. "It would pierce an enemy as easily as a dart would." "Good, good," said Thunderbird. "That's an excellent point, though I think it will be most prudent to stick with the darts for now, as, of course, if you happen to have even a small cut on your tail, it could become infected with the serum, and we wouldn't want that."
"Wouldn't we?" Nova muttered. Adrian shot her a knowing smile.
"Anyone else have any thoughts on using Agent N cohesively with your powers?"
"I could tip an ice spear with it," said Frostbite. She pulled her gun's trigger and sent a projectile into the face of the Rat, a long-dead anarchist. "Or freeze an enemy's feet to the floor, holding them immobile while we administer the shot."
"Very good,"
said Thunderbird. Nova lowered her gun and spun away from the targets. Except, she said, practically yelling, if you can freeze someone's feet to the floor and render them immobile, then they're no longer a threat and there's no longer any need to administer Agent N. In that case, the prodigy should be arrested and put under trial. She turned fiery eyes on the councilwoman. Right? Thunderbird nodded calmly, unfazed. You are correct, Insomnia. But for the purposes of this exercise, I only want ideas for how one might use their powers with relation to this new tool. I would rather not edit our suggestions quite yet. And how will your power be utilized? Said Frostbite, smirking at Nova. Maybe you can invite your opponent over for a slumber party and wait for them to fall asleep before injecting them? It's a bit time-consuming, but we all have to play to our strengths. Beside her, Trevor snickered. Maybe her boyfriend can draw her a slingshot. Good idea, snapped Ruby. That way we can all watch Nova slingshot one of the darts straight into your eye. That's enough, said Thunderbird, her glare slicing through them. I want each of you to spend the next few days considering the question, and we'll discuss it further at the next session. In the meantime, let's keep practicing with the targets. As the teams returned their attention to the shooting range, Adrian stared at Janice's group, puzzled. He knew they were just trying to get a reaction out of Nova, who had humiliated Trevor during the trials, but still. Everyone here knew that Nova was one of the best shots of all the patrol units. Her talent with weaponry was unmatched, and her inventions had helped them time and again. Hell, she'd been the one to take out the detonator. Were they really still under the impression that Nova, of all people, wasn't worthy of being a renegade? Shaking his head, he lifted his gun and again focused on the poster of Hawthorne. He tried to call on his angry feelings, how frustrated he had been when she got away with those drugs, how embarrassed he'd felt when she dumped him into the river, and right in front of Nova, too. Not that Nova knew it was him, but a small part of him still hoped that someday he would be able to tell her the truth. He was imagining Hawthorne's smug face and preparing to pull the trigger when a dart struck the board just above Hawthorne's shoulder. Ruby huffed. So close. Adrian smiled. Clearly, he wasn't the only one holding a grudge. Hey, you guys know about that gala that's coming up? Said Oscar. He was perched on the short wall that divided the range from the shooters, passing the handgun from palm to palm, apparently uninterested in actually shooting it. Of course, said Ruby without lowering her gun. She took another shot. It's like the whole organization is going. Oscar scratched his ear. Yeah, I heard it's turning out to be this real swanky affair, and now with the fundraiser auction, it's like for a good cause and stuff. Oscar took out the magazine from his gun, flipped it over a few times, then clipped it back in. I was thinking it might be fun if we all went together. I heard we can bring family, too, so I thought I'd mention it to my mom, and... He glanced up quickly, then back down. Ruby's attention was glued to the targets, but Adrian caught the look. The fidgeting, the nerves. I thought maybe you could bring your brothers, too, Ruby. This, finally, brought Ruby's head swiveling toward him. My brothers? Yeah, said Oscar. You said how much they wish they were renegades, right? They might think it's cool to rub elbows with some of the patrols. Adrian could introduce them to his dads. They could listen to us all talk shop for a while. He shrugged. It could be fun for them. Ruby studied him for a long time before saying carefully, You're talking about going to a swanky gala, and you think I should bring my brothers? Oscar blinked at her. I like being inclusive? Ruby turned to the targets and went to take another shot, but her gun clicked, empty. And maybe Nova could invite her uncle? Suggested Oscar. Nova let out a peal of laughter. He's not the gala type. Oh, but you'll go? Asked Oscar. Nova pulled back, and Adrian could sense the emphatic no building on her tongue, but then she hesitated. Their eyes met, and he saw indecision there. A question. Hope? I'll think about it, said Nova. Okay, said Oscar, checking his wristband. Does anyone know when we get to break for lunch? Maybe, said Ruby. After we've actually practiced? Oscar inspected the gun. He seemed about as enthusiastic about learning to use a new weapon as Adrian was. Come on, said Adrian, raising his gun again. I'll buy you a pizza if you hit a bullseye before I do. 10 seconds later, he owed Oscar a pizza. Adrian groaned. Okay, I can't take it, said Nova, setting her gun down. I'm teaching you how to do this. Adrian chuckled and shook his head at her. Honestly, Nova, I've had some of the best renegade trainers here try to teach me. It's just not in my skill set. Oh, please, it's not that hard. She came to stand beside him and took the gun from his hand. You know what the sights are? He gave her an annoyed look. It's a legitimate question, given that you apparently don't use them, she said. We're starting with the basics here. Do you know how many times I've drawn a handgun? He said. I must have practiced it 1,000 times when I first started on patrols. So yes, I know what the sights are, and the hammer, the barrel, the cylinder, all of it. I understand how gunpowder works and the physics of propulsion. I know how guns work. I'm just not very good at getting the bullet to hit what I'm trying to hit. Okay, smart guy. Nova returned the gun to him, handle first. Show me what you're doing. He groaned. You really don't have to do this. So you're okay being mediocre? She clicked her tongue, disappointed. He scowled at her, but it was competing with a smile. What am I aiming at, oh wise teacher? That bullseye, she said. The close one. Oh, the close one, he said. You're already setting your expectations low. No, you already set my expectations low. Now stop talking and shoot. His lips twisted, but he conceded her point. He lifted the gun and fired. He heard the dart hit something, but whatever it was, it surely wasn't the bullseye. Okay, for starters, said Nova, you need to relax. You tense up when you shoot. Of course I tense up. It's loud and loud. You need to relax, she repeated, and hold the gun like this, straight up and down. You're not a cowboy. She folded her hands around his, locking the gun's handle between them. Adrian swallowed. Her hands were smaller than his, but there was a confidence in her touch that surprised him. She'd always seemed so unsure when it came to physical contact, but maybe that was one more thing he'd only imagined. Like this, Nova said, lifting his arms so they were parallel to the floor. Her cheek was against his shoulder now. And widen your stance. You want strong, stable legs. He planted his feet, though his legs didn't feel strong and stable. If anything, the closer she was, the weaker his limbs became. Do you ever think about aiming? She asked. Of course I aim. Could have fooled me. His eyes skipped toward hers. She was smiling, teasing him. Then her lashes fluttered in surprise and she backed away, putting a couple of inches between them. I think that's your problem, she said, turning toward the targets. You like to take in the whole world, but you need to stop and focus. In the moment you squeeze the trigger, nothing should exist except you and your target. Here, try again. This time, ignore everything else. Just focus on that one target. As he lined up the target in his sights, Nova moved behind him, pressing one hand to his back while the other wrapped around his on the grip. It's an extension of your arm, she said, like your marker. He chuckled. It's nothing like my marker. Don't argue with me. His smile broadened. Imagine your arms absorbing the kickback, Nova continued, and sending all that energy through your feet and into the ground. That will help keep your body loose so you don't tense up every time you fire. But he couldn't think of anything beyond the closeness of her. Her hand between his shoulder blades, her arm grazing his. He found himself wanting to stall, wanting to draw out this moment just a little longer. He inhaled, and it carried a bit of a shiver with it. He felt her go still. Whenever, her voice scratched and she cleared her throat, whenever you're ready. Am I supposed to be shooting something? Adrian whispered, startling her. The target, she said dryly. Ignore everything else. He turned his head enough that he could meet her eyes again. You want me to ignore everything else? She held his gaze, but her confidence was swept away.
He watched as color bloomed across her cheeks. Great skies, she was beautiful. Adrian gulped and looked away. He gripped the gun even tighter, found the target, and fired. But he forgot to set up his stance, forgot to relax his shoulders, forgot to focus. The dart went wide. He grinned sheepishly, stepping back until they were no longer touching. Like I said, I'm hopeless.
Chapter 20. Nova stomped down the back alley behind the dilapidated row houses, hands clenched at her sides. What was wrong with Adrian? She was doing her best to flirt with him and making a complete fool of herself in the process. She couldn't be any more obvious. But either Adrian was the most oblivious boy this side of the Stockton Bridge, or... Her teeth gritted. She really hated that or, and she found herself growing more livid every time she thought of it. Or Adrian just wasn't interested in her anymore. Maybe Nova had lost her chance when she'd run away from him at the carnival. Ace had told her to stay close to Adrian Everhart, and she was doing her best. She understood the reasons behind it. She knew that Adrian's trust could lead to a weakness in his father's, which was precisely why it was so infuriating every time he turned away from her, or avoided eye contact, or dodged her touch, again and again. It was making her mission more difficult. She hated that. Her annoyance had nothing to do with the sting she felt in her chest every time Adrian proved that what he'd once felt for her was over. And apparently her best efforts weren't going to bring it back. A flash of gold fluttered in the corner of her vision, and Nova froze. A monarch butterfly was flitting around a patch of ironweed that had gone rampant in one of the neighbors' neglected yards. Nova's pulse thrummed as she watched the insect dither over one purple bloom before moving to another, methodical in its hunt for nectar. Her feet, still sporting her renegade-issued boots, were cemented to the alley's cracked asphalt. She told herself that she wasn't afraid. Her, Nova Artino, afraid of a butterfly? But the goose flesh on her arms suggested otherwise. What if Dana had been watching her today when Nova had taken the vial of Agent N? She'd been careful, but had she been careful enough? The butterfly moved to the stand of plants on the other side of the garden. A swallow trilled from a power line overhead. Nova almost hoped the bird would soar down and snatch the butterfly into its beak, because then she wouldn't have to worry about whether or not the creature was really one of Dana's spies. She wouldn't have to spend the rest of the day wondering whether Dana was following her. She wouldn't be terrified that Dana had already discovered her secret. She was beginning to contemplate the odds of the butterfly staying put long enough for her to run into the house and find something to capture it with, when the creature finished its meal and took off, flittering up and over the row house and toward the next road. At least it was flying away from headquarters. It was probably just an ordinary butterfly, she told herself. Nothing to worry about. Nova trudged the rest of the way toward her own weed-infested yard, ignoring the deafening buzz of Honey's beehives as she stomped into the shadow of the crumbling row house. Her hands shook as she yanked open the sliding glass door and trudged into the dingy kitchen. They continued to tremble as she unclasped the buckle of her utility belt. She dropped it onto the counter beside a coffee pot half full of long cold coffee and an assortment of vials and beakers, remnants of Leroy's latest work. She tore off the wristband next and tossed it onto the table where a plain gray vase sat forgotten. A bouquet of flowers that had once flourished at the tip of Adrian's marker now stood shriveled, the dead, papery heads hanging forlornly from their stems. Her heart jolted even now. But this time, it wasn't with sorrow, but resentment. Damn Adrian Everhart. It had been more than a month since he had come to this house and drawn her those flowers. When he asked her to go to the carnival with him, on a date that wasn't a date. Weeks in which her heart had jolted a tiny bit every time she passed that bouquet. Every day draining the color from their petals until they formed one more sad, dejected, still life in this sad, dejected house. Though to be fair, the house had become a lot less dejected under Honey Harper's ministrations. She had embraced their new home with singular devotion, giving Nova the impression that Honey was actually living out some fantasy of homemaking she'd held on to for years, but had kept deeply buried. It was always clear how much Honey hated living in the tunnels, away from flowers and sunshine and breezes. They had been trapped for years, unable to abandon Ace as his health failed him, or to risk making the renegades suspicious of their activities by moving somewhere closer to civilization. But since they were forced from their home, away from the tunnels and the cathedral and Ace, it had become clear that Honey, at least, was flourishing with the change. She had spent her weeks merrily toiling away at their new abode, often singing show tunes at the top of her lungs as she worked. Their furniture had been aired out, the floors had been scrubbed, and while the offensive paisley wallpaper still hung in the living room, at least the cobwebs had been swept away. Nova had been surprised at the vigilance with which Honey had attacked the grime throughout the house, and how she hadn't once heard her complain about a broken nail or calloused fingers. When she'd mentioned that to Honey, she received a knowing wink in return, and the sage observation that a true queen is made not in times of prosperity, but in times of hardship. Nova kicked off her boots into a corner of the front room. Leroy was reading a newspaper by the window, where he had hung a mustard-yellow blanket for privacy. Honey despised that blanket, and had tried multiple times to replace it with lightweight shears. But on this, Leroy was firm, insisting that they needed privacy more than beauty. The daylight that filtered through the blanket made the room feel sickly, as if the walls themselves were suffering from late-stage jaundice. It was Honey's least favorite room in the house. A headline at the top of Leroy's paper read, "Prodigy drug thief Hawthorne still at large." But when Leroy lowered the paper, Nova could see he'd been reading the comics pages. "Rough day, insomnia?" His reading glasses dropped to the end of his scarred nose, revealing the ring of discolored skin around one eye. The other anarchists had all taken to calling her this lately. Insomnia, her renegade alias. At first, it had irked her. But now she didn't think they were using the name to be mocking. Rather, it was a reminder, always, of what she was doing with the renegades. She was a spy, a detective, a weapon. "I don't want to talk about it." Reaching into her sleeve, Nova retrieved the vial of Agent N she had taken from the training hall and tossed it to Leroy. He made no effort to catch it, letting it bounce off his chest and land in his lap. He folded the paper and picked up the vial, inspecting the liquid. The solution sloshed thickly as he tipped the vial from side to side. Terrifying stuff. Most patrol units will have finished their training by the end of next week. They'll start equipping us with it then. We'll need to be extra careful. He turned over the vial and watched as a single air bubble rose through the elixir. "This is for me to keep?" "For now. Like Ace said, we need to see if we can weaponize it against the renegades before they use it against us. Or if we can even replicate it. I might be able to steal more in the coming weeks, but not enough to use against the whole organization. I'll see what I can do." Also, there was talk of it being effective in gas form, I wonder if that might be a possibility. A gas could be used against more than one renegade at a time, at least. It will be easy enough to figure out its properties and what sort of combustion would be required for vaporization, said Leroy. We'll also need to determine its reduction in potency as the molecules are diffused, so that we can predict its range of effectiveness. I can get started on all that, but unless you're also going to obtain some deconstructed hand grenades for the substance, there won't be much we can do with the knowledge. You figure out how to turn it into a gas, and I'll start working on a dispersal device, said Nova. I have my eye on some explosives I saw in the Renegade's collection that I think could be altered for something like this. Plus, they'd be easy to steal. Shame that our only reliable contact for explosives is no longer among us. Nova ground her teeth. I'm not sure I would call Ingrid reliable. Leroy lifted an eyebrow at her, or what would have been an eyebrow if the hair hadn't long ago been singed off. I was referring to the librarian. Nova curled her nose, almost embarrassed. There's been some debate around headquarters about whether or not Captain Chromium would be affected by Agent N. He couldn't be injected, given that no needle could puncture his skin, but it's unclear whether or not the liquid would harm him if he swallowed it, or the gas if he breathed it in. If you come up with any theories one way or the other, I'd love to hear them. He tapped a finger against his chin. I'll see what I can find, though I'm not sure how much I can accomplish with such a small test sample, and without access to the Renegade labs, their tests, their supplies, and, of course, the boy. A shiver traipsed down her spine. Max had been brought up several times in their conversations lately, ever since she'd told them about Agent N. Nova couldn't help feeling like telling the anarchists about him had left Max vulnerable somehow, and she hated it. Do your best for now, she said, turning away. I'll try to bring you more samples after my next training session. She plodded up the stairway to the bedroom she shared with Honey. It was a relief to peel the renegade uniform off her skin and change into her own clothes. She had just finished pulling a t-shirt over her head when Honey threw open the door and sauntered into the room, her hair in a towel and a silk bathrobe tied at her waist. The smell of oat and honey soap wafted after her into the room, mingling with the cloying scents of Honey's perfumes, body creams, and cosmetics. "Oh, sweetheart," Honey cooed. She pulled the towel from her hair and began squeezing water from her curls. "You're back early today. Isn't there enough murder and mayhem happening on the streets to keep the renegades busy?" Dropping the towel onto the floor, she stretched one pale arm toward the mattress in the corner of the room. A handful of black wasps that had been crawling over her bed linens zipped toward her, alighting on her shoulder and knuckles. Nova watched one disappear into the opening of Honey's sleeve. Our schedules were adjusted for Agent N training. "Oh? Does that mean you saw that darling Everhart boy today?" Nova's gut clenched. "I pretty much see him all the time." "Good." Honey sat in front of her vanity mirror and began picking a wide-toothed comb through her damp hair. "I went to see Ace this morning. He wanted to be sure you're staying close to him like he asked, and keeping your ears open for anything that might be useful regarding the council." Nova's skin prickled. It made her uncomfortable to think of the other anarchists, Ace especially, talking about her when she wasn't there. "You can tell Ace that I see him plenty," she said, pacing to the window. She pried open two of the cheap plastic blinds and peered into the alley. A plump bumblebee was wandering over the glass, trying to figure out how to get inside. "And how are things going?" Nova's mouth dried as she tracked the bee's movements. How were things with Adrian? Fine, she spat. It was true, they were fine. Always fine. He was as friendly toward her as he had ever been. Always welcoming, always ready with an encouraging smile and a kind word. Always so damned nice. That doesn't sound fine, Honey mused. Nova thrust open the window and waited for the bee to zip inside. She turned away, enjoying the cool air on the back of her neck. She expected Honey to be watching her. But no, Honey Harper was fully involved with her vanity mirror, tracing thick black eyeliner along her lower lash line. It was a daily ritual for her, and one that Nova found as baffling now as she had in the tunnels. It wasn't like Honey could leave the house, and Nova doubted she cared much about getting dolled up for Leroy or Phobia. "How is Ace when you saw him?" she asked. Honey dipped her lashes suspiciously. "You're dodging." "I've been thinking," Nova went on, ignoring the accusation. "Maybe we can start taking him out for walks. No one ever goes to the cathedral ruins. If he could get out in the sunshine, get some fresh air, even just for a few minutes a day, it could help him, right?" Honey stiffened. "Take him for walks? He's not a dog." "I'm serious," Nova gestured at Honey. "Being out of the tunnels has been so good for you, for all of us. Maybe if we could get him out of those catacombs, let him breathe again." Honey rose from her chair. "He is Ace Anarchy. Have you forgotten? If anyone were to see him, we'll be careful. He would be murdered on sight or locked away in that horrible prison. He's already in prison. Absolutely not. It isn't worth the risk." Nova huffed and peered out the window again. It was a beautiful day, crisp and breezy, with flashes of sun streaming through the clouds. Sometimes she worried that Ace's weakness was as much in his mind as his body. To be locked away from the very society he had tried to help. He never complained. He had Nova and the others, he would say. He had his books and his teapot, and that was all he needed. But Nova knew it wasn't enough. He was dying. Soon he would be just one more forgotten skeleton beneath those hallowed ruins. "I understand," Honey said, her voice gentler now. "I truly do. Ace is like a father to me too, you know. I hate seeing him this way. But you know how to help him, and it isn't with a little bit of fresh air." Nova pursed her lips. "The helmet." "I know," she whispered. Then a thought occurred to her, and she glanced back at Honey. "Aren't you older than Ace?" Honey gasped in dismay. She snatched a jar from the vanity and tossed it at Nova's head. Nova ducked, and the jar crashed against the wall, exploding in a cloud of talcum powder. "Never let me hear those words from your mouth again, do you hear me?" Nova laughed. I'm sorry. Clearly I was mistaken." She stooped and picked up the near-empty jar and returned it to the vanity. Her mouth dried as she scanned the array of cosmetics and perfumes, most of them crawling with curious wasps. "Actually, Honey, I could maybe use your help with something." Honey crossed her arms, still irate. "It's about Adrian." Her expression quickly turned to intrigue. "Oh?" "I'm not sure if he's interested in me anymore. At least, not like that." At Honey's skeptical look, Nova attempted to gather what dignity she could in the stiffening of her shoulders. So maybe you could help me figure out how to get him interested again. An eagerness brightened Honey's face. "Oh, my sweet girl," she said, placing her fingers against her chest. "I've been waiting for you to ask." We already know one of the Council's greatest weaknesses, and when the time is right, we will use him to great advantage indeed. That's what Ace had said. And he was right. If Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden had a weakness, it was their adopted sons, Adrian and Max. Nova could use Adrian's trust to her advantage, especially if that trust also came with his affection. But why did earning his affection have to seem so horrifically awkward? "I can't do that," said Nova, arms folded tight over her chest. "You can and you will. Here, like this." Honey crossed one long leg over her knee and scooted a hair closer to Nova on the mattress. Her bare toes nudged Nova's shin, so tenderly she would have thought she was imagining it, except Honey had just outlined this exact flirtation technique in painful detail. "Then you angle your shoulders like this." Honey flipped her hair to one side and shifted her body closer. "Give him your undivided attention, like there is nothing else in the room half as interesting to you as this conversation. He needs to believe you are mesmerized by everything he's saying." Honey settled an elbow on her knee and her chin on her knuckles. Her smoky eyes locked onto Nova's. The look was so intense, Nova found herself starting to blush. "Now, this is the clincher," said Honey. "Whatever he says next, you laugh. Not too robustly, but just enough to let him know you think he's charming, and you could listen to him speak all day. Ready?" "What if he doesn't say anything funny?" Honey giggled and tapped Nova on the knee. It was a sweet chirp of a laugh that sent a tingle of pride through Nova's chest, until she realized that Honey wasn't laughing because she was amused, but was only trying to demonstrate what she was talking about. Nova flushed. It was uncanny, the way Honey could pull someone into her orbit, make them feel so important, so witty, so worthy, all with a few well-timed laughs and the faintest of touches. She shook her head and stood up, kicking some of Honey's discarded shoes to the side of the room. "This is never going to work," she said. "He'll see right through me." "You worry too much," said Honey, settling back on her palms. "If he can tell you're trying to flirt with him, even if you're terrible at it, he'll be charmed by your attempts and flattered all the same. Just like that, the flame will be rekindled and you'll be back to your angst-riddled unrelationship before you can bat those pretty eyelashes at him." Nova scowled. "I think you're underestimating his intelligence. And I think you're overestimating the egos of teenage boys everywhere. Trust me, little nightmare. You can handle this. It isn't chemical gastronomy or whatever it is Leroy does." Nova scoffed. "I'd rather take my chances with the chemicals." She rubbed her palms down the sides of her pants. They had started to sweat as she mulled over the possibility of looking at Adrian like Honey had looked at her. Touching him, suggesting with every gesture, every glance that she wanted him to try to kiss her again. Her heart thumped as a bewildering thought occurred to her. Sweet rot. What if it actually worked?
Chapter 21. Adrian was both nervous and exhausted as he reached the mezzanine floor over the main lobby of headquarters. He knew he should be catching up on sleep, as he had stayed awake painting the last few nights. The mural was starting to take shape, even if only in underlayers of shadows and light, general outlines and suggestions of the work still to come. The details still needed to be filled in, all those little highlights that would bring it to life. He'd finally put the paintbrush down when his alarm reminded him that there was something else he wanted to do today, something far more important than his new art project. Even more important than his hunt for Nightmare or the anarchists, an idea that had been growing in the back of his head since he'd left the artifacts warehouse, filled with equal parts intrigue and hope. He crossed the sky bridge and paced around the glass wall of the quarantine. He could feel the weight of the vitality charm pressing against his chest, warm even through the fabric of his uniform. He had spent hours reading about the medallion in the database and doing what research he could do on his own, though the charm's history was not as well documented as some artifacts in the Renegade's collection. It had been forged by a prodigy blacksmith during the Middle Ages. The blacksmith's abilities were questionable, but he was evidently a healer of some sort, and the charm soon earned a reputation for being able to ward off the plague. That plague. Naturally, such a coveted object was eventually stolen, and the blacksmith was hanged for crimes of witchcraft not long after, and so a duplicate was never made, so far as anyone knew. The charm disappeared from the history books for a few centuries after that, eventually resurfacing during late 1700s, where it was purchased at auction by a superstitious and perhaps paranoid prince who would claim for the rest of his life that the charm protected him from the enemies who were always trying to poison him. That prince eventually died of, apparently, natural causes in old age, and the charm was passed down through generations of duchesses and barons until it was sold off to pay for a large amount of debt many years later. It disappeared from the public eye again until eventually it was donated to a small prodigy-themed museum, the entire collection of which was given to the Renegades after the Day of Triumph. Given to, or confiscated. The details on how the Renegades had obtained many of the artifacts in the vault were rather vague. It was believed that the charm could protect a person from poisoning, illness, and any threats that would sap the physical strength or otherwise weaken the prodigious abilities of the wearer, according to its description in the database. It was unclear how much this theory had been tested, but it gave Adrian an idea that he couldn't shake. Any threats. That's what the description said. And what or who was more of a threat than Max? Adrian wasn't a fool. He knew that whoever had worn the vitality charm over the years had likely never encountered a threat quite like Max. He suspected his theory was untested, and it would be putting his powers at great risk to be the first. Immunity from the bandit wasn't impossible. Captain Chromium was proof of that, and with every step Adrian took toward the quarantine, a voice whispered louder in the back of his head. What if it worked? What if this small, unassuming medallion could actually protect him from Max's power? What if it could allow him to get close to his little brother? Maybe even give him an actual hug for the first time in his life. Though it was late, the massive lobby of HQ was still faintly lit by the flickering blue television screens stationed throughout the space, illuminating Max's miniature glass city. It had mostly been put right since Max's telekinetic attack, when he'd been practicing levitation and lost his concentration, putting a glass spire through his palm. His wound was healing, though prodigy healers were unable to work on him due to the nature of his powers. A civilian doctor had had to replace a tendon in Max's finger with one taken from his forearm, a procedure that struck them all as vaguely antiquated. But it went well, and the doctor had promised that the only permanent side effect would be a gnarly scar. Since recovering from the incident, Max had kept busy fitting the broken glass buildings back into place, using his own power of matter fusing for most of the repairs. The glass city always looked so different at night. Usually the daylight that streamed in from the surplus of windows set the city aglow, reflecting off the glass spires in shades of orange and yellow. But now it appeared that twilight was falling over the structures, as if even this model city were preparing for a peaceful night's sleep. Not that the real Gatlin's city was ever peaceful.
In a lot of ways, Adrian sometimes thought he preferred this small glass city closed off from the world. There was no crime, no destruction, no pain, no villains and no heroes. Other than Max himself, the only prodigy in his small universe. Except as Adrian stopped beside the curved glass wall, he saw that Max wasn't alone. "Well, speak of a villain," he said. Inside the quarantine, Hugh peered up from a hand of cards. His face lit up. "Who are you calling a villain?" "Just a phrase, Dad." Hugh tipped his head. "Nice to see you, Adrian." Adrian waved, trying to disguise his disappointment. It wasn't unusual for Hugh to visit Max, and he knew it was good for the kid to have some human interaction that didn't involve syringes and hazmat suits. Still, the medallion was heavy around his neck, and he was eager to test his theory. "Hold on," said Max, lifting a finger in Adrian's direction. "I'm about to kick his ass." Hugh looked back at him, aghast. "Don't say ass." "Fine, I'm about to kick your donkey." Max laid down one card, then shook out his shaggy hair. They were sitting cross-legged in the middle of City Park, and Max, who was already small for his age, looked downright infinitesimal next to the captain, whose effortless muscles had long served as inspiration for superhero comic artists everywhere. Hugh laid down 2 cards. "You know, you're not supposed to let your opponent know that you have a good hand." "Maybe I'm bluffing," said Max. Hugh eyed him. "That's not really how bluffing works." "Are you sure?" said Max, taking the new card he was dealt. Hugh met Max's bet, throwing a couple pieces of candy into a pile that sat between them. They showed their cards. Max won with 2 pairs. Hugh had nothing at all. Max sighed almost as if disappointed in the exchange as he pushed the pile of candy toward the park's carousel. He looked up at Adrian, shaking his head. He can't resist seeing a good hand, even if he knows he can't beat it. "I think it could be a diagnosable disorder, like a psychological need for closure, along with an aversion to ambiguity and an authoritarian demeanor." Hugh scowled. "What? I'm not like that, am I?" Said Adrian, avoiding comment. Hugh scoffed and gathered up the cards. "Maybe I just like seeing my younger son winning at life." He pointed at the pile of candy as he stood. "Can I take 1 Choco Malt for the road?" "No," said Max, sweeping the pile out of reach. "But you can go to the corner store and buy some more." He pointed toward a small glass strip mall. "I'm pretty sure the nearest one is on Broad Street." "Fair enough." Bending down, Hugh gave Max a squeeze around his shoulders. "Thanks for making some time for your old man. I'll see you later." Max leaned into the embrace. "Night, Dad." Hugh grinned at Adrian as he emerged from the quarantine. "Are you back on patrols tonight?" he asked, giving Adrian a quick sideways hug. "Yeah, but we're only supposed to be called out for minor disputes for the next few days." "How are Dana and Ruby?" "Fully recovered," said Adrian. "Ready to get back to work." "Well, I know you're all young and eager, but I think this break might have been good for them, for all of you." He yawned, though Adrian could tell it was fake. "I'm taking off. Been another long day on the council. You boys stay out of trouble now." As soon as he had gone, Max groaned. "Sometimes I think he really does believe he lives in a comic book." "If anyone did, it would be Captain Chromium," said Adrian. He watched as Max lifted up the roof of Merchant Tower and started loading the stash of candy into it. "Listen, Max, I have something to show you. Something kind of huge. At least, if it works, it will be kind of huge." Max turned to him, interest piqued. "Are you drawing me a dragon? Because Turbo is cool, but a dragon." As if recognizing his name, the tiny velociraptor crept out from beneath the Stockton Bridge, where Max had made him a small nest out of shredded newspaper. No," said Adrian. Max wrinkled his nose. Popping open a bag of gummy worms, he fed one to the dinosaur. Adrian noticed the white bandages crossed over the back of his hand. A prodigy doctor would have had that wound fully healed weeks ago. He sighed. Max was fine. It didn't matter. "Go stand over there," he said. Max looked at where Adrian was pointing, but didn't move. Why? Don't argue, okay? If this works, it's going to be the best thing that's happened in headquarters since... Adrian trailed off, stumped. Since they upgraded the virtual reality simulators with flight capabilities? Suggested Max. Adrian cocked his head. How'd you know about that? Max just shrugged and went to stand where Adrian had pointed. He picked up a tiny street sign as he passed Burnside. Okay, said Adrian. You have your emergency call button? Max's thick brows furrowed with suspicion, but he lifted his arm, revealing the wristband he had worn ever since he'd crashed onto the city and driven the glass spire through his palm. He'd had it before, but until that night it never seemed important for him to wear it. Good. Wait there. Where are you going? Jumpy with anticipation and a bit of pride at his own intrepidness, Adrian headed toward the antechambers that separated the quarantine from the laboratories where Max's blood and DNA had been studied, tested, and altered to make Agent N. Through the glass, he noticed Max frowning. Adrian flashed him a thumbs up that went unreturned, then pulled the door open to the tertiary chamber. In the next room, he bypassed the racks hung with protective suits, each one outfitted with chromium cuffs to offer some protection to the prodigy scientists and researchers who had to get close to Max on a regular basis. Adrian approached the sealed door to the quarantine, where new signage had been added since the fiasco when Nova entered the quarantine in an attempt to help Max, the placards warning prodigies to stay away unless they had followed all required security measures. Adrian took a moment to reflect on whether or not this was a horrible idea. He was hopeful, but it was still a risk, a huge risk if he was being honest. What if the nature of Max's power rendered prodigy artifacts useless? Lifting a hand, Adrian pressed his fingers over the charm, tracing the symbol of the open palm and the curled serpent. Please let this work, he whispered, then yanked open the door. Max's eyes went wide. He pushed himself off the wall as if he were preparing to dive out of Adrian's path, but there was nowhere for him to go that wouldn't bring them closer together. What are you doing? He yelled. Get out of here! Trust me, said Adrian, taking a cautious step, then another over the Scatter Creek bus terminal, which set him on a straight path down Drury Avenue. I'm testing a theory. A theory? Max barked. What theory? That you've lost your mind? He reached for the call button on his wrist. Hold on, don't push it yet. I think I might be immune to your power. Max laughed, but it lacked amusement. He pressed his back against the glass as Adrian took another step forward. We know you're not immune, so come on, get out of here. This isn't funny. No, see this? He lifted the charm. It was in the artifacts warehouse. I think it might protect against powers like yours. Max gawked at him. What? Adrian was a quarter of the way into the quarantine. He tried to recall at what point he had started feeling the effects of Max's power when he'd rushed in to rescue Nova, but that night was a blur in his memory. He kept walking. Slow, hesitant step after slow, hesitant step. He was barely breathing, waiting for the slightest warning sign that the pendant might be failing. He distinctly remembered the numbness that had entered his hands before, the way his body had felt like it was moving through molasses, the sensation of a plug being pulled up from his navel and all his strength draining out through it. How close had he been to Max when it started? Surely he was closer now, and yet he felt completely normal. Twitchy and nervous, but still normal. He was more than halfway. He passed Merchant Tower, strode the length of City Park. Max's eyes narrowed, fearful but curious too. His focus was glued to Adrian's feet, watching him pace through the city they'd built over the years. Adrian reached the place where Nova had collapsed. The nearby block of buildings still bore signs of the fall, though the shards of broken glass had been removed. The forgotten street sign dropped from Max's hand, clattering to the floor. If you lose your powers because of this, Max whispered, I'm not taking any responsibility for it. You shouldn't take responsibility for it anyway, said Adrian. He was constantly working to dispel Max's beliefs that he had done anything wrong. It wasn't his fault he was this way. It wasn't any prodigy's fault. 3/4 of the way into the quarantine, Adrian began to smile. Still petrified, Max didn't return it. "I feel fine," said Adrian, unable to keep some of the disbelief from his own tone. He came to a stop 3 paces away from Max, close enough that he could reach out and put his hands on his shoulders. And so he did. Max flinched, at first ducking from the touch, but then froze. His eyes went wide. Starting to laugh, Adrian pulled Max into a hug, crushing him in one exuberant embrace before letting go. "I feel fine," he said again, ruffling Max's unruly hair. "Great, even. I can't believe it worked." His laugh got louder. "Except I can believe it, because of course it worked. I totally knew it would work. By the way, you need a haircut." "Draw something," Max demanded, ignoring his glee. "Quick!" Adrian took out his marker, still beaming. "Sure thing, Bandit. Any requests?" Max shook his head, and Adrian stepped closer to the window and drew the first thing that came to mind, a renegade pin like the one he gave Nova at the trials. When he pulled it fully formed from the glass, Max gave a little squeak of shock. "How?" Adrian met his eye, and beneath the stunned disbelief, he could see the start of possibilities filtering into the kid's mind. For almost Max's entire life, he had been kept separate from the ones who loved him. Everyone but Hugh, anyway. And Hugh may have loved Max, but he was so busy trying to squeeze his fatherly responsibilities in between council meetings and public appearances and the occasional heroics. When was the last time Max had sat next to someone and played video games and ate snacks into the wee hours of the morning? Never. That was when. He had never experienced anything like that before. "I have the best idea," said Adrian. "Tomorrow, I'm going to bring some chips and soda and a super greasy pizza, and I'm going to completely slaughter you in an all-night Crash Course 3 marathon. Unless you'd rather, I don't know, learn to play backgammon or something, and then we'll do that. Doesn't matter. It's up to you. You let me know." Max shook his head, bewildered. "Adrian, how?" he repeated more forcefully this time. He grabbed the medallion and flipped it over, examining the back, which contained a mirror image of the protective hand. "What is this? How does it work?" "I don't know," said Adrian, still beaming. "It protects from diseases and poisons and stuff, so I just thought—" "I'm not poison. I'm not a disease." "I didn't mean it like that." "It shouldn't work." Max dropped the pendant. "It shouldn't." "But it does. And next, I'm going to give myself a tattoo of this symbol," said Adrian, pointing. "That will make me permanently immune, and then I can give this charm to anyone who wants to visit you. Can you imagine the look on Ruby's face? And Oscar and Dana? They'll be so excited to come see you. And Simon, of course." He gasped, leaning forward. "Dude, Simon. He'll be... I don't even know. I bet he'll cry." "The Dread Warden crying?" said Max. "Let's get it on film." He said it jokingly, but Adrian could tell he was overwhelmed and on the verge of tears himself. "Did you say tattoo?" "Oh, yeah, that's how I do, all that other stuff I do." Scanning Adrian's shirt, Max stammered, "You give yourself tattoos? And that's how you—" Adrian held up his hands. "That's not important right now." He swooped his arms around Max's waist and lifted him off his feet, letting out an excited whoop. "Vitality charm! Visitors! Think of the His voice hiccuped as he glimpsed a figure in the lobby beyond the glass. "Abilities." "Put me down!" He set Max down and took a step back, clearing his throat. "Visitors like Nova?" Max spun around. Nova was standing not far from the lobby's information desk, staring up into a quarantine with her mouth hanging open. "Act normal," Adrian whispered, his glee quickly overcoming his surprise. He elbowed Max in the side, and they both raised their hands and waved.
Chapter 22. "Explain," said Nova, the second she stomped onto the sky bridge. Her arms were folded tight over her chest, her brain churning through 100 explanations, each more absurd than the last. Adrian was inside the quarantine, and smiling, and apparently fine. Then the pendant around his neck caught the light, and Nova gasped, launching herself forward. She pushed her finger into the glass wall. "That?" she barked in disbelief. "Really?" "Really," Adrian confirmed, flashing more teeth than she had ever seen him flash before. He was practically luminescent with joy. He started to explain his theory and the research he had done on the vitality charm and why he'd guessed it would protect him from Max's power. But there was so many pauses and jumps in his story that Nova struggled to follow it all. Plus, he couldn't seem to stop laughing. It was partly the laugh of a mad scientist who hadn't fully expected his latest experiment to be successful, and partly the laugh of a guy who could finally hang out with his little brother without a glass wall dividing them. He kept reaching out to ruffle Max's hair, or punch him lightly in the shoulder, or wrap his elbow around Max's neck and put him in a pretend chokehold. Max didn't seem to know quite how to respond to this outpouring of brotherly affection, but he kept smiling, a smile as full of disbelief as Nova felt, but a smile all the same. There was something endearing about the way Max was watching Adrian, a bit of awe coupled with an abundance of hope. Yesterday, Max was a prisoner and an outcast. Valuable and loved, yes, but also an anomaly, a science experiment, a lab rat. He knew it as much as anyone. "What about Agent N?" said Nova. Adrian turned to her, startled. "What about it?" "It was created using Max's blood. Will the charm protect people from it, too?" Adrian's eyebrows knit together over his glasses. He peeked at Max, but Max just shrugged and said, "Don't look at me." "I don't know," said Adrian. "It might." He opened his mouth to say more, but hesitated. He studied Max again, then looked back up at Nova. "Yes, I'm pretty sure it would." "And does the Council know about this? They've put so many resources into developing Agent N. And there was this necklace in the vault the whole time, able to protect someone from it. There could be other things, too. First, the captain is immune to Max. And now this?" She bit her tongue to stop herself from talking, worried that her eagerness would show. Protection from Max. Protection from Agent N. Maybe the anarchists didn't need to be quite so worried about this new weapon after all. "I'm convinced no one knew about the medallion and what it could do," said Adrian. "Otherwise, someone else would have taken it out of the vault as soon as Agent N was revealed. And you heard them at the presentation. There are no known antidotes. And invincibility, like my dad has, is just about the rarest superpower ever documented. No one else is like him. There's no reason to think his powers can be replicated. At least, not where Max is concerned. There might be other things that could act as a ward against Max's power. But, as far as I could find, this is the only artifact of its kind." Maybe Adrian was right. But even so, the existence of this charm gave her hope that Agent N wasn't the death knell for the anarchists. "Could I use the charm sometime?" she said, plastering a smile to her face. "It would be easier to help Max reconstruct the broken parts of his city if I could go in there." "Sure," they said in unison, and the way Max's eyes brightened made Nova's heart surge. "But," said Adrian, "I think we should give it to Simon first." He grimaced apologetically. "It's just symbolic, but I know it would mean a lot to him." She refused to let her smile fade. "Of course, I understand." Adrian's expression was so endearing, Nova felt a little guilty for contemplating how the charm could serve her purposes over Max's. "I know it doesn't change everything," said Adrian. "You're still stuck in the quarantine. You still can't go out into the world, but it's something, right?" "It's a lot," said Max. "Even just—" As he gestured between himself and Adrian, his control over his emotions started to crumble. This is... Adrian wrapped an arm around Max's shoulders and pulled the kid against his side. Nova turned away. She felt like she was intruding. Not just because she wasn't a part of their family, but because she wasn't even really a renegade. She didn't deserve to enjoy this moment with them. The velociraptor who had disappeared into his nest emerged and made a melancholy cooing sound, poking at Max's ankle with its needle-like talons. Wiping his eyes, Max stooped and picked it up, pointedly avoiding Nova's gaze. "Max," she said hesitantly, Why don't you just live with a non-prodigy family?" Adrian flinched. "I've thought of that too, but..." His face was tight with pain, but Max only shrugged. "It's okay," he said, resigned. "I'm fine here." "No, you're not," said Nova, her fists clenched. "You're a prisoner. You're a... Adrian shot her a warning look, and she bit back the words on the tip of her tongue. "You're a science project to these people." "It's not safer for me to be out in the world," said Max, letting the tiny dinosaur nibble at the tip of his thumb. "I could cross paths with the prodigy at any time, and it wouldn't be fair to them. And also, if news ever got out about who I am and what I can do, it would make me a target. There are still villains out there who would want to use me for their own purposes." "Or anti-prodigy zealots who would love to get their hands on a kid who can wipe out superpowers," added Adrian. "And also," Max said, his voice distant, "I'm needed here." Nova ground her teeth. Though there might be some truth to what Max was saying, she couldn't help but feel that it was also a whole lot of fear propaganda, intended to keep him a compliant prisoner. "For Agent N?" she asked. Max nodded. "How long have you known about it?" said Nova. "Did you know what they were doing with your DNA samples all this time?" "Not exactly," Max said, tucking Turbo into his pocket. "For a long time I thought they were trying to find a way to neutralize me, so they wouldn't have to keep me separate from everyone anymore. Eventually I realized it was more than that, though. I figured it was something like Agent N, but I didn't know for sure." "Skies, Max. Maybe it would work on you," said Adrian, eyes brightening again. "I can't believe I didn't think of it until now. I was so excited about the charm, but why couldn't we just inject you with Agent N? You wouldn't be a prodigy anymore. You could..." His words dwindled off as Max shook his head. "They tried that already," he said. "It doesn't work on me." "They tried to take away your powers?" Nova gasped. "Why? Because you're a threat?" Max laughed at her obvious disgust. "No, because I asked them to. After they had their first few successes on prodigies at Cragmore, and it didn't, turn them into big piles of radioactive sludge or anything, I asked them to use it on me. I wanted it to work. It's not really that much fun to be a prodigy when you're trapped in a place like this." He gestured around at his glass prison. "Oh," said Nova. Her vehement anger on Max's behalf faded. "I guess I can understand that." "Nova is concerned with prodigy rights," explained Adrian. "She's worried we're going to start abusing the power of Agent N." "If I recall correctly," said Nova. You weren't exactly convinced that it would be handled with the utmost responsibility either. Why? Asked Max. It's only for bad guys. They would never neutralize a renegade. Every muscle in Nova's body tightened, eager to argue the distinction between renegade and bad guys. They're planning to dole it out to every patrol unit, to be used however we see fit. I guarantee mistakes will be made and this power will be mishandled. How long before innocent prodigies are being threatened or blackmailed just because they haven't been conscripted into the renegades yet? This life isn't for everyone, you know. Threatened and blackmailed? Said Max. By who? I don't know. How about Frostbite and her goons? Said Nova, remembering a time not long ago when she had witnessed Frostbite trying to bully Ingrid into making a false confession. Or thieves like Magpie? Not every renegade is as chivalrous and upstanding as Adrian. She made the mistake of glancing at Adrian as she said it, and saw surprised flattery flash across his face. She jutted a finger at him. Don't take that the wrong way. Is there a wrong way to take that? She glowered and Adrian lifted his hands, still beaming from the compliment. All right, I agree that restrictions need to be in place. And I don't like the idea that they're going to start injecting every questionable prodigy out there with it either. In my opinion, someone like the Sentinel definitely doesn't deserve that sort of punishment, without even being given a chance to explain himself first. Oh, please, said Nova. He's the least of my concerns. Max's expression brightened into an odd, goofy grin. Of course you're not concerned about him, now that he's fish food and all. Right, Adrian? Adrian's lips pinched. Right. My point is, there are still some kinks that need working out with the Agent N thing. But it has potential. I'm glad we never have to worry about the puppeteer anymore. And we would have saved ourselves a lot of headache if the detonator had been neutralized before Cosmopolis Park happened. He turned to Max. And now that they have Agent N figured out, they don't still need you and your blood samples, right? You're done with testing? I think so, said Max. They haven't taken any in a while, and I don't think they would have agreed to try to neutralize me if they still needed my powers to work. Right. See? No more testing, no more samples, and now this. Adrian tapped the vitality charm. He pulled Max in for another exuberant squeeze. It's like the bandit hit a jackpot. Max groaned loudly and squirmed out of the embrace. You know, you like to make fun of Hugh for being so corny, but sometimes you're just as bad. Nova felt again like she was intruding on something. I need to get ready for my shift in artifacts. See you both later, okay? Your shift? Said Adrian. It's the middle of the night. Prime work hours, agreed Nova with a carefree smile. I like the peace and quiet. She waved and headed toward the elevator, her grin fading as soon as her back was turned. There was a charm that could protect Max. A charm that could maybe protect from Agent N. Her nerves vibrated with the possibility. She wanted that charm, but not as much as she wanted Ace's helmet. And tonight, that was exactly what she planned to get. Chapter 23. It was just past 1 a.m. when Nova scanned her wristband against the digital lock and entered the vault. A handful of sparse lights flickered on down the rows of shelving units, one after another, lighting the corridor with a dull, eerie glow. Nova shut the door behind her and settled the large plastic tub she'd brought on a waiting cart. She ignored the security cameras, though she could feel the lens watching her as she pushed the cart down the main aisle. Looking at the cameras always garnered suspicion, so she kept her expression neutral, her pace casual. Snapshot wouldn't arrive for hours. Until then, she had the vault all to herself. She hoped it would be enough time. A brilliant idea had come to Nova the day before. She was never going to magic her way into the chromium box that held Ace's helmet. The box would never be chopped open with a mystical axe or smashed with an indestructible hammer. Adrian would never draw an opening into it for her, no matter how much awkward flirting she suffered through. But Nova had forgotten what she was capable of. She may not have super strength or psychic powers or control over the natural elements, but she had science, and she had persistence, and she was going to get into that box. She didn't hurry, knowing there was someone in the security room right now who could be watching her slow progress down the aisles. They might be curious why she was there in the middle of the night. They might even be suspicious. But they would lose interest by the time she got to the helmet. Nova kept her actions slow and trivial. She and the cart ambled from row to row, its squeaking wheels grating on her nerves. She made frequent stops, checking the clipboard that hung off the side of the cart, pretending to be making notations from time to time. She pulled mundane items from the cart and spent time organizing them neatly on the shelves. Nova had never been in the vault when she didn't have Calum's constant jabbering in her ear, and she noticed for the first time how a number of the relics seemed to hum, as if with a quiet electrical current. Some even emitted a subtle coppery glow, not unlike Ace's helmet. The similarities made her hesitate as she was passing the infinite hourglass, where the glittering white sand was being pulled upward into the top half of the container. Stepping closer, Nova placed her finger against the ebony wood base. That glow. It was familiar. The exact shade and vibrancy of all the wonderful things she'd watched her father create when she was little. She peered down the length of the aisle. Now that she was searching for them, she could easily spot the glimmering artifacts. She knew there were probably things in the vault that had in fact been made by her father. But not all of these. Not the Ravenlore quill, which had been around for centuries. Not the Arctic saber, which had been forged on the other side of the world. She shook her head and turned the cart back into the main aisle. "Stay focused," she whispered to herself. She would have time to dwell on the many mysteries of the artifacts department later. For now, all she cared about was Ace's helmet and how she was going to free it. Nova turned into the last aisle, past the restricted sign posted at the end of the shelf. Halfway down the row, she positioned the cart a few feet away from the chromium box, keeping her back to the camera at the far end of the aisle. She opened her plastic crate and pulled out her equipment. A battery and connector clips, a large bucket full of an electrolyte solution that Leroy had mixed up for her earlier, and a steel wheel she'd found in the gutter on Wallow Ridge, which she'd painstakingly cleaned in a bath of sodium chloride and acetic acid. She checked the clipboard again, pretending to be dutifully following orders from above. Then, opening the bucket, she dumped the solution into the bin. The smell of chemicals wafted up, making her nose wrinkle. Smothering a cough, Nova grabbed the wheel and submerged it inside the vat. Taking a deep breath, she wrapped her hands around the chromium box. The metal was cool to the touch, and though it was heavy, she managed to lift it into the bin with only mild straining. The solution sloshed up its sides. She wasn't sure how thick the walls of the box were, but she hoped the solution was deep enough to corrode the entire base. She hoped there would be enough time to complete the process. She hoped no one bothered to come to the restricted section while the experiment was underway. She hoped a lot of things. Electrolysis. The idea had struck her like one of the Sentinel's laser beams. It was the process that was used for metal plating, and chromium was used to plate other metals all the time. Using a battery, she could alter the charge of the neutral atoms at the box's base. The atoms would lose electrons, turning them into positively charged ions, which would dissolve right off the box. Over time, the positive chromium ions would move through the solution, attracted by the electrons that were being pushed out from the other side of the battery, and be turned back into solid metal on the surface of the wheel. The result? No more chromium box. Or at least, a big hole in the chromium box. As an added bonus, she might even have a newly indestructible chromium-plated wheel once the process was complete. It was so simple, so obvious, she couldn't believe she hadn't thought of it before. She'd even begun to wonder whether the captain himself could be weakened this way, although it would be considerably more difficult to hook him up to a battery or dunk him into a vat of chemicals. She attached the conductors. Crossing her fingers, Nova switched on the battery. And hoped. She half expected the battery to flare to life with sparks and the sizzle of energy. But of course it didn't. Only the digital readings on its side indicated that amps were flowing through the system. Nova adjusted the dials, increasing the voltage. She inspected the wheel, not really expecting to see any visible change. The process would take time. A watched cathode never plates, she muttered to herself, then pushed the entire electrolysis cell back into the shadows of the shelving unit. She would let it run for an hour, she decided, before coming to check on it. She knew it could take all day before there would be visible signs of the chromium eroding. Which was fine. Ace had gone without his helmet for a decade. If he could be so patient, then so could she. As long as it worked in the end, as long as she kept Calum or Snapshot from coming to check on the restricted collection while the process was underway. She wasn't entirely sure how she would accomplish that, but she was considering a toxic chemical spill in the next row. Or maybe she could orchestrate a diversion on the other side of the vault. A few broken jars of radioactive rocks would keep them busy for a while. Brushing off her hands, Nova set the bucket on the cart and started to wheel it away, leaving the chromium box and her experiment behind. She was nearly to the end of the aisle when a sound made her ears prickle. It sounded like something was boiling. Frowning, Nova slowly turned around. A cloud of steam was drifting up from the shelf where she'd left her experiment. Her pulse skipped. "What now?" she murmured, abandoning the cart. The sound of bubbling got louder. The steam grew thicker. The air stung her throat with the tang of chemicals. Nearing the plastic vat, she saw that the electrolyte solution was boiling. Great, rolling bubbles popping at the surface and splattering the sides. "How is that even—" It exploded. Nova gasped, jumping backward as the solution splattered everywhere, coating the underside of the next shelf. It flowed over the edges of the bin and splashed across the floor. One of the conductor cables snapped off the battery and was flung from the cell, nearly taking out Nova's eye before it crashed into the wall. With the circuit severed, what was left of the liquid quieted to a simmer, and soon became still, but for the last dregs still dripping down the sides. The chromium box sat unaffected, looking infuriatingly innocent inside the bin. Nova gawked at the mess of chemicals. Her destroyed battery, the wheel that she had scrubbed for a solid hour to make sure it was clean enough for the chromium atoms to adhere to. A guttural scream tore from her mouth. She grabbed the nearest thing in reach, a gemstone-encrusted brooch, and flung it down the aisle. When it struck the concrete floor, it emanated a blinding white flash. Nova threw her arms in front of her face and stumbled back, but the light disappeared as fast as it had come, and the brooch clacked and skittered a few more feet. As the ghost of the flash faded from Nova's vision, the brooch appeared, luckily unharmed. "Okay," she said, rubbing her eyelids. "I probably shouldn't have done that." "McLean?" She jumped and spun in a full circle before realizing that the stern voice had been coming from her wristband. Gulping, she lifted her hand. Yes? This is recoil and security. We just saw what appeared to be a small explosion there in the artifacts department. Is everything all right?" Nova willed her nerve to stop trembling. Yeah. Sorry, everything's fine. I was just..." She cleared her throat. "Cleaning a few of the objects here and, must have mismeasured the cleaning solution. Sorry to worry you." "Would you like us to send down a cleaning crew?" "No," she said, adding a light-hearted laugh. No, I'll take care of it. You know that things in here can be temperamental. I think it's best if I handle it." "You're sure?" "Positive." The communication faded out, and Nova inspected the results of her failed, oh so very failed, experiment. She ran her hands through her hair and cursed. So much for science and persistence. Shoulders slumped, she picked up the brooch and set it gently back in its place, then went off to find a mop.